Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another day of the Western European Qualifiers for the International 2025. I'm Odie Pixel here with Misery, and it is the final day of the qualifiers for this region. So very, very exciting stuff going to be going down today. We've got two more series to play out to find who's going to be the second team to go through. Misery, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to find out the full roster for this TI. It's also going to be the final team in total, right? As the C qualifier is being played out right now. So I think we're going to find our last team going into TI a bit later today. That's exciting.
I believe so. Yeah, it's. I think in fact we might be able to bring up the teams going to TI, or we can either look at that or look at the brackets. Both things are available for us to show you beautiful viewers at home. And indeed, let's have a look. This is the teams that we've got playing at the International 2025. And indeed, so what the SEA, that's still going on right now. The SEA finals, yes. Right? I believe. So
it's
right
1-1
now,
score.
Yeah. Get your second screen open. Get your phone out. Your lap, whatever you've got to watch a second stream. Make sure you're watching the SEA finals as well. They're going on right now, but don't close this one because we're going to have a crazy game here as well. So yeah, we still need to find out who's going to be the final team through from SEA and the final team through from Western Europe. So very exciting stuff. And indeed, as you can see there, Na'Vi Junior, they were the ones to secure that first spot within this region yesterday in that finals against OG. Did you catch some of that Misery yesterday?
Yeah, I watched it. Also a pretty hype series as well. Yeah. Also considering OG took the first game in a pretty cool fashion with the last pick Naga Siren carry, kind of breaking the draft completely from Na'Vi Junior. So I think that was interesting. And then, Na'Vi Junior just taking it 2-1 in the end. That team is, like we called it from the very beginning, right? That this team was,
we kind of did, right? You could tell from the first series they played, right? It was like, right, these guys, they're a little bit of a step ahead. And
I think they also had a tough road as well, right? They managed to beat Nigma Galaxy, they beat OneWin, and they beat OG there in the end. Yeah, we can see it right now, right? So you could argue that they have had the toughest road possible.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
To qualify, right? Oh, they also beat the Yellow Submarine, right? Which we have in the bottom. Yeah. They basically beat everybody else who are still in the tournament. Yeah. So very, very deserved qualification there for Na'Vi Junior.
No, for sure. And I think we can definitely expect big things from Na'Vi Junior at the International itself. So definitely a team to watch, as you say, coming in first from this region, from Western Europe, and just doing it in a fashion where, you can't question it at all. The performance against all of the other top teams was impeccable. So looking forward to seeing Na'Vi Junior at the International. But as you can see down in the lower bracket, that's where we're still going to find out who's going to make it through. So the first series today that we're going to be moving into very shortly, Nigma Galaxy up against Yellow Submarine, and then the winner of that will move forward to face against OG in the lower bracket final to fight for that final spot. I mean, the games today, you've got to imagine, right, all these teams, everything to play for, and this is where it hurts the most to lose, right, Misery? You get to the final day of the qualifiers, and two of these teams, they're not going to make it. Yeah,
it's the brutality of competition, I would say, especially this last day here, because they are so close to qualifying. 2 out of 3 teams here won't make it, and they're not going to get anything, right, for their efforts even. So that's pretty brutal, but also what makes it exciting and what makes it interesting in the first place. I think it really comes down to who gets what's the English saying, like getting the right leg out of the bed or whatever, like has the good day.
Yeah, who's had their breakfast, Who
has their breakfast? Yeah. Okay, I guess that's simpler.
Who's had a good breakfast?
Okay, yeah. Who has the best breakfast going into today? I think that's pretty important because it really comes down to just this one couple of hours here, how well you're able to perform, right?
Yeah. And I guess out of the teams that we've got left, obviously OG is waiting at the next stage in the final already for the winner of this series. Would you still consider OG to be the favorites out of these 3 teams? Who would you be surprised to not see come out on top of these 3?
I think Yellow Submarine should be the small underdog still, even though they have been looking pretty good. But I do think that any team that makes it to face OG it's gonna be a 50-50. I really think even the series we have going on right now, the Nigma Yellow Submarine, also 50-50. I think it's really hard to call. It really does come down to some of the drafts and who's more ready for this series, who wants it more, right? Who who has the more passion to win the series. We saw Yellow Submarine busting out the all chat yesterday when they beat the 1W, right?
They did.
So I think so they really won it, right? At the same time, though, another argument for Nigma is that I joined the lobby 20 minutes before, and they were all 5 in the lobby, ready, waiting there. That is a little bit terrifying when you join, 10 minutes before, and the whole enemy team is already ready in the lobby. So we'll see how it goes. This is some of the quality, like most played heroes. We kind of already know Nigma's heroes at this point.
And let's see which ones they get to take through here. Again, seeing in the bans, I think it's got to be done against Yellow Submarine. We saw in the wins, Jakoda 3-0 on the Death Prophet. I think that's got to be first phase ban every time. Enigma Galaxy, they've done their research. They know it has to be there, so the ban's there for the DP early on. And likewise, right with the Tusk, I think we just saw what Enigma Galaxy, they're like 3-1 with Tusk on a hero that we do see a lot of the times kind of get through the first phase. But Yellow Submarine showing the Tusk respect and making sure that it doesn't get through here. And the bat as well. I like Tusk and bat gone. We're happy with that, right? These heroes are pretty. They get through a little too often.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense that it's getting to that point now where they're getting first phase banned. I think another hero that's going to be very interesting in this series is Magnus. How highly is this hero going to be prioritized? Because we saw Nigma play it the other day. We also saw Infernal play it. But for now, it's just going to be the Bristleback.
I like that. That's obviously a strong hero, but also just taking it away from Nigma Galaxy, right? It's been a very robust, solid pick for Nigma to open their drafts with, to get it for Noob. Yellow Submarine, they'll be able to grab that away from them first. So we'll see what Nigma do opt to open with instead. And yeah, I mean, be a huge fan of seeing the Magnus. It's just a question of whether or not they want to pick it early, because the games that Sumail was playing it in the mid, he just looked fantastic, right? Playing the super active role on the Magnus from the mid lane. He's crushing games.
You could just take the Shadow Shaman here. It's not necessarily a hero that Nigma plays a lot, but it's okay. Well, let's just go for the Magnus.
I like
Speaking
it.
of the devil, yeah, just grab it early. It's probably not gonna get through second phase, so it makes sense. However, if Yellow Submarine did their homework, they do know that this is most likely gonna be played mid, right? So that gives them a little bit of intel there. The reason why I suggest the Shadow Shaman is because you got the level 15 break. Right, and you also snatch that support really early on. That's very valuable going into later with a lot of disables. But again, it's not one of Nigma's favorites. They prefer heroes like Dark Willow, perhaps the IO. What else have they played? Elder Titan they played on GH the other day as well, right? That's also something that we might see. As for Yellow Submarine, they haven't actually had their hands on Bristleback just yet in this qualifier. So that's something new for Infernal here.
All right. Well, let's see what he's able to show us. He's had some... I feel like he's been pretty versatile on the offlane performances, right? We've seen everything from kind of the axe play to... he was able to do some sort of Doom gameplay as well. Like, I feel like he's played quite a bit.
He's actually played only different heroes. He played
Has
Timber,
he actually?
Yeah, Timber, Pangolier, Axe, Brewmaster.
Yeah, look at that then, yeah.
Magnus, and then I guess there's a second game of Timbers in there as well. But yeah, very versatile so far. With the Willow. Yeah, it's a classic combo. They played this the other day as well. Same exact opening, only this was from first pick. Let's see how Yellow Submarine decides to answer this. They did play the Silencer against the Mag yesterday, but that one is taken out by Nigma here. So that also shows you how Nigma has been perhaps watching that series back and recognized that Silencer was a big issue and was always a big reason why they lost that game.
I feel like you got to take Shaman, right? Isn't Shaman just so good here? You want to have something that's going to mess with the Magnus. Okay, they'll go for sort of save potential instead here with the Ringmaster. But somebody to have some sort of instant catch to stop the Magnus from being able to make those skewer plays in the mid to late game feels always so valuable.
I don't mind them just taking both. That wouldn't be too surprising. Just keep in mind that this is Sakoda's Ringmaster, right? We saw with the first item Blink Dagger.
Oh, yeah.
Setting up plays. So this is almost like a different hero in his hands, the way he's been performing. It's not just a save, but it's also setting up kills around the map, being very aggressive.
Yeah, he played it fantastically the other day when we did indeed see him set up play after play. They're going to go for the Shadow Demon, sort of the catch, the disruption. Can also obviously mess with attempts from the Magnus to make the skewer plays with a good disruption coming in clutch. So, yeah, and it has obviously had a pretty fair win rate here, 80% so far in this region qualifiers.
This is also all OG's games, I think. Basically taking a page out of OG's playbook here and taking the Shadow Demon. I think they are the only team that has played SD in this tournament. Maybe one team has tried one time or whatever, but it's one of their most played heroes. But I kind of like the change up here. Double save, right, against the RP
I do like that. Yeah, I think that the double save is going to be pretty strong. And I think Enigma Galaxy, they've got to really consider, in terms of carry potentials from Yellow Submarine, like already, it might be a bit early to be on the radar, but I think you cannot forget about the Medusa, right? You don't want to end up drafting yourself into a corner where a Medusa pick can completely mess you up. We're going to see them coming in with the Morph. So if indeed this is going to be the Sumail Magnus still, this is very much Nigma showing their carry in mid a little earlier in the draft this time, with the first, coming in the top first 3 picks. Understandably so for Ghost. We had, yesterday, Ghost, pretty much 2 flawless Morphling games from him.
Yeah, I don't blame them going for Morphling again. It is Ghost's maybe best hero, right? And they usually win with this guy, so just going with it, going with their best stuff right off the bat. It does leave them potentially vulnerable for some kind of counter pick. I mean, they see the Bristleback already, but the carry matchup or the potential mid, like something like, I was thinking about Lina, but now that I'm looking at it, actually the Magnus blocks the Lina pick a little bit. You don't necessarily want to pick Lina into Mag. So what are we going to see from Bottega? He did play Troll yesterday. They also played, they played OD into the Morphling.
Oh, they did do an OD.
Secret
Ooh,
in
that's
that
true.
long
Yeah.
game.
And a pretty good lane right against the Magnus. You should be able to do it right against the Mag mid as the OD.
The OD, the Lina, these backliners, they don't like the skewer back that much, right? So I'm not sure if it's the best here.
Because wasn't it a similar situation, that draft, right, where they had 3 heroes with saves? And they've kind of got it here, right, if they go for the OD. They've got the OD, the Shadow Demon, and the Ringmaster.
Yeah,
so they're going to have these kind of triple saves, which was literally, it was against this sort of Magnus lineup. So
it actually was, yeah.
It's something the Yellow Submarine look really good doing. They look very flashy doing as well. So I can only imagine it's definitely going to be in the conversation, whether they do want to do OD again. But we'll see. I still think the Medusa is super strong. That's available. I think, against kind of the Shaman, the Magnus, you get that Stone Gaze off in the fight. Bottega, he's going to have a great time. Just sort of depends on how confident he feels carrying the game against the Morphling with a Medusa pick. But it could be appealing.
Yeah, I'm a bit. I don't think it's going to be Medusa. I think Morphling is pretty happy playing as Medusa, and their supports don't really match up that well with Medusa, I think.
Sure.
One hero I think they might take here is just Pangolier.
Okay,
to go with Void Spirit. Another OG hero, actually. So SD Void Spirit is pretty much the way OG has been drafting all the way till yesterday. So it's pretty strong. I can see it. You get the Aghanim Scepter. You pull in both supports. You have to kill a Morphling, right? It's also a pretty happy lane against the Mag.
Yeah.
But that does make Enigma able to ban 2 of the carry heroes, right? So the carry hero pool in general is getting limited, of course. That being said, I think Yellow Submarine would not pick Void Spirit here if they thought they only had 2 potential carry heroes, right? So they probably feel like Bottega can play multiple things here, and they don't mind whatever Enigma bans, they'll get something out of it.
Yeah, we have seen pretty good versatility from Bottega on the carry. He's brought a fair few different heroes in on the run so far here, the regional qualifiers.
10 seconds remaining.
Because I guess it's going to be a question of how brawly do they want to go. If you're Yellow Submarine, do you think you're looking at Enigma Galaxy with this Morphling draft and saying, hey, we want to have a big bag carries to scale up and out-carry the Morph, or do you want to play fast? Because some of the more active carries are still in, right? Tiny, for instance, still available.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it could be Tiny, actually. It sort of fits their supports better and makes their lanes strong. that is definitely an option, and he does scale well.
Yeah.
I think the key for Submarine so far has been that they always have a very hard scaling lineup. Like they always have,
5 seconds remaining.
they always can go late game with that draft. Even though they maybe win in 30 minutes or whatever, they still have really, really strong late game. Like the other day, they had the Medusa, Mag, and Pangolier course, right? Then they had Doom, Timbersaw, Storm. Like, so they always make sure that they have enough scaling. So I don't think they're necessarily going to all in and try to beat this Morphling in a fast-paced game. They're going to make sure that they at least can match it late game as well. But let's see here. They don't have that much reserve time. And Nigma chooses to ban out the Drow and the Ursa. Very classic counter matchups to the Morphling.
Yeah, yeah.
Another hero that we might see potentially is maybe Faceless Void. Could that be an option?
That would be kind of high.
You go pretty greedy, but you know, at least now you have very strong late game. Maybe it's a bit risky considering there's Beastmasters and stuff like this that can punish you. So in afterthought, I'd actually think it's unlikely to see the zero. It's too greedy to pick in this spot.
Let's have a look. Yellow Submarine, they got something crazy for us. They've come up with some fun stuff from Bottega so far. Could also still be a nice batting carry game, but ooh, what? Okay, so it's going to be the safe lane Bristle, right? So carry Bristle by the looks of it. Axe the off lane, Void Spirit to the mid.
Ooh, the Axe is actually pretty cool here because it's also a good matchup against Morphling. It's just not the carry matchup, right? It's the offlaner where Morphling can kind of just kill himself until he gets shot. Even when he gets shot, it can be problematic to get called into Blade Mill. And also traditionally a pretty good hero against the Magnus, just because Mag empowers his cores, dealing more physical damage to themselves, right? When Axe calls them. Let's see Enigma, 5 seconds.
Okay. Bit of the Dawnbreaker. I don't mind it. Yeah. I like the Dawn. Coming in as the last pick here for Noob. We'll have obviously that good save potential. You know, if anyone's getting gone on, gets caught by the Axe, cool. Not an offlane hero that I feel we're seeing too much, though. Definitely seems like we're kind of in a phase, in a patch where, you know, Dawn is not necessarily at the highest of priorities for offlane picks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a bit hit or miss, I think. Some teams really like it, and other teams don't touch it at all. There was also banned out a lot of offlaners here towards the end, so maybe this is just the next tier in line. I'm not sure. I think both drafts have a lot of good stuff going for them. They have all very good heroes. I don't really see any particular weaknesses in both drafts. Maybe Yellow Submarine, the carry Bristleback is a little question mark as to how strong is this hero. We don't see it that much anymore. If he has a bad lane, then it can be a bit tricky. We also have the Shadow Shaman, right? Potentially to hex the Bristleback.
Yeah.
So
yeah, because I think I got to agree. I think the Dawnbreaker is the biggest question mark out of Nigma's lineup, but outside of that, I got to say, I think what Nigma's got does make just that little bit more sense. And now I've been a big fan of a lot of the drafts that Yellow Submarine have been coming in with, but this one, it definitely seems like they're trying to take a very different approach to sort of what was being taken yesterday against Nigma Galaxy's Morphling, right? They've turned up, they said, this is what we're going to do against Ghost Morph. This is how we want to play. We want to play around this carry Bristle. We'll see if it works out for them. Because it's going to be a pretty aggressive strat. It's going to be a lineup that I think is going to look to sort of bring the chaos and just try and ensure that Ghost doesn't have the time to carry the game.
Your anger is
yeah, let's see. I mean, I definitely wouldn't bet against the Ghost Morphling.
Mm-hmm.
Also, so far when we saw the Sumail Magnus, like they do have GH Willow, right? They have really big signature heroes here. On the other side, I do think that Yellow Submarine's lineup is really strong. They have very good heroes. They have a lot of ways to kite the fight. They have a lot of ways to scale into the game. They don't necessarily have to play super fast with this Bristleback to win. They can go and get multiple items on the Void Spirit, the Axe, things like that, and Shadow Demon as well is a big X factor in the late game. So we do have a bit of an aggressive smoke attempt here for Yellow Submarine. I think maybe they were one of the teams that did this type of move yesterday as well. But Nigma are somewhat in position. Willow could get caught here.
I think let's look at the Battle Hunger into the Impalement Arts. Could be a lot of damage and slow to try and chase down for a kill.
The battle
They've got eyes on Ghost, so they want to try and mess with him. They've got the disruption. They'll certainly start to bully him a little
Trouble
bit.
here.
And indeed, he's dead. No chance of shifting enough HP against that amount of damage. So first blood going the way of Shikoda. And one of the men that you got to watch out for. Him on these aggressive supports, whether it's the Death Prophet or Ringmaster, he gets a good start. He can start to take over the game and especially take over the lane.
Yeah, he can for sure. We've seen it throughout this qualifier. His Ringmaster is just something else, honestly, compared to the average Ringmaster.
And look, this is what I mean. Look,
Very
see,
good start.
he might have just been able to set up on a G8 to get the disruption. Yeah, walks over, drops a Battle Hunger. That's going to be another kill here for Yellow Submarine to start this game off.
All right. Yellow Submarine coming in swinging, definitely not afraid. They even got the lane pushing back into the axe here. Does give more of level 2 for free here, but 2 kills, definitely a nice start.
See how well Ghost is able to play this one. The mid lane matchup as well, we're going to have to keep eyes on. See, sort of with that very nice attack animation of the Void Spirit from Mirel's able to get a good amount of denies against the Magnus, or if Samel with just the beefiness is going to be able to bully him out. We'll get a good steer under the tower, but of course Mirel does have a point in the dissimilar at the ready for those sort of attempts on him. Jet top. Let's see how the Dawn does. I mean, do you know what sort of the build is nowadays on the offlane Dawnbreakers? Are we getting anything crazy? You're still kind of going for this Echo, or you're building some auras for the team?
Yeah, I think it's one of those two. I imagine maybe this game he's going to go a little bit more physical damage based because he has the Empower as well. On the other hand though, Morphling is such a hard carry that he could just buy auras, like the Aghanims route, and try to just play on the saves, like a pipe plus Aghanims, something like that. I think those are the two approaches that people usually take. But I'm not a big Dawnbreaker expert. I don't have many games on the Zero, to be honest.
It's a fun. I mean, I play a lot, but it's one of those heroes that when you play, you get the tendency to kind of feel like you're going to be this additional carry. And then the game can fall flat on its face. It's a very kind of high risk reward here, I feel, when you go for sort of damage build. Like, it either looks fantastic or you kind of ult in, your team's already dead, and then you die as well. So we'll see which way it goes for Noob today.
I agree. I also think that the damage build is a bit harder to play. It is a bit awkward to right-click with the Zero in the fight, right? He doesn't have much attack speed. I think there is a breaking point in the game where the Zero becomes a monster. But that's like 4 to 6 slots, right? Then the Zero becomes something else in terms of carry potential. Oh, there's also the Radiance build, I guess. Not sure we're gonna see that here, but that's also something where people were toying with a bit last patch.
Modern. Inferno's going to get the cool setup onto GH. Battle Hunger's a lot of damage, but GH should be fine, even with a couple of poison stacks on him. I would have needed a couple more to get the kill, so GH will live. So yes, at the moment, the mid lane is starting to stand out quite a bit here, Samel, in this matchup. 19 for 4 against the 13 and 2, so despite this Void Spirit being picked in turn after the Magnus, not phasing Samel at all in the laning phase, at least. Just getting complete free farm here on the Mag.
Yeah. Not sure this matchup. I think maybe it's a little bit of outplay. Could also be just the threat of Skewer back into tower all the time. Can be very annoying as a melee hero, right? You have to watch out constantly, and that probably gives him an edge in terms of last hitting.
Now, Lupsy, starting to get some stacks ready here for the team. And we'll drop a scan, so especially with that move from Samel heading down there, he's probably going to be aware that there is going to be stacks over there if Enigma Galaxy want to try and make a move at some time to contest those.
I guess that's something we have not mentioned, how Shadow Demon is extremely good at stacking. And he has a bristleback, an axe in his offlane, and a bristleback as a carry, right? Two heroes that are very good at taking those stacks. Which also means that Enigma has been in there and blocking the camps.
What's up? They're going to try and fish a Coda. They will get him. But can they get out, though? Because the Quill Sprays are building up. Bottega is going to dive in and will indeed be able to take out Noob. So, end of it all. Bottega getting an effective solo kill, solo XP there as the carry. after that attempt to bring down the support. So he's going to be pretty happy. And as you can see on the CS, also having a fine time, hitting the creeps up top. He's having a pretty smooth start. A lot of money as well, so we'll see what he wants to buy up. Anything big, probably just going to pick up the full treads. We have 1,400 gold farmed up on the bristle, so once he's got that sort of spent, he's going to hit quite a bit of a power spike. What's this attempt onto Morel in the mid? But Morel will be fine.
Bottom lane as well. One thing is, he just dies.
That shouldn't happen, Misery.
He just got disrupted into call, and I don't think he even got morph off. He just dies.
That is, yeah, we weren't seeing stuff like that from Ghost the other day. It was pretty much flawless stuff, but yeah, getting caught like that, I think they'll get away with doing that once against Ghost, but I can't imagine he's going to get caught out like that again.
Actually, I'm not sure if he got the morph off or not. You should be able to get it off, right? When you get disrupted into a call, I imagine. Maybe there is a time where you can hit the call.
It was just sort of like frame perfect, yeah. Maybe it was.
But maybe it was. But I mean, the morph has been nerfed, right?
Yeah, sure.
So
yeah. Over the patches.
Sakura does end up denying the double damage here and runs away. Can they catch him? Nope, don't think so. The water helping him out here. This axe is massive now. He's completely free to just cut.
Yep.
Another reason why it's good against Morphling is that Morphling cannot really stop the axe from doing this exact thing that we're seeing here, and he's gonna have Vanguard already. 6.5 minutes.
And that's going to mean he's super close to being sort of fit to clear up the stacks. So you sort of add that on top of this. This axe is going to look ridiculously farmed. Let's see if they can try and find some action here. Top Nigma Galaxy. Both supports ready to try and turn. As Yakoda, he's able to juke out the brambles. He's perfectly fine. And of course, Bottega at no threat of being gone upon as the bristle in this lane. So very sort of hard for Nigma Galaxy to make moves to kill anyone, really. You know, you go top, you're looking at a bristle. You go mid, you're looking at a level 6 Void Spirit with his Astral Steps. You go bottom, you're looking at an Axe who's already got this Vanguard and is very, very farmed for this point of the game. So in terms of the plays available for kind of the support rotations of Nigma Galaxy, it feels super limited.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, we do see them smoke up here mid, so maybe the mid lane is the place to play around. They're smoking in to check out the stacks, I guess. Maybe get a sentry down on the Ancients once again. Okay, on the hard camp. But they're gonna wrap around bottom.
This seems hard,
but yeah,
you're wrapping around with a level 7 Axe with Vanguard, Bracer, Wand.
Yep.
See what they can do.
Supports are very low.
Well, they've got the Dawnbreaker coming in, so... Oh, a good disruption. We'll give him a little longer, but should be dead here, Lubsy. So it's something, but you are having to bring in your offlaner, use the Solar Guardian to get the kill, and of course you're not touching the Axe at all.
Yeah, I don't think you care about this at all as Yellow Submarine. That's a lot of time and spells invested here. Now you also know there's no Dawnbreaker ult. Look at Void Spirit movement here. Look, Dawnbreaker just TP top as well. If he dies here, that could be devastating.
Morel is getting the angle. TPs are coming in. And that should be enough to sort of ward them off. So indeed, Noob will be fine for now. Sumail gets in position. We'll get the skewer back on a Bottega. Hex as well. But do they have the damage to kill the Bristle? And they're going to try and chase him down. The Brambles will hit. They get the setup. Good RP from Sumail and onto the two of them. It's enough to allow them to take the Bristle down. Can they get something more? The save comes in from Yakoda on towards Morel. Will allow the Void Spirit to walk away. So Sumail coming over, making sure that they don't let Yellow Submarine get away with that dive and are able to bring down the carry, take down Bottega. Definitely Sumail. He's going to be the one to watch here for Nigma Galaxy. He gets a good Blink Dagger timing this game. You know, he'll be the one that's going to turn these plays into actual kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing the mag a bit more like a mid-tempo controller, right? Like a playmaker with this max shockwave build. So he's definitely the guy holding it together for Nigma right now. I also want to comment how fast they were at reacting to this play. Obviously, Sumail had a haste, but the supports as well were ready to rotate across the map as they were just bottom lane.
Yeah, Nigma have to be super prepared for these sort of moves. I can't let Yellow Submarine get away with those sort of aggressive plays this early on, 9 minutes in. We'll see how Omar is going to look to try and pick up some XP in the mid lane. So the big timing that Nigma Galaxy as a team is going to be looking towards is Sumail hitting that Blink Dagger. He's about half the way there at the moment, 1,250 gold in the bank. On the side of Yellow Submarine, it's going to, of course, be that long road for Morel to get the Aghanims. And in terms of their sort of tempo control, it's going to be this axe. Infernal looking straight towards the Blink Dagger after picking up this Vanguard. Once he has that, that's sort of going to be the key timings. The blink on the axe for Yellow Submarine and the blink on the Magnus here for Enigma Galaxy.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, looks like Axe is gonna rush the blink before the blade mill. So people try to just definitely do different things depending on the game. This one it maybe makes sense because you want to capitalize on being so far ahead. Maybe get some early picks with this early blink timing. But so far pretty quiet game for now. A lot of stacking. People continue to farm up. It does give Enigma Galaxy a little bit of time to recover from the landing phase. Willow is still level 4. Shaman did get his level 6 in mid lane, so they're gonna push on bottom here with the big snake.
Infernal might just have to... Okay, now he's going to bring him back up. I want to try and limit how much the push does here. Starting to chip away at that Mass Serpent Ward. Another disruption. They go for the Wheel of Wonder setup. He's got a lot of HP built up. It's not going to have enough damage there to commit to try and kill the Morphling, but they will get rid of the Serpent Ward. Plus 252 gold, I believe, going the way of Lupsi for that one. And they do keep that tier 1 tower alive. So Mel, thinking about the RP, doesn't feel that it's a good situation to drop it, so he'll hold back. In the mid, Mirel actually getting a fair bit of damage done to the tier 1 here with the pressure of the Void Spirit. So all in all, I mean, we're seeing both teams from Enigma Galaxy early on that reaction up top. They want to make sure that no heroes are dying. Yellow Submarine in turn, we're seeing these sort of TPs come into the bottom lane. They don't want to let their towers go away for free, even if there is this sort of Serpent Ward drop down.
Yeah, it was also not an overreaction or some kind of commitment to go on the Morphling there. They just defended their tower and reacted properly to the pressure from Enigma. The Void Spirit stayed mid, right? Bristleback was just continuing to farm, so they didn't overreact to anything. But Bristleback closing in on that Aghanims, that's the build that we have not seen that much, pretty much since it got nerfed. But it's definitely still strong, especially when it comes out this early on in the game. It's a lot of quills suddenly. Oh, we have a noob going for the Aghanim straight on Dawnbreaker, so there's the answer to what he's going to find.
Okay. Always interesting to see, because obviously, quite different to the Aghanim Scepter upgrade of old for the Dawnbreaker. Some would argue it's not as good. It's very kind of situational. Right now, you get the bonus of instantly being in the fight, or much sooner getting into the fight than before, and being able to commit in and knowing that you're still going to have kind of these pulses going on around you. But kind of defensively, not having that evasion that you used to grant to who you were hovering over can mean that sometimes you'll come in with that and you won't necessarily be able to save someone.
Okay. I actually didn't know this was changed.
Yeah.
I see it now.
So it changes it quite a lot. We'll see if we get the skewer back here onto Bottega, but TPs are coming in. They won't have the damage to kill Bottega. Oh, that's it. Well, Noob's going to put himself back in. They're still kind of teasing around with it because they do have the blink up. The poison at the moment is on Chanel, so can't get the blink in initially. Noob's taking quite a bit of damage, so he'll have to back away. Jump forward, he'll get the skewer onto Lupsi into the Hex. They should be able to at least kill off the Shadow Demon, but the rest of Yellow Submarine will be able to keep their distance.
This was some good stuff from Enigma once again here, but again Void Spirit doesn't connect and get the rune here. RP.
And here's the follow-up. Solar Guardian comes in. They've got a good amount of lockdown. It's enough. They've caught Morel. Big kill to find here, and a well worth the RP from Samel.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe it's a little bit slow from Yellow Submarine this game, allowing Enigma to set up that snake bottom, making rotations again here top, forcing the Yellow Submarine to move around the map, putting a lot of pressure onto the towers as well. They don't quite have the items yet. They don't have the blink on Axe, or the Aghanims on Bristleback, or the Aghanims on Void Spirit, so they're just that slightly behind in their item timings and allowing Enigma to put some pressure here early on.
Jessamel in position to continue to just hold this mid area, keep the tier 1 safe.
We have a Axe Blink Dagger now, and massive stacks as well. See if they're gonna find something with the smoke here. Willow is like the worst target to run into though.
They'll settle for it. They get the call and even drop the wheel. So I guess, you know, it's been a pretty slow game in terms of kills, so I don't feel they need to hold back. They see an opportunity, they'll make sure they guarantee it.
It's better than nothing, and that leaves the push onto mid lane possible as well, right? So probably gonna end up getting the tier 1 here, which is very big, especially when you start getting your item times online. That the mid tower is down means that the map is a lot more tricky to play for Nick.
Yeah, about 1,200 or so gold away from the Aghanims now on Void Spirit. With actually a bit of gold picked up from the tower hit. So they will finish up the tower on top. So Noob, about 500 or so off from having the Aghanims. And yeah, I just gonna be interested to see like how impactful this Aghanims is, because sometimes you can feel really good getting the rush on the Ags if you are able to find these sort of chances to fight, and obviously do have great setup to enable him to quickly jump over and join. One of them being this blink on Omar, so Omar will get the opening. Doesn't quite get the follow-up control though onto Morel, so he'll jump away, and that will be a Serpent Ward put to waste.
Yeah, that does feel a bit wasteful. Would have been better to get that mid tower down, or at least pressuring it, right? But it is what it is. Not the end of the world either. We have another smoke coming out here, and this is without the axe. Actually, he's just farming around bottom. So let's see if they can catch the Dawn here. He can TP to his allies, right, with the Aghanims. He has a ward, so not gonna find him.
Yeah, I think
the problem with the The problem with the Aghanim sometimes can be if the target gets bursted before you come in, before the heal kicks in.
Yeah, if you're able to, once you're there, right, the heal is a little bit stronger with the Ags.
Yeah.
But yeah, if the ult itself doesn't save or like do anything crazy, it's a big investment, especially going for as your first one. I think, you know, a lot of times we'll see like Dawns pick up like maybe a blade mail first on the way. So
right.
for this to be value, we got to see some big stuff come out with some Solar Guardians from Noob.
Yep. At the same time, though, it doesn't take much for this item to kick in, right? If Yellow Submarine commits to a big fight and the Aghanims is the deciding factor that ends up saving Ghost or Sumail, for example, and they win a team fight on the back of it, it's all worth it. Bottom lane, got the axe.
And Ghost able to get the hit on that. Nice kill for Enigma Galaxy to pick up. Smoke coming in. They're ready to keep the ball rolling here. Try and go for these plays whilst they know that one of the big heroes, the Axe, isn't out on the map. They've got the ults, they've got the RP, the Solar Guardian ready to go. Mirel will be quite the catch, and they'll find him. As they get the Hex into the Shackle, the defensive disruption will come into play. The skewer timing is there for pushing him into the bramble. The wheel's going to get laid down to try and hold back Noob, and Omar gives Morel the chance to fight, the chance to run. The Solar Guardian comes in, but Morel's able to quickly jump away with the Astral Steps, and they'll lose GH. Back over in the river, Jakoda gets caught by the Shackle. Enigma Galaxy will find themselves a support for support.
Void Spirit surviving that long was a bit surprising there. Disruption coming in clutch. The supports in general saving him out there. But now they are pretty much online on Yellow Submarine. They're so strong now. They have the Blade Mill and Axe with the Blink Dagger and Vanguard. They have the Aghanims up on Void Spirit and the Aghanims up on Bristleback. So this is pretty much their timing, Yellow Submarine, for the next 5 minutes, where they're going to be very, very strong to fight into.
Radiant are scanning.
But we also saw Nigma yesterday being very good at evading and dodging and taking the fight on their terms. So not necessarily going to be that easy for Yellow Submarine to press the issue here.
Enigma Galaxy. Eyes around the mid. Sumail and Omar ready with the jump. They'll just drop the Serpent Ward hit and try and get the tier 1 off the map. Should succeed. It's going to be kind of difficult for Yellow Submarine to come over and hold this.
So they're just playing on some end now, the Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they got the setup. We'll see the smoke come out for Enigma Galaxy. I mean, can they get up here in time, though? In less than 10 seconds, getting to this corner might be difficult. Scan's been hit, so Yellow Submarine are going to have a pretty good idea that this sort of sweep's coming in. It should just die too quickly.
Yeah, Crystal Black kills are pretty fast too, right?
Yeah, they got it easy here with the Battle Hungers, with the goose stacking up.
Closing in very, very fast here.
Can Omar get the grab? He's in. He's going to find the Hex on a Bottega. We'll see for now Infernal watching from the sidelines, considering what to do. We'll get the jump in. Gets the catch on a go. Sees enough damage. The dunk comes in perfectly from Infernal before any sort of save can go into play. Samael will get the two-man obscure into RP. Defensive disruption is going to buy Infernal a little bit of safety. Gets the corner off onto Noob, locking down the Dawnbreaker. He's looking for the dunk, but the stun control comes in, and he'll fall first on the axe. They do clean up Noob at the end of it, but Infernal not able to get the dunk there. Still, though, Yellow Submarine as a whole will be the ones happy to take that fight. I mean, he might not have got the final dunk and the final say in the fight, but getting that catch onto the Ghost Morph, it was just perfectly done. He had the damage to bring him down below the dunk threshold, and the heal was just not quite enough from the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, exactly what we just talked about in terms of the Dawn just came into play there. But also very, very, very well done by Infernal's axe, right? You saw him just waiting and waiting and waiting. Yeah. He didn't want to take the initial jump onto the Shaman because it was no threat to the Bristol, right? So very well done by him. I think pretty much securing that win of that fight with that wall. But yeah, it is the strongest timing of Yellow Submarine, so not gonna be easy to fight into this. And 2k lead now for Yellow Submarine. They have Bristol back on top network. They're straight into the pit. No RP. I don't know if they can actually do this though.
Yeah, this is the thing. If you're Enigma Galaxy, ooh, Samael, ooh, he's gonna get tripped up. They catch him with the whip into the wheel. The Dawnbreaker Soul Guardian will come into play, but Samael's dead. The heal just ain't strong enough. Even with the Ags upgrade, Samael can't be saved. Enigma Galaxy, they've got to run.
I know.
Now they can definitely go Roshan. I was just thinking they can't Rosh because Sumail can just throw shockwaves in there, brambles, stuff like that. Be super annoying. But that was a kind of a weird situation there. Going for the screw and I think they miss it completely.
Yeah, he tried to the Horn Toss play on Shikoda, but Shikoda was just perfectly ready to turn. Has the sort of width to come in, so even if you don't get the grab, sure, sometimes you're able to back out with the skewer, but Shikoda's stopping Sumail's chance of escape. And there we have it. Roshan, Aegis on Bottega.
Yeah, we also saw Void Spirit and Axe sort of running into Nigma there to prevent anything.
I mean, they're going to try and make the jump onto Axe, but a disruption comes into play from Lupsi. See if they can get out of here, Infernal. I'll get the skewer back. It's a lot of luck there, but he's pretty beefy. It's taken a lot of time to kill him off. They will get it at the end of the day. The question is, can they get out Enigma Galaxy? Because the rest of Yellow Submarine are sweeping over. Omar's going to get taken out by Morel. And here beyond the tower, GH nearly dies to kills. Flying out from Bottega. Return. Triumph about to terrorize. And Bottega's able to dodge it. Throws in the ball. Takes him now. And now they're ready to jump over to Samael. Solar Guardian will come in. Keeps Samael safe and allows them to threaten Lupsi, who won't be saved even with the escape pack coming into play. They're brought back on Omar as well. Trying to put everything into taking this fight. They're looking towards Morel, but they don't have the damage. Morel's able to astral step away. That's Omar dead for a second time this fight. Noob's looking towards Bottega, but he does not have the damage to deal with this Briss. And yeah, the tip's getting thrown out there the way of Omar. Tried to buy back to get something going their way, just ends up dying a second time and not able to set up or sort of buy the time for the team to bring in the damage to take down any of these other cores.
Yeah, and that was even a fight where they managed to take down the Axe initially, right? Bristleback was running in with half HP, so not necessarily the best way for Yellow Submarine to start the fight, and still they come out ahead. So again, the next 5-10 minutes here are gonna be hard to play for Nigma, I would say. It's definitely not easy to fight into them right now. Bottega is gigantic right now. Definitely the strongest hero on the map by a big margin. Also see Ghost only 2 points in his attribute. He's eyeing up the shard, but 2 points is not going to be enough if you get called. I think you just die every time if you're sitting on 1k HP. Even with the heal coming in from Dawn, it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, he's got to be super careful with his positioning in the fights, Ghost. Still a lot resting on his shoulders here as the morph to carry. which, as we say, we have seen him do pretty reliably on this hero. This game, definitely a bit tougher than the ones we saw him play into the other day. As Yellow Submarine with the lead, 3k up, and with a very aggressive lineup that has for these 2 cores. Yeah, sure, they did lose the axe in that last fight, but it pretty much took everything from Nigma Galaxy to take him down. And obviously the problem is, Nigma Galaxy, they got to take down both this axe and this incredibly tanky bristle. So difficult targets for Nigma Galaxy to deal with, and Yellow Submarine know it. That's why they're running at them and get the jump onto Sumail perfectly. An easy kill there for Yellow Submarine.
What's so cool about this this grab from Yellow Submarine is the fact that this bristleback carry timing makes it so hard for Nigma to fight into it, which allows the axe and the Void Spirit to catch up and farm and to stay on the map. Like these heroes like Void Spirit and axe, they cannot fight the enemy. They often fall behind in net worth, but not this time around. I think they're gonna be happy scaling here. They're gonna control so much of the map, and we see a tier 2 getting attacked mid, so I'm not gonna defend this one. There's just a Solar Crest up on Shadow Demon. This bristleback hits really hard now.
See how much more they want to try and push. Minute and a half left on the Aegis. Head back on Infernal. We can look to start getting this bottom creep wave round. Maybe just trying to eye up the tier 2 on the bottom lane. Tons of big items around the corner for Nigma Galaxy. Noob does have his BKB, of course, ready for the next team fight. Just going to look for the blink next after, of course, picking up the shard on the way. And then for Sumail, it's the BKB timing that we're really looking towards next. He's still a bit of a way away from it. Once that's there, Sumail should have the chance of finding some pretty nice RPs in the fight. Sure, they've got the saves coming into play, but ultimately it is still 3 melee cores trying to jump in onto them. So definitely options and chances that we might see some big plays from Sumail in these team fights.
Yeah, and Aegis is about to run out. Look at the way Nigma is setting up bottom lane. Maybe looking to be a bit surprising here. Sumail's in position to potentially skewer Bottega in, but don't really want to go on him before you know that the Aegis is about to run out. 20 seconds here.
And even once the Aegis has got, he's pretty much got the heart coming out right. So again, so much HP that they're going to have to try and beat through. We've got 3,800 HP. That this is a hard kill.
It really is. If he gets an armor item after this, just a casual plate mail, the effective HP on this guy is kind of out of control. And Morphling is not really in position to chew through this just yet. But without Aegis, I think at least they have a chance of fighting. Because if they kill the other guys, kill the Void Spirit perhaps, or the supports, then perhaps they can kite the bristleback and take him down last.
On top, they're gonna find him.
They got him.
Tries to TP out in the corner, but Infernal's in on top of him with the call.
Yeah, the ward just spotting him there. These type of wards are, we've seen it in this qualifier as well. These type of wards on the edge of the map often catches people off guard. And they are also really difficult to deward too, right? Because there's so much spaces where the wards can be placed.
And they're ready to push in top, bring the wave round. Look to take that final tier 2 tower away from Nigma Galaxy. Whilst obviously on the other side of things, Nigma Galaxy not quite in position to have been able to take a tier 2 as of yet. They're going to try and poke on forward bottom, but it's still very scary getting out on the map for them with the amount of jumps that Yellow Submarine do have to start plays off. And yeah, these tier 2s are just in no sort of shape to hold them. For Nigma Galaxy, it's going to all be about that high ground defense, which they have got a pretty good one to come in with, obviously around the Magnus. Sumail could get these big RP players, skewer drag backs from the high ground. They can definitely sort of make the next step of progress for Yellow Submarine that little bit trickier this game.
At least they have the big Serpent Ward, right, to be able to take down this tier 2. Because the way Yellow Submarine were playing was only Bristleback showing for a long time. So Nigma were really scared to hit this tower, but Snake making sure that they at least get a little bit of trade there. Omar.
Should be a freebie here for Morale. And put the Gale Guard, try and get away with the Hex. Is going to give him a chance to get the blink off. It will. So no, Omar's out. Nicely done. He'll live this time.
Look at Nigma. setting up a potential goal here on bottom lane. If anyone wants to TP back and defend this, they are ready with Morph and Mag here.
Who do they catch? Maybe they get lucky with a little ringmaster
though
kill.
is setting up some nice. They're TPing out, so nothing gonna come out of that one.
Ooh.
Again, another thing I want to highlight is look at top, by the way. Again,
Noob. Put the BKB. He's got backup on the way. He's gonna. Okay, he'll get out with the ult just in time. That was a little risky. Of course, they've been helped out there by the quicker cast time due to the Aghanim, so that does actually save them there in that situation before the Axe call comes in.
smoked up, but they are still smoked on Mag. So Void Spirit is a little bit greedy here mid lane. Not gonna attempt anything.
Yeah, but
I just want to highlight that Void Spirit has a gem, and I think that's something that Yellow Submarine has been doing consistently in their games. Buying up that gem from Sakota pretty early on, and putting it on Mirel or Bottega. Making sure that they get the easy deal whilst moving around on the map. And then another Tormentor going the way of Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, always sort of seems like a safe bet to give Morel that gem, especially when he's on a hero like this, right? Only had the one death so far this game, so pretty unlikely that he loses it. And these next few fights, unless he makes a big slip up. We'll see the smoke come in from Yellow Submarine. In terms of timing, so the Solar Guardian's back online for Noob. He's going to have BKB again in less than 20 seconds. We'll see the jump. It's going to be there onto Omar. And so Omar this time won't get the chance to run. Gets his head chopped off by the axe.
Ah, your actually foul play doesn't work against Culling, huh?
Yeah, I guess because it's basically, is health lower than this? Then they are rest in pepperoni. We're going to see in the mid. Disruption comes in, into the Wheel of Wonder. Samel took a lot of damage. The heals are coming in from Noob, but it won't save Samel. Samel's dead. He's gone for a minute. They lose GH as well. Ghosty has to BKB and get out of here. There's three of them. I mean, they don't have buybacks on the two of them. They're going to take a lot of damage here.
Yeah, this is... Bristleback has another 5k gold on his inventory, and they're going high ground. Pretty much ending this game right now.
That was crazy. Yeah, Samel, I did not expect to get caught like that. Tries to make this move. He didn't quite have the money for the BKB, so had to make it without.
That looked really weird. He blinked in and scurried towards the Yellow Submarine lineup, not even back towards this fountain there. So maybe misclicking or something like that.
That's rough.
It was kind of the feeling that Nigma's game was hanging in a thin thread. One little mistake and they could end up in a situation like this, because this Bristleback is completely out of control.
Yeah, he's chilling.
Get a snipe on the courier though, and I think maybe a full AC.
It was, yeah.
So
at least taking that away, but as we can see, AC or not, this Bristol's still coming for your base. Backdoor protection will kick back in, and the respawns are there, so they won't get the second set of racks, but a lot of damage done there as Yellow Submarine take the mid set.
I mean, I think if you're gonna try to take a fight, it almost has to be now for Nigma without the AC, right? On the Bristol, the next 2.5 minutes here. But it looks difficult, honestly.
Mom will dispel the smoke. Yeah, all three waves are coming in now against Nigma Galaxy. Samel has found the money for the BKB, so next time round should be a lot safer when making the moves.
It just doesn't feel like the Dawnbreaker does anything in this game. I don't know if it's the item build or just in general. It feels like that the ult comes in, but the damage is just too overwhelming anyways. That it doesn't have that effect that Dawnbreaker sometimes have, where it feels like you cannot kill anyone because he has ultimate up, right? It feels like whoever gets jumped just dies. But let's see Nigma if they can pull something out of the hat here.
Alright. Yeah, eyes on Samel really to do some perfect kind of blink initiation. See when he sort of sees the chance to go. They're backing off the pip for now. Up to the side. I mean, Noob, he's gone all in on the backlines, but gets caught out by the call. Same time around the pit, but Taker still keeping the rest of the team away. We'll see what the plan is now for Noob as BKB wears off. He's going to die for that. Went super aggressive to sort of see what was up on the high ground. but there wasn't much great waiting for him, and now Morel's just able to jump over the rest of the team. They get the call over the buyback. The Stuart RP, it's a flashy one, catches the 4 of them. It's enough to kill off Infernal, but can it kill anyone else? Because they've got to find more with this. This was the buyback committed by both Noob and GH. Morel, they're looking towards him, but he'll get the silence off again with the Resonant Pulse. He's got Dissimulate up in a second. He should be fine. Sumail has to run. Bottega hot on the chase, able to still kill him off. And they went all in for this fight with these buybacks, and they're not getting out of it. Noob getting slowed down, chased out here by Bottega. They'll look towards the Shadow Demon. They will kill Lupsi, but Noob dead for a second time. The burst comes in from Ghost and he kills off Morel. But can Nigma deal with this Bristle? He's still full HP. Bottega runs down Omar. Omar to fall.
The answer to that question is no. They cannot deal with this Bristleback. He's full HP the entire fight. It's just a matter of time before he chases everyone down. But
yeah,
I mean, that was a very expensive hold, but Waffling do end up getting a couple of kills there. Closing in on Butterfly as well.
Well, they're going to find another one here by the looks of it, as Willow GH was still hanging around, so another bit of a bonus there for Bottega. I think the crazy thing as well is, you know, that fight, Bottega was taking with effectively 9k gold unspent. Because the AC wasn't there. He's now got 4k to spend up, so he's considering, does he want to start buying this Octarine or start buying the BKB? But yeah, this was the Bristle doing this with 9k gold that he wasn't even touching.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy.
That's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, Butterfly is up on Morph now, but I'm not sure if it's enough right now. It's not even that... Morphling is pretty strong, but it's just his team is very weak still, right? They die so easily, and they don't have buybacks, and the buildings are gonna start to go down here as well. Let's see if Nika can continue to hold. Shaman got his level 15 actually, so maybe there's a world where they can set up a kill on the Bristle with the break, but there's no way you want to focus him.
Yeah, like, do you even throw anything down onto him? I guess the problem at this point is if you don't control or do anything about the Bristle, even if you kill everyone else, the Bristle's probably going to 1v5 you at the end of the fight.
Yeah, he has so much damage output right now. I mean, even just the Void Spirit going in, he's so tanky. We saw him earlier, he went into 4 heroes, used every spell he had, and it still took them so long to kill him, even though he was out of Remnants and out of Dissimulate. And then there's double saves as well, right? So you still have to consider killing the supports as well. It's just a very hard situation for Nigma. You almost gotta rely on some kind of big RP and to terrorize, something like that, to win any fight.
Nigma, we'll see what the next move's gonna be. Another fight being queued up by Noob. Yeah, this is getting pretty out of hand. I mean, Bottega's just doing it again.
Yeah,
like on his carry. Like
this man is a beast.
This guy's good.
This guy is really good, yeah. And then I don't know if it's just me not knowing who this guy is, but this guy is a beast. Know him now at least.
Oh, we do. Yeah, we won't be forgetting this name after this run in the qualifiers from Bottega here with Yellow Submarine. Definitely a player to watch out for.
I saw in Twitch chat somebody say that this guy is 15, 16 years old. So
it's pretty crazy.
For good reason we don't know him that well, because he's up and coming youngster here.
Yeah, I gotta check. He might not even have a Liquipedia page, I imagine.
Oh, I'm sure he doesn't.
Yeah, indeed, he doesn't. He does not have a Liquipedia page.
Nico from Navi Junior, I believe, is also somewhere in that age range. So maybe this qualifier is the story of the youth, the new youth, because it's yeah.
It feels like we've kind of coming in another round. You know, we've come out a few of these times. Yeah, indeed, exactly. Over the years of Dota 2, it's like, these are the new guys, and now these are the new guys on the block. The new kid on the block here.
Challenged here.
Let's see what they can make happen here. Nigma Galaxy, tough spot to be in right now. Down 17k. Very limited options in making plays out on the map. They've got to prepare for the high ground. The thing is, what with Yellow Submarine, the downfall for Yellow Submarine could be. I mean, it probably won't be because Bottega's a very sensible player, but he is playing on one of those heroes that does have the tendency to want to dive a fountain. You know, the Bristle back, he's up there. If you've got a Bristle on your team, there will be a fight where he goes and stands, tanks a bit of the fountain. So we've got to see how sort of careful this man and how sensible this man is, because that could be the downfall.
Yeah, it could be. But I think also a world where, by the way, Boots Travel 2 on Bristleback as well. It looks like Yellow Submarine are really considering trying to find a pick around the map before they go high ground. But obviously Nigma are all stuck in their base here. But I think if Aegis runs out here without any meaningful progression for Yellow Submarine, like another Rax or another fun team fight, Nigma are definitely holding on in this game. They are 20k behind, but let's see what happens now. I do think that Bottega is going to want to hit some buildings here with the Aegis running out. With the push on bottom here. They also have another banner, I believe, right? On Shadow Demon, yeah. So this is it.
Enigma Galaxy. It's got to be a perfect defense. Anything less, and this game will be over for them. It's Yellow Submarine ready to come in with the push.
It's 40 seconds now on Aegis, 35, and they have a glyph as well. They gotta be a bit careful now that they don't start hitting these buildings and get baited into a fight without the Aegis, so it might be too late here. Let's see.
Rax are forward. The jump's going to be made on Omar. And we'll be able to bail him out for now. Omar on the retreat. And he'll stay alive, but the Rax will fall low. They'll put the fortification now, Enigma Galaxy.
The catapults.
I might just finish it off with this next hit. They get the catch on towards Lupsi. That's one of them gone, but the melee Rax are taken out.
Can they chase here?
They're looking at it. They're considering it. So Mel's going to have Blink again in a second. Do they want to try it? It's just so hard, and already Bottega able to keep the distance, so not able to get anything more than the Shadow Demon kill, and they did still lose their melee racks, their Enigma Galaxy, so Yellow Submarine continuing to strengthen their hold on this game.
Yeah, it's also a little bit problematic for Nigma that it's all in Ghost's hands to kill everyone, and he can die so easily to just one call, right? Or one mistake, he can get bursted. But there's not that much more damage coming out of the other heroes. Maybe Dawnbreaker is starting to, you know, get a little bit of items for himself with lower fire. But let's see what the smokes turns out. Infernal is alone here, but I imagine he will TP top to his team soon.
Yeah, this would be a very good catch. But yeah, he's already out of this area, so Samel won't be finding anything here. There's Yellow Submarine, ready to make moves towards another set of barracks. Or, of course, can play it safe, wait for the Roshan. Almost certainly in a spot where they don't feel too pressured. They're going to maybe look for this Twin Gate play. See if they find anyone down there, because as we can see, Enigma Galaxy do have a few of them out on the map. Might just be a free support grab. Omar, he's actually out perfectly in time, so with that in mind, should get the information to make sure that nobody from Enigma Galaxy gets caught. Item progression does continue for Ghost. Satanic's online, but as you say, he's got a very, very heavy game to try and carry. He's got great farm, but still just being eclipsed by the lead that this Bristle has against him. 33,000 net worth on the Bristle. Bottega with a ridiculous amount of farm this game.
I mean, the Morphling progression is potentially getting a bit scary, right? Like, Bristleback is one of those heroes that falls off, at least historically, a little bit towards the later stages of the game, just because you get easier to kite, and yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't count Nigma out. I do think that slowing this game down like this does benefit them a bit, considering they were the spot they were in like 10 minutes ago. But now with the Satanic on Morph, it's much harder to kill him. Can noob solo this tournament? It doesn't look like it. TP out.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under Radiant's bottom has fallen.
I mean, I think Yellow Submarine, they're just chilling. Wait for the Roshan. There's no need to do anything crazy here.
True.
You know, they've done well to get themselves with this very comfortable lead against Nigma Galaxy, and they know that Nigma Galaxy's only really real hope is finding either somebody's solo pick-off or trying to take the battle on the high ground. And Yellow Submarine, they're doing a very good job of just not giving up any of those opportunities to Nigma Galaxy.
I think also the fight for Nigma Galaxy is very difficult to take out on the map. Right, against, because you kind of have to use your base defense as the way of fighting. Taking the fight around Roshan is extremely difficult against the Void Spirit jumps, against the double save. You don't really know where the supports are going to be hiding, right? The Bristleback is running around hasted. You can't really burst him, but you still have to respect his damage. So maybe Nigma can fight into a high ground like the position they're in right now, but if contesting that Roshan is very difficult. So probably Yellow Submarine are very aware of this, and they don't mind waiting for the next one and taking it a bit slower, like you said.
Enigma Galaxy just seeing if anybody does head over this way, but it's just not happening. Yellow Submarine seem to have a pretty good read of where Enigma Galaxy is likely to try and look to trip them up.
Yellow Submarine are so disciplined.
Yeah.
Then they're so following one game plan, right? They're not attempting anything. They're not getting baited or getting impatient anyways. Okay, let's see if there's a casted curse now. They are looking to be a little bit more posturing here, but maybe they just want to deward this triangle, which is not a bad idea. Look at this. Very methodical, very well done by them. Roshan is up. Now Enigma lost their ward.
Is under attack.
Because the question is now, if you're Enigma Galaxy, are you going all in for this Roche fight or all in for the high ground defense?
No, like I said before, I really think it's difficult to contest this Roche. Just fighting in that area. Look at the position from Infernal, right? The SD's behind the pit, the Ringmaster's in his position as well. They're gonna try, because like they know that, of course, giving Bristleback another Aegis is gonna be doom for your Axis, but let's see.
Nope. He's going to lead in first, try and get us some information. They'll see that the Roches are half HP up to the side. Ghost does get caught by the initial taunt. And they won't have any further lockdowns. Try and turn his attention over towards Bottega, but now has to back off. Bottega, he's ready to move in. The call, it catches Noob. They drag in the Dawnbreaker. He'll get the BKB off Noob. See if he can pull his way out of this. Samel tries to get a skewer connection, but doesn't get it onto anybody. That's Noob gone. Noob does have buyback Solar Guardian at the ready, but Samel's already dead. Samel, he'll now buy back. Off to the side, Serpent Ward's been dropped, but the BKB and the jump to the side will keep Morel safe, and he's ready to get back in. Turns in, nullifies, thrown down onto Omar. Omar will die. They have to set up into the Solar Guardian. Infernal will fall pretty quickly, but the escape pack comes in. Infernal, he won't even die. He survives. Ghost will wait for to finish him off, but can they deal with the Bristle? RP's there. Do they have the damage to threaten Bottega? They're looking towards him. They're punching into him here with Ghost. Bottega's getting low. Can they finish the kill? The escape pack's there again. Bottega gets out to the side. They'll catch him with the Hex. They've killed him off. Ghost able to kill off the Bristle, but can Ghost survive? The taunt, the fear coming in from Shakoda. You have to wait for back. Tries to stand his ground against Morel, but the Remnant clips onto him. Ghost caught in the midst of the action. Can't escape. He's dead for 100 seconds. Omar to fall as well. Samel, no buyback available after that dieback in that fight. Ghost, he'll use his, but it's 3 versus 5 now.
Oh my
As they
God,
kill
Ghost.
the Bristle, but it's just a little too late.
Yeah,
Killing the Bristle at this point, the buybacks to the ready. They can head back, get the Roshan. Enigma Galaxy, as hard as they tried, they have still ended up in a worse position.
When you saw all the stuff we talked about play out there, right? It's so hard to get on top of the supports. The Bristleback is just going ham. You know you cannot focus him. So he's just in your face, killing multiple heroes. But yeah, Ghost carrying so much weight there. He dealt 13k damage in that fight. Pretty much nobody else dealing any damage. And let's see if they can hold their last set of access here for 50 seconds without Shaman and Mag. It's going to be a tough order here, but if they are able to, then Bristol and Axe did buyback. I don't know, man. It's a tough position to be in.
I mean, this, yeah.
Oh.
Ghost, He's been caught. The calls are indecisive with the BKB. Solar Guardians coming in to help him. They look towards Morale, but the defensive disruption comes into play. Ghost has to back off. They're still waiting the 25 seconds until Sumail and Omar's back up on Nigma Galaxy. Yellow Submarine, they're looking to force the end. They've taken out the tier 4s. They're onto the Ancient. There is a fortification at the ready. As Nigma Galaxy with the 3 of them, they're trying to take the attention off the Ancient. BKB's going to be popped up by the Taken Ghost. They're going to go straight towards Lupsi on the Shadow Demon, but the call comes in. Infernal's caught Ghost. Ghost, he'll try and stand his ground there, but the Blade Mail of BKB's up the throne. It's dead. This game is over. Yellow Submarine will close up game 1 as Nigma Galaxy not able to find the comeback this time.
Damn. Yellow Submarine. They just continue to impress
They're good.
throughout this lower bracket run. But yeah, really nicely done by them. I think the patience and the discipline that this team has is especially for like a new stack, right? I think that's very impressive. It looks like a team that's determined to qualify for this TI and taking down Nigma here in game 1. This one as well, the Infernal, look at his positioning up there. Links in, gets the kill on the Morphling straight away. Only 2 points in his morph, so yeah, you're just not surviving that. And this fight, I think, was the point where Yellow Submarine took a substantial lead in this game. Again,
Yeah,
also... go ahead.
No, I think it very much felt like we just saw that just a little bit too much was relying on Ghost right this game. And he did his best. You know, we saw those last fights, despite being 20k down. You know, the potential was definitely there. But I feel like Ghost, he just needed a little bit more to have come from the rest of the team in that mid-game to actually have meant that the game was in a point that he could have actually carried as the Morph. You know, everything had just fallen apart a little too much around him to allow him to do what he needed to do.
Yeah, I can't help but think that this Aghanims on Dawn, we talked about it earlier during the game. Maybe that was a little bit of a mistake. Maybe that should have been a pipe first. If you're going to go for this aura type build, then buy something that's always going to be good, right? Like this one, I guess. No, I mean that's not even the Aghanim being impactful there. I think if you buy the auras, buy some smaller auras first, maybe the blade mail, maybe the pipe, and then get the Aghanims for later, perhaps. I think that would have maybe done more going into that 10 to 25 minute fights, right? I think also maybe just the fact that nobody's really playing that much Dawn right now makes it difficult for Nuke to make the item choices and to play this hero as a concept, because it's not really figured out what you're supposed to be doing on this hero.
Yeah, I think it's a tough hero to make work, and which can be awkward as well, right, when it is your last pick, because usually you want to have that hero coming in as the last pick that's going to be like, oh damn, they you know, we got them pretty good with this. But yeah, I think if you ask Yellow Submarine, I don't think they cared about this Storm one bit this game. It really did seem to provide them no struggle, as we can see here on the KDAs. And just Yellow Submarine coming in very hot in this game 1. I think, you know, Nigma Galaxy, we can definitely expect a lot more from them in game 2. This was, you know, not their finest. It was a rough one from them. So looking forward to see how they step it up. But indeed, for Yellow Submarine's side of things, Bottega on the carry, coming in with the bristle. You know, to go back to that pick, in fact, in the draft, just a really good way to start things against Nigma Galaxy, right? You turn up and you take this bristle that Nigma Galaxy have liked to pick first, you pick it yourself, and then you throw a little bit of a curveball, and you do play it as the carry rather than the offlane, and you have this good of a game on it.
I mean, Nigma has also got to be scratching their heads against a team like this, because, like we mentioned, they have not been playing Bristleback at all. In fact, a lot of their games, it's not even picked or banned. They're banning it themselves. And then suddenly, they just first pick Bristleback, put it on carry, and run them over, right? They probably expected, these guys don't play Bristol much. Let's leave it in pool, and if they don't take it, we can get it. If they take it, then we'll deal with it later on, you know? This type of mentality, but I don't know. You can't underestimate Yellow Submarine at all. This team is ready to win.
Yeah, they really are. And yeah, definitely, I'm sure, have some more tricks up their sleeves when it comes to some of these picks, some of these heroes they're willing to play. So could make it quite tricky for Nigma to draft against them, even in this game too. We'll see how that goes down there very shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're going to head to a short break, and then we will be back with game 2 between Nigma Galaxy and Yellow Submarine.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yellow Submarine currently up 1 game in this best of 3 against Enigma Galaxy. We're just getting ready for game 2 to see what goes down in that one. Misery, that game 1, definitely a tough one there for Enigma Galaxy. I think, you know, considering from what we've seen from them on a lot of the other days, I think we can expect more from them, right? That was definitely not them at their finest. It was a rough showing.
It was. It was also a little rough start, right? They gave away 2 kills before the bounty runes, and yeah, not done. Maybe just the first game of the day, you know, who knows? But now they have the first pick. That is a kind of an advantage, it seems, in this qualifier. So probably also easier for them to get a solid draft going this time around. We do see the Yellow Submarine banning out the Bristleback themselves this time around, so they don't want to play against that. And also the Naga, which we saw Nigma play yesterday, I believe. Yeah, they both had Naga and Bristleback.
Radiant team back.
On the other hand, though, we have Nigma banning out Tia and Pangolier.
See if they want to take anything else out that they saw, but Yellow Submarine come in with the last game. And it feels difficult, though, to ban against this team. And we talked about the versatility of Infernal on the off lane. We're starting to see, you know, Bottega, he's still got carries to play that he hasn't shown yet on this run. So very difficult if you're Enigma Galaxy to know what to expect from this Yellow Submarine lineup. So very much having to sort of focus more on just the game plan they have and go with something that's kind of got less vulnerabilities.
I mean, in general, there are very few overlaps of their heroes in terms of their cores. At least they play a lot of different heroes. It's not like you can ban out one of their core players at all. Maybe the one guy you could consider banning out is Sakota, who has mostly just played the Ringmaster and the DP. But I don't know, that's also difficult because there are so many good heroes that you have to ban out. But Nigma going with the first pick Mag and giving up the Doombringer here. That's always also a scary hero to go up against. I also want to highlight the Morphling ban. So even though they beat it last game, they do decide to ban it out here, just because I think primary reason is that the 18 Morphling is a lot stronger because you don't get to see it before it's picked. Last game they did pick it on the 16th, 17th, which made them able to have 2 picks to counter the Morphling down the line, right, and deal with it. So the draft order perhaps making Yellow Submarine ban the Morphling here. Well, Nigma banning both the supports here, but they're still the Silencer that we saw yesterday. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Sakota play the Silencer this game again against the Magnus.
Yeah, I would like that, yeah. We're seeing just how good some of these supports are at just stopping, completely just halting the team fight, and you're absolutely bang on. There it is. Yeah, I think Yellow Submarine more than happy with that. Despite these other support bans coming in from Enigma Galaxy, I think Silencer might have even been priority anyway for them.
Yeah, I think you had to ban Ringmaster Silencer there if you wanted to ban like this. Because now you're giving Sakota the 3rd hero he's been playing, which is Silencer, and he's just kind of smiling that off. I think, let's see how this one plays out, but it looked really good against Mag yesterday, the Silencer. It's just so hard for Mag to connect his 2 spells, the Skewer and the RP, before the Global comes out. And then the Mag is stuck in there. But the Enigma not gonna doubt their Willow. So they just run it back from last game.
Yeah, the Willow's always safe, right? I feel like it's always hard to blame the Willow if things go wrong. Very likely the Willow is still doing their job, so... Willow pick I can get behind. I can just only imagine beyond these 2 picks, I want to now start to see Nigma go for something different. You know, well, we know we're going to not see the Morphling, of course. I doubt we're going to see the Dawnbreaker. I think they won't want to go that route again. They'll get the Tusk this time, was banned out last time. So, again, it's a very strong support duo here from Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I like the Tusk a little bit more, I think. For Nigma especially, I feel like they play well when they have this this melee hero to go in and then scout for them and tank some spells, also giving them the save in the game. Also very good against Silencer, right? The Silencer doesn't like having a Tusk run at you with tag team and threaten the kill on you constantly. So Yellow Submarine, what are we looking at for them here? The Shaman is in the pool. So that's maybe the next in line in terms of supports, the meta supports.
Well, let's see if they feel that there's going to be some sort of priority, maybe getting a mid, and they know that the Magnus is going to be there, so they want to match up. But yeah, they'll first of all take the Shaman, as you say. It's still in the pool, still as popular as ever. One of the supports we've been seeing the most of this qualifiers.
Yeah. So they obviously want to continue to flex the Doom, I think. Yeah, so they go with the mid hero puck. Ooh, yes, actually this is a very good puck game.
It's good, yeah.
Yeah, you don't have any good ways of catching this hero right now. And the Beastmaster, ooh, I mean, it's pretty good against Doom Silencer, I would say, if it is a Doom carry. But I don't really like Beast that much against Puck. I think Puck is good against Beast
10 seconds.
overall. I think also historically Puck has been one of the heroes that are the best at catching the Beast
Remaining.
when he is playing alone on the side lanes, right? And shutting him down somewhat early. Also, I think Beast in general is a little bit hit or miss these days. He doesn't scale as well as he used to with the Aghanims. Now he always goes for the Dominator, which it's a good item and it is very strong timing, but if you don't get these objectives around this 20-minute mark, like the Tormenta and Roshan, even if you do, sometimes the hero still falls off. I think it's a lot harder to play Beastmaster now than it was 3-4 months ago, where it felt almost,
Seconds remaining.
yeah, the hero almost played itself.
Radiant team ban.
Well, the band's now looking at what Ghost is going to have as options. Sven's going to get taken away. I mean, obviously, last kind of 3 games, I think pretty much back to back, we've had them play. It has been with the Morphling, so it's going to have to be something a little bit different from Ghost this time round. Ursa also to be taken out, and Enigma Galaxy. We'll see where they continue to throw their bans if they do indeed expect that the Doom is going to be safe lane, so they're just going to continue ban off laners, because of course Yellow Submarine, they definitely do have that luxury of doing the Doom as the carry, which I think, from what me and you have seen, we do kind of prefer, right? Would you also say here that you would like to see Bottega take the Doom into his hands?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it, just because I think also they already have a puck as well. I don't think they need to be more greedy, throwing Doom in the offlane and then pick another hero, like a carry hero that relies on farming. I think that leaves the Enigma timing too strong with the Beastmaster. So I would prefer Yellow Submarine pick up a Centaur or something like that last, I'm a bit worried that Nigma is going to pick like Drow Ranger here, and then Yellow Submarine picks Centaur, and then they're in a weird spot where they are kind of on a timer. But I do think that Nigma's... what was I saying? That the Drow is a potential hero that Nigma could be looking at here.
Sure. Yeah, we'll see if that's on their mind.
Because a lot of the carries are actually banned out, right? You see it in the bottom. Yellow Submarine's bans. A lot of the classic carries are out. Terrorblade's still in the pool. Could be an option. But there's Darkseer in the pool as well to counter up that. So maybe if Nigma bans Darkseer, that is a hint that they want Terrorblade.
Yeah, Darkseer would be pretty nasty, I think, from Yellow Submarine if they wanted to. I mean, no, okay, so Nigma Galaxy will ban out a carry. They'll pick themselves the Gyro. But
okay, I like Gyro.
Okay.
Game. I like Gyro for that draft. I think the draft looks strong with this Gyro. The Gyro gives them both the ability to go late, and Gyro will carry, or the timing-based push, right, together with the Beastmaster. So I think this is a pretty good pick from them. But they have a lot of reserve time here to think about how do they want to counter this. I still think it could be a bait to go for a different carry just to counter match up the Gyro. Like you could think about something like a Razor here or whatever to counter up the Gyro, but I think it is potentially better to just pick a very stable offlaner that can buy a couple of auras and match the timing of Nigma, and then your Puck and Doom will carry this later on, together with the Global Silence.
I mean, what would you sort of think about Infernal running it back with the Axe?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Axe. I could see Axe. I could see them try out the... what was I saying before? Centaur?
Yeah.
I could also see them, if they want to play something like Tidehunter, could be an option. Maybe a little weak into Tusk, Gyro. So I guess you got to worry about the lane a little bit. They go with the Dawn.
Oh, I do like a good BM pick. I mean, it's probably not a BM pick. But, you know, when you defeat a team and you make a certain hero not look great, and then the next game you're like, we'll show you how it's done. We're going to play the Dawnbreaker. And, I mean, I'm already very interested to see, you know, is Infernal, is he going to go for this Ags Rush, or is he going to do something a little bit different? I'm looking forward to see what he does.
Yeah, I would imagine he's going to do something different. I don't want to see Ags first item here. I want to see him buy a Crimson Guard or a Pipe early or Blade Mail, right? Blade Mail into something, some aura, and then take it from there. But I kind of like it here, right? It's good against the RP. It's good against the Roar.
That's very
as
good.
a save. So in that way, it's pretty straightforward. When Noob roars somebody, Infernal's going to click his ultimate, right? So you have 2 counter initiations now against Roar and Mag. You have the global and the Dawnbreak ult.
And the Solar Guardian.
Solar Guardian.
The R button.
Yes, the R buttons. You have 2 counterplays. I think, again, has Yellow Submarine put them in a position now where it's a bit awkward for Nigma to make plays? I think maybe the Tusk can snowball this game a little bit, because the Tusk is a little bit different, right? Runs in, creates a lot of chaos. We also saw GH play it before, where he really starts snowballing and makes it easy for his team to play. I do want to say, though, that I think if Yellow Submarine stabilizes and has a good early game, I think they're looking strong again, honestly.
I think so. I do like what Yellow Submarine's got. But maybe, to Nigma Galaxy's favor in this game, maybe Dawnbreaker is just a bad hero. And we're just going to see the Dawn lose a game and push this to game 3. So, very interested to see what Inferno's going to be able to do with the Dawn on this one. Because it does seem like, you know, it does seem just like a better Dawnbreaker game for Infernal, as opposed to what Noob was having to play against, even though they did also pick it, obviously last game for Nigma Galaxy in game 1. So let's see how this one goes down. Nigma Galaxy, they need to get the win here, otherwise their road to TI will come to an end.
We have another play from both teams here, very aggressively by Yellow Submarine. Probably want to block that camp again, like we saw last game as well. Or are they just doing this to get a first blood? So they will block the camp, but Nigma also being very aggressive here, and a very aggressive ward on top of that. This is a very interesting setup here. And they get to spot each other, so very counter, or what would you say, anticlimactic. Unlikely anything's gonna come out of this now.
Enigma's still going to try and push in.
Or what?
GH. And they're going to try and fight this here. We'll get the grab with the shards onto Lupsi, but Lupsi will stand his ground with the shackles. Coming in with the orb, pretty much onto the 3 of them. Who's going to fall first? It is going to be Lupsi. So first blood goes the way of Samael. Can they get something more here perhaps as well? Infernal's been surrounded. It's going to be a second kill here for Nigma Galaxy to start this off. Bottega also in a whole world of hurt here as they've surrounded the Doom. They're going to be slowly able to bring him down as well. So 3 kills for Nigma Galaxy to start this game 2 off with. And first blood going to Samael.
Okay, that was really weird for Yellow Submarine, in my opinion, that they went in like that and took that fight. Because they just saw the gyrocopter, right, on the low ground. And the only reason gyrocopter would be there at that time would be if he has his team's backup, right? But maybe they just thought they were stronger. I just find that a bit strange to give up that opportunity for Nigma. But again, the last game was the same. Maybe they just feel like, okay, let's give Nigma a chance. Let's give them a couple of kills here from the start.
Well, let's see how much damage that does do to them. Quite a bit of gold, and we saw, obviously last game, Samael having a very good lane on the Magus against the Void Spirit. We'll see how well he's able to CS against the Poke. Should still be pretty good, and especially with a start like that. So Samael should be on track to have a very, very chill laning stage. And now after that last game and after really the last series as well that we've been seeing from Yellow Submarine. I think, you know, Enigma Galaxy got to have their focus on Bottega as a player. They cannot let Bottega to get the free farm that he's been getting in pretty much all the recent performances that we've seen, especially when he's on something like a Doom. He can really start to run away with the game. Top, we've got the shackle grab onto GH. He will be okay. Oh, no, he will not. In fact, okay, never mind. That right click and a shock was enough to take him out. Bit of a nasty surprise there for G. I think he thought he was alive as well, but no. Lupsi has enough there.
He hits like a truck, that Shadow Shaman, early on.
Quite a nice kill for them to find in that top lane. His mid lane still remains very even on the CS on the first few waves. Bottom, we are seeing Noob getting a lot of denies in. 11 and 8 against the 8 and 2. I imagine some of those probably being the boars, but still nonetheless reducing the amount of XP that Yukoda and Bottega are getting from these first waves by quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the level 1 shenanigans definitely hurt Yellow Submarine's initial laning phase, but they're kind of stabilizing. I would worry a little bit about the Beastmaster's game now. It's very free, it feels like. He's gonna hit level 3 shortly here. This is the type of game the Beastmaster needs to be snowballing, and he's got it.
Yeah, no excuses for Noob here with the solid start that he's been able to find in this lane matchup. Should be set for exactly the opening that he'd hoped for as the Beast. As yeah, Bottega be able to continue to find good farm himself, but very unlikely to be able to put pressure on the Beastmaster. Top lane, good shards here to block in Lupsi. See Infernal come swinging across though to help out. They've got the snowball as well, closing in onto Lupsi a second time. He will die. Can Infernal find the trade? Well, he's got to be careful actually now with the point in tag team. He might just be in trouble as well. As another round of the Rocket Barrage comes in, Infernal. He'll get another jump forward over the Wars. GH will kill off the Tusk. Can he get away? Maybe look for the deny to the neutral. He'll get it. Okay, so Infernal able to make the best out of a bad situation there. Loses his support, but gets a kill in return and makes sure not to give up a kill to the carry.
Yeah, that could have ended up really bad if he ended up going down there as well and giving Gyrocopter even more XP. He's off to a very good start now, level 4 already. This is the dream scenario for Gyro. Yeah, every lane is going really well for Enigma this time around.
Yeah, much smoother already, even just in these early minutes. And good CS and not getting caught out here. Supports in particular, you know, Omar. Very, very hard for him to really die against these two. And he might even find the setup here onto Yukoda. Brambles is not going to quite connect, and that should be enough to allow Yukoda to walk.
It's already 400 gold off a Dominator on Beast. That's super early.
And in the mid, some out. Pretty much still staying pretty even here actually with Morale. It's very close between both of them. So no big lead or big gap between the mid laners. See up top, Infernal and Lupsi stepping forward, just trying to mess with the pool that Enigma Galaxy did have going. See a TP coming in onto the top as well. So Enigma Galaxy, maybe see if they can get some action here with the two supports. They'll get the setup from GH. Trying to block off Infernal. Shackles from Lupsi will at least hold Ghost back for now. So kind of splitting the three of them. And does actually mean that the space is there for both of them to back out safely.
It's very surprising that he gets out of that one. I think they could have kept going for the Dawn there. They had both Brambles and Snowball, but getting a bit unsure of who to go on. So we have both supports of Enigma top now, so they might look to do something about this Wisdom rune at 7 minutes here.
TP's coming in though. We're gonna have the rotation from Morel. The
double
lead
damage
is there
coming.
onto Ghost. Jump forward here with the silence. It's indeed a huge amount of damage that he's taken. The snowball save will come in for now. But can they actually keep Ghost alive? He's actually able to stay alive, get back over around the Lotus, so they won't be able to chase him out. Ghost somehow living there. Down to sort of that snowball save from GH, and then I believe sort of a Lotus being passed over to him if he didn't just have it already. But they keep the carry alive there, Enigma Galaxy. GH, he'll die for him.
Yeah, it also this TP also secures them the Wisdom Rune. Nothing really gonna happen there. Meanwhile, bot though, Beast is hitting level 6 here. He is out of mana, but already has the Centaur up. Double ball, the tower is gonna get pressured. And yeah, this is not something Bodega can stop by himself here. That tower looks to be maybe even going down here, just like that.
That's super early. I mean, he's going to step up in Bottega. He's got backup from Lupsi, but Noob, he's got backup from the two supports as well. The curse will come in, but they're able to get by safety with the snowball, closing in on towards Lupsi. Bottega's going to try and chase down Noob. The shards from GH block off Bottega's chase, so Noob gets the space to survive. And Noob again, he keeps this pressure on, really wants to try and finish this tier 1 tower off. I mean, Lupsi's very low, so has to be careful. Curse will come out to the 3 of them, but it won't stop them from moving in, killing off the Shaman as well as taking the tower. And just already, I feel like in these first 8 minutes, we're seeing Enigma Galaxy just be so much more on the ball as opposed to what we have from them in the early game of Game 1, right? This time, the movements, they're coming in smooth. Mid, Mirel will be able to find the pickoff onto Omar. But overall, so the map play for Enigma Galaxy, it's leveled up from Game 1.
It is a lot better for sure. I think that was also a very important moment. The fact that both supports were ready to back up the Beastmaster there. If Beastmaster goes down there trying to get the tower, that would be a huge upset for his game and a big win for Yellow Submarine. Instead, they get the tower, they help him out, and they end up getting a kill in return as well. In the mid lane, Omar was trying to deny the Arcane Rune away from Puck, but he was completely out of mana after that fight bottom, so ends up going down instead. Puck is doing really well though, so he is kind of the problem hero for Enigma this game in general as well. I don't have good heroes to deal with Puck.
See around the mid. Jay's going to try with the setup. Morel's able to jump away with the Waning Rift. Orbs out. He's fine. Just wait for the 3 of them. Noob.
Hold him.
Okay, he's got the Roar. The Solar Guardian is coming in, and they've got the shackles onto Noob, so they'll just turn towards the Beastmaster. Orbs back up, so Morel can jump out and survive there, thanks to the reduced cooldown off the back of the Arcane. Infernal does get caught out after he jumps over to save, and Enigma Galaxy, with the fact that they killed off the Dawn, they want to try and push on for more. They dive the tower, take down Jakoda, see if they can focus towards the Puck. Thinking about the RP, but the jump's already out from Morel. Still, no, the pressure for Enigma Galaxy works out. They only lose GH. They get 2 kills for it. And that's despite sort of Yellow Submarine trying their best to turn up using the ults like the Solar Guardian to try and turn things around. But Enigma Galaxy still come out on top.
But at least they saved that tower there, which is probably the more important thing in this game. The Beastmaster in this type of game loves to come mid, gets that kill and take the another tier 1 down, right, as quickly as possible. But the fact that they managed to defend that could be a big deal here. If they can keep up this mid tower, it does slow down Enigma's game a bit. Also, the Arcane Rune ended up being such a big impact in that fight.
Yeah, it really did. It saved his life for sure. Morel being able to jump out as he did in time.
Yeah, a bit worried about the Dawnbreaker. Like, he did go down in that sequence there. His game is not great already, and yeah, we saw the impact last game. It was not that good. He is going for Blade Mail this time around.
Yeah, I like this so much more. I mean, this is just a much more kind of natural build-up from the off lane, and obviously, yeah, Blade Mail feels super nice this game, especially in particular against a Gyro who Ghost does want to try to turn up to these fights, but once the Blade Mail's out, he's got to be careful how he drops the ults, drops the flat cannons.
Yeah, I think it's also a nice item to buy when you are a bit lower net worth.
Yeah.
I mean, it has more value than other items would most of the time. But the fact that Puck and Shaman are posturing up mid here is very annoying for Enigma because they have to worry about the big snake getting dropped onto their tower. So they have to sit multiple heroes and also protect the Magnus, right, from getting coiled up. But Nigma swarming around this mid tower. They would also love to punish Yellow Submarine here. This smoke is one of those smokes that could be very impactful if they can kill the beast here.
Oh, that would be a big kill. Leading with the silence, they've got the shackles, and they've got the Solar Guardian come crashing in. Noob will get taken out, as well as the Centaur. We'll see at the same time, over in the mid, Shikoda does get picked apart here by the rest of Enigma Galaxy, but obviously as a whole, Yellow Submarine finding that much bigger kill, taking down Noob, who was well, no, he was the top net worth on the board, so a big kill to find. They slow him down, and sure, they lose the silencer, but they're still managing to just keep the pressure off this tier 1 tower mid. They're keeping it alive.
They are, and it's also, considering what has happened this game, how hard Enigma won the lanes, the fact that they're keeping it down to 1k net worth is also a win for them. And here comes the Snake, I think, in mid lane, yeah. And you gotta deal with that if you can.
I mean, that's the, yes. Like, no, I was like, I don't really want to start hitting it. It's just, you know, the fortification will buy a little bit of safety. Here with the two of them, they will finish it off. But damage does get done to the tower. They keep the tower up, though.
That's 250 gold, actually.
It's a lot of money.
That might have been a little too optimistic, actually. Just dropping it and leaving completely. But they had to respond to aggression coming in top from Nigma, so... How's Bottega doing? He's got his Midas, going for that Radiance build. He's also catching up. Oh, Willow.
He has been caught here, and he's going to try and play his way up with the Bramble and the Terror Rise. He's still holding on to the Terror Rise, but even if he lands it now, it's too much. Dream Coil into the Shackles. See him swinging back over to the mid.
Puck is really being a problem for them, I think. The fact that he can just sit mid, there's no easy way to kill him. The pretty much only way you kill him is if you somehow land an RP or a Roar, but as we know, it's very difficult to do against the Puck. Now there's a Wisdom rune spawning, and if we look top, there's a GH looking at this rune here. Little Submarine are on top of things. They're not gonna let that go.
Yeah, it's going to get much harder now for Enigma Galaxy to make aggressive moves into them. That the Shikoda's hit the 6, you know, has the global ready to play. So as we talked about earlier in the draft, just having that response with the global silence and the Solar Guardian. It's going to make any sort of aggressive move for Enigma Galaxy pretty tricky to find, even if Sumail does sort of see opportunities to get him with the blink.
Oh. Yeah, that's a good point. Like, how hard it is to kill the Puck, right? If you imagine the global and the Dawnbreaker all behind him as well. But,
and they're smoking up.
Yeah. This is the Helm of the Overlord timing of Beastmaster, like we mentioned in the draft. This is a very strong timing. This dragon is no joke.
They're going to find
on the
Lupsi.
Shaman, but...
See if they can catch more. It's a good Bramble. The Terrorize not quite coming in place. They'll use the Global and Solar Guardian to make sure the Morel's able to jump out. In fact, a buyback coming in as well from Lupsi. Uh-oh, there's a Pauzerino.
There is, and a buyback on Shaman. How's this fight looking right here? We got the Doom on the Beastmaster, but Tusk is running over to Snowball.
He does, yeah. He's got the Snowball.
He's on the right there.
And they've still got the Terrorize from Omar. So if Enigma Galaxy play this right, they might be able to get... they might be able to turn you, because Ghost is here. They can actually do a lot of damage. So Yellow Submarine, I think they've got to be careful how they try and push for it. You know, we'll see if they get a little too overexcited due to the fact that they got this Dream Coil into Doom on the Beastmaster, because Enigma Galaxy definitely have the firepower to fight back here.
It's also... This pause might also deter Yellow Submarine from going into this fight and be like, let's just not do this, because they get to look at this fight and click on Beast, see he has wand, you know, they know Jericho is coming in there. They might just break out this fight, I think.
I think so. I think,
it looks,
you got to get out
pretty
of it.
bad. It looks pretty bad when you look at it right now. They don't have any spells ready, right? No Scorched Earth on Doom. Silencer's all the way over there. He has no mana. Dawnbreaker casts his spells already. Puck is out of mana as well. They actually have nothing left in the tank except for the Shaman coming in with that buyback. So I think Yeah, the wise thing to do is to, to back out here, but also we have 5k on Doom, by the way. 5k gold. He just sold his Midas. So he has no items. Yeah, you have no interest in fighting here, I think.
No, you run. I think we're going to see Bottega, Tucktail, run down south. You're going to have Morel go immediately left. He's going to have phase shift into Orb in a second. You just let the Dawn die, right?
Yeah, but I don't even know if Dawn dies if they start running right away.
Well, they might be able to escape as well.
Maybe, yeah. Because you are coiled still. The Nigma also don't really have any spells except for one snowball here, right? But Sansa's back in, so let's see how this one plays out.
Let's have a look. Well, they're pushing forward. They do have the Serpent Ward that they'll drop.
Okay.
But, yeah, they're not winning this fight. Yellow Submarine, not at all. That's going to be Bottega dead. Infernal also going to get run down at the side here with the shards and homing missile heading his way. So they will still end up losing the two of them. Yellow Submarine maybe feeling a bit too confident on that one.
Yeah,
I thought they were just going to run.
You could also see GH immediately ignoring snowballing the beast and just turning on the Doom straight away, right? So they also knew that what this was all about, that they're way stronger in this scenario. And this was really good timing for Nigma, right? They used the overload timing, got in there, got 3 kills now, and then the mid tower as well. So this is exactly what their draft needs to be doing. And yeah, this game is looking very good for Nigma. So Doom does have his Radiance. Farming up the Ancients, but Noob is right here.
It's a bit scary to get out into this part of the map. They'll try and get the wards down. Samel watching. He's going to get the jump, but the instant hex is there. Into the shackle. Silence from Mirel onto the two of them. But yeah, he's taking quite the punch here. But he's got to get out. He's actually going to get caught by the Roar. Whoa, a little bit of a slip up there from the puck. Morel tries to poke forward and he can't get himself out in time. He gets roared.
Yeah. I mean, also looking at the Beastmaster game play out like this, when he has such a good game like this, snowballing so hard, it's a very good Beastmaster game. Both supports do nothing to him. The Doom is also having issues against Beast, and he's controlling the map completely right now. He's gonna have a very early pipe. It looks like he's going pipe, so it's gonna be an early pipe, and that's gonna be even harder for Yellow Submarine to fight back. They have this Dawn hero, which I don't know what this hero does.
Yeah, it's not looking. They're not selling it to me today.
No, they're not.
Neither of the teams.
Yeah, same. So what ended up happening actually now is that the Puck's net worth has dwindled down. The bottom of the course after having such a good start.
Yeah, Morel, and especially after we've seen such solid puck plays. I mean, his KDA odds is not bad. He's only died that once, but I guess just sort of the way that Nigma Galaxy's been taking over the map, it's left him very limited ways to farm. And we're very much seeing that in the numbers. And just overall in farm, just, yeah, Noob. Like, compared to last game, it's just night and day, or day and night, really, in terms of how much impact he's having. He's having a fantastic time this game on the Beastmaster. It's completely taken over the map.
Yeah, so Yellow Submarine are not in any position to fight anytime soon, I think. You also see Bottega up there in the furthest part of the map, trying to get as much farm as he can. It's still something to farm these camps over and over if he doesn't get caught. It's better probably than that being up here than being around the map, where people are hunting you and you're also taking easy farm away from your team. So they are sort of maximizing what they can out of the map doing this.
Shaman being nice and cheeky. Should pay with his life, but he's going to get the tower.
It's a nice space actually.
Or
Ah,
maybe
the
he won't
glyph.
actually. Yeah. And they're not going to try for the last hit on it. No, they would have got there in time, I guess. So, indeed, the glyph will keep the Terror alive, so won't even be able to quite get that. And with him dead, they've got the numbers advantage on the map. Enigma Galaxy, they can move into the pit. They're going to be able to take this down super easy. Put the team here. And yeah, just no interest from the other submarine to try and interrupt this. Not even Morel looking to be in position to try for a steal. So things definitely looking up for Enigma Galaxy so far in this game too. Of course, though, as Enigma fans will know from some of the games that we've seen from them, it ain't over until the fountain falls. So even though they do have this lead right now, you know, we've got to be sure that we see Enigma Galaxy just continue to close it up without any mistakes being made.
Yeah, Tormentor's coming up. This is exactly what this lineup wants, right? We talked about it. They want to get this Helmet Overlord. They want to get the towers. They want to get the Roche. They want to get the Tormentor. And then from there, they can look to control the map, maybe even go high ground early. And this is exactly the scenario that has put themselves in here. And network lead is only 6k. And I'm using only quite lightly here because it feels a lot worse. And now it's up to 8k. I also don't really see any very impactful items coming through for Yellow Submarine. That's also part of the problem, is that I don't really see if they get an Aghanims on Dawn, is that really going to change the status of this game? I feel like it's not. Puck is also far away from anything meaningful. Doom as well. It seems hard to even stop a potential high ground here.
No, it doesn't seem like they have sort of a clear way of kind of getting the job done themselves, right? But in terms of the draft, they have a lot of ways to sort of interrupt and sort of cancel what Enigma Galaxy is trying to throw at them. But then when it comes to actually turning it into kills, when they're this far behind it, it looks very, very difficult. It's going to take some pretty huge dives and overextensions from Enigma Galaxy. And I think after some of the crazy, you know, games that they've been through, you know, Enigma Galaxy, they're not going to be making those mistakes today.
It doesn't look like it. There's a lot of outspam, of course, between the Puck, the Silencer, Dawn spells to defend the base, right? So if Enigma wastes a lot of time trying to go high ground into a lot of spells, maybe that can create space for like Doom and, yeah, pretty much just Doom farming somewhere. But the smoke is gonna catch something here.
It certainly is, Lipsy. It's going to get found.
As well.
The Solar Guardian comes in. See if they can turn this. They can. They are able to take out GH, and they're going to look to try and chase down Omar. The backup's in for Omar. He's off to get the kill. The cores are coming in. They get the setup onto Infernal. Infernal skewered back into the missile. Enigma Galaxy, again, with these favorable trades, they'll be able to push in on this bottom lane as well if they want to, with the creeps moving in. Just can't quite catch a break here, Yellow Submarine. Enigma Galaxy continuing to have a firm grip on this game.
I don't know, it's like there's no real clear timing for Yellow Submarine to actually be able to fight Enigma in this game. It's very hard for me to see how Puck gets a kill here. Something, but I mean, your high ground's getting hit. You don't have enough, and it's dying real quick.
It's dying extremely quick. Yeah.
Empowered Beast, Empowered Gyro hitting your Raxus, a bunch of creeps, a bunch of boars and dragons as well. That's just the Rax. 22 minutes in here.
That's pretty crazy timing. Super early on this game. I mean, having this sort of lead this early on and this sort of damage throughout. Surely they can't let this one slip away from the misery. This one is, you know, it feels like a couple of fights away from being in the bag.
And this is the fight. This is the comeback fight for Yellow Submarine right now. We're witnessing it.
Let's have a look. Can they get any sort of grab at the front? It's hard, you know, goes with the Aegis and the BKB ready to use. Yeah, they just can't quite find anyone.
I think this one is, without trying to jinx anybody here, I would say this is...
Got to be careful with Enigma Galaxy.
Closing in on an unthrowable territory.
Oh, that's strong words there. Unthrowable, we heard it here. Now you've got a Blink Dagger on Doom, so Bottega is ready to have a solid chance of getting in and finding the Doom target. He's going to have to do it soon, though. Top tier 3's gone.
Yeah, okay, I guess if they wait 30 seconds here somehow, or kill the gyro once into a Doom on gyro, something like that, then maybe they can take a fight, but that's another Rax dead, by the way. 24 minutes, both your sidelines are gone.
Now, the speed that Enigma Galaxy is playing is pretty crazy. And if they get this win, I think one thing's for sure, we ain't seeing Dawnbreaker again today, are we, Misery? This,
I hope not, God. Oh, here's the jump.
That's not a bad tune. On to Noob. The snowball save will come in. They'll use the global. See if that snowball's going to be enough to keep him safe. It is. Noob's able to turn. They get the RP out onto the two of them. Noob will die, but they've killed off Bottega. They'll finish off Infernal, and they'll catch Morel at the end of it. So all three cores there dying just to kill the offlaner.
Yep. You have a buyback and puck. That's it. That's all you got. You got the big snake available as well. If you want to drop that one down to defend your Rax. But no, I don't know. I don't know what you do here. I think it's time for game 3.
Oh. See Omar. See if we get any sort of cheeky catch. Serpent Ward's dropped. Loopsy, time for the defense. He's going to get caught by the Horn Dodge. Skewered back. It's a dead Shaman, but he got buyback. Uses it straight away. Serpent Ward will fall. Oh, nice little deny. The value play from Jakoda. You're not getting that 250 gold today, Enigma Galaxy. No, no, no. And they do make the defense happen. The Rax will remain alive.
Yeah, and the Enigma Galaxy showing a bit of, I don't know if you could call this respect or just deciding to like take a chill. But at least coming back here, so maybe they'll something else, one more chance in them here to turn this around. There's no Aegis this time, but there's a full AC up on the Beastmaster.
Yeah, these Rax are going to fall quick.
There's a lot of items up on Enigma now.
I think we just send the summons in.
Buildings. Yeah, you can actually.
Oh, Inferno in a bit of an awkward spot, but they do get the Hex onto Samael. Inferno gets caught by the Bramble, they drop the roll to Loopsy, jump forward with the silence, the Mega Creeps are out, and Loopsy, he's also out, dead for a minute. They'll get the catch onto Morel. Morel's out for 50 seconds, will buy back immediately. The BKB comes out from Samael. He'll back off. Oh, the silence onto Noob. Jump forward, they get the catch on him, they pop the global here. Can they actually get any kills out of this? They've dropped the Doom on a Ghost, but Ghost just turns and right-clicks down the Doom. Bottega, he's dead for 50, no buyback available on him. And they'll tap out. GG is called. Enigma Galaxy closing this game 2 up very nicely. No mistakes to be had here. They play it safe, they get the win, and they push this series to a game 3.
Yeah. Game 3 gonna be hype now. Got I think a fight for the first pick potentially here as well in the game 3. I'm sure both teams gonna want that. Seems like a nice advantage to have. And then yeah, I don't think we're gonna see Dawnbreaker again. God, I hope not.
I think no more Dawnbreaker. We've had last pick Dawnbreaker both games, and I think both teams are gonna regret that. That last pick Dawnbreaker in each of those performances. It didn't really do anything.
It doesn't feel like it does much, no. But I do think that actually the Beastmaster pick really came into paid dividends here.
Yeah, it was great. Great stuff from me.
I also want to question the level 1 play by Yellow Submarine in this game. The initial level 1 smoke was fine, right? Get the sentry down. But then after you see the gyro taking that level 1 fight, I think really hurt their laning phase. Silencer had skill curse, came to lane with almost no mana, skill Sclaves. Can't really win the lane for his Doom. I'm not sure he would have been able to regardless. But at least it would have been a lot better, I think, the laning phase for them. And then perhaps the snowball wouldn't be as hard and the game would have been more even. But yeah, game 3.
Yeah, no, Enigma Galaxy, just the way they sort of shut this game down as well, just looked really, 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 really good. 22 minutes in, taking the first set of Rax, 5 minutes later, they've taken the game. So they really knew how to push their advantage this time and didn't overstep the mark at all when they had the hold on the game. It's sort of, performances like this from Enigma Galaxy make you go, hey, you know what, this team, they're going to do it. They're going to make it the whole way. Yeah, when they're looking good, they're looking really good. this squad right now, Enigma Galaxy. And we're seeing, obviously, with this sort of performance, why they do just now start to just go for this first pick Magnus in the draft, right? Sumail, 7-0-12. Wouldn't be surprised if they go for the first pick again if it doesn't get banned out. Turns the standout. I think, yeah. You know, once again, playing his mid Magnus, doesn't die at all. The impact's perfect. It's looking to be sort of the bread and butter for how Enigma Galaxy want to play the game right now. Just put Sumail on the Magnus, you're going to have a good time most of the time.
Yeah, for sure. I guess one point about Yellow Submarine as well is that they haven't lost a game in lower bracket yet, right? This is the first game they drop, and it did not really feel like they were allowed to play this game how they usually do. They were very much on the back foot. They couldn't fight back. They were behind very early on after the laning phase. So this was a very different Yellow Submarine that we suddenly saw. And perhaps if Enigma can find this type of draft again where they put Yellow Submarine in a position where they can't really fight back, that's where you can break this team.
Yeah, well, we'll find out, ladies and gentlemen, who's going to be taking the series after this short break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for Game 3 to see who's going to move on and who's going to lose because they picked Dawnbreaker. We'll find out soon. See you in a few minutes.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready here for Game 3 between Nigma Galaxy and Yellow Submarine to see who's going to move on to face against OG in the lower bracket final to fight for that final spot at this year's International. Misery, it's been a back and forth series, right? Game 1 looked like Yellow Submarine had a pretty good hold on it all. Game 2, Nigma Galaxy, completely different to what we saw from them in Game 1. It looked fantastic. Game 3, what are we going to see?
That's a good question. I know one thing, and that is we have a first pick for Yellow Submarine. So they won the coin toss in Game 3, and now we rewarded with the first pick. But Nigma actually choosing Dire, I believe, as a response. So also mixing it up a bit here. Also see them banning out the Bristleback, right? So they might have been caught off guard a little bit by the Bristol pick in Game 1, and now they are adjusting to that. So maybe not the end of the world for Nigma here.
We'll see if they switch up what they want to grab for the first pick on a Yellow Submarine with that Bristle option taken away. We're going to see the back get banned out again. I like the toss ban from Yellow Submarine. We did see some excellent saves and plays at the sort of that first half of the game from Nigma Galaxy last time round. Of course, these bans, having sort of Tuscan bat button puppet priority does leave the other ones that we're seeing a lot, right? The Willows, the Shamans are still there, the Silencers as well. Yellow Submarine, they're going to go for the first pick Doom again, but I imagine the sort of setup around it's probably going to be quite different because, yeah, that last game around the Doom of Bottega, it just didn't really click into place.
Yeah, I think it was partly because of the Beastmaster pick, though, and them being forced into this this Dawnbreaker last pick as well.
Yeah.
I think Doom itself is not really an issue. The question now becomes, does Nigma go for the mag again, or do they have something else? Oh, they just go Beast straight away.
I mean, I like that because, as you're saying, this
move.
is, yeah.
But is Doom necessarily that bad against Beast? I think it's more of a combination of Silencer and Doom together, and Shaman, right? I think now at least you have a way for Yellow Submarine to counter the Beast in the laning phase with some support that can make it hard for Beast to play his game. What happens if we suddenly see Yellow Submarine bust out an Enchantress or a Chen or something like that to counter the Beastmaster more strongly? Then maybe the Doom don't mind the Beast. But let's see how the Yellow Submarine decides to react to this. But yeah, interesting development of the meta here, or the internal meta between these guys.
Yeah, because we have been seeing the odd Chen ban here and there. I can't quite remember if it's been necessarily against Yellow Submarine, but some of the teams here have been banning it out against one another.
Yeah, I can't remember which teams that has been. Some teams play Chen and others really don't. I think it was one W team.
Okay.
These guys play a lot of Chen and Ench, and everybody was banning it against them. I think also Mouse plays a lot of Ench with Celery, of course. But it's not necessarily a hero that you can just bust out and play. It does require some practice, right? And it does require a team to understand his timings and its weaknesses and things like that. But it was just an idea that of a way where you could actually counter this Beastmaster. Could also be something like Crystal Maiden, perhaps, at least to slow down the Helmet of the Dominator, a way to kill the boss. But they might also just stick with their guns, right? This time around, let's see if Nigma bans out the Ringmaster, Sakota's other hero, because I don't think he wants to play Silence into this, right?
No, yeah, might be less appealing after that last game. Yeah, how much do they value? How much do they fear that Ringmaster? Because I think you're right. I think they should. They're going to opt for the Shadow Demon ban. Okay, I like this. There we go. And they take it for themselves. So a good approach against Dakota.
I think another way to approach this for Yellow Submarine 2 is to pick up the Gyrocopter as a counter to the Beastmaster and then putting the Doom on offlane and not buying Radiance, but buying like Crimson Guard and buying items like that. Of course, it does reveal that the Doom is offlane pretty early on, which means that now Nigma can counter the Doom offlane. So that's also a little bit of a fragile situation.
Ooh.
Kunkka, okay.
Kunkka coming in. So I think we
Maybe-
saw Enigma Galaxy ban this last game, I think, right?
Yeah. Like in the later stages when they had the beast.
Yeah.
Maybe this could be a Kunkka carry actually. But it also is a flexible hero, right? So Enigma don't
Very
know
flexible.
if it's a offlane Kunkka or mid Kunkka. But so now you're leaving it open to potentially throw the Doom offlane. But Enigma can't be sure, so they can't just pick like Ursa or whatever and feel really good about it because they don't know what the offlane is. But Lifestealer, Ursa could be potential Enigma heroes here. So far. What support are Yellow Submarine gonna go with here? Chikiro. Okay, so they are also mixing it up completely here.
Yeah, I think necessary after that last game. You know, they just clearly needed to try a whole different approach around their Doom, and we're getting exactly that so far with these following 2 picks.
I think Enigma gotta watch out for the gyrocopter on 18 here. Enigma could end up picking it themselves as well. But the gyrocopter is maybe one of the best responses in the game against Beastmaster.
Yeah, because I guess the question is, do you think after seeing Enigma Galaxy play that last game, and with how well they were able to close it up, that Enigma Galaxy are going to want to go for a similar sort of timing and try and go for this fast gameplay style against Yellow Submarine?
I think it's not as obvious how you're going to do that right now into the Kunkka and Chikiro the same way. Last game, the Beastmaster pick allowed them to do it on 18 because there was a clear gap in Yellow Submarine's draft. This time around, it's not really clear just yet how you're going to do that.
Oh, there we
Go with the
go.
ET.
Ooh, and the
And-
Deucer.
Okay. Yeah, okay, that's a good response too, right?
Yeah, that's solid.
Now you have a really strong carry with the Beastmaster in the Medusa. You counter the offlane Doom if it is to come out with the Medusa. So now actually Doom has no real lane to go to if you consider Beast counter to Doom carry, right? Because then the Doom doesn't want to go offlane against Medusa and ET. You're gonna get smacked. And you're gonna give Medusa a free lane, and then the carry Doom is also not that appealing too. So maybe this Doom pick is a little awkward now for Yellow Submarine. I do think you gotta just go with Doom carry now.
Sure.
And find another way to deal with this. Perhaps pick a support that can offset some of this and put the Jakiro as a 4 here into the Elder Titan. I think that's your best bet in the situation we got now for Yellow Submarine.
And is there any way that you sort of brute force an anti-mage into your lineup if you're Yellow Submarine?
Oh, I like the brute forcing.
You know, just pick it, figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, get it somewhere. Whether you want to just have it as the carry, do some Kunkka mid, or
I mean, I'm always on board for the anti-mage, but honestly, this game, it looks... I don't know, maybe it's fine. It's just one Beastmaster. Everything else seems kind of whatever for AM.
oh, they're going to get their OD
Okay.
out. We had this before.
Yeah, so
It
that
was
means
quite a
it's
bit of
what,
fun.
Kunkka offlane then,
Yeah.
which should be... I mean, ET's pretty good but against it, but if you pair the Chikiro, I imagine Kunkka should be pretty safe. Kunkka should have a pretty good lane against the Medusa. You got the OD mid and 2 bans to protect him for Sumail's hero pool here, and then probably just some last pick 5 for Sakota. I guess that's what we're looking at here. They have a lot of scaling. Why do you think they pick OD though here?
I don't know. I mean,
it's
it's got
Deucer?
save against the Deucer. I mean, I just
Good
feel
against
like
Roar?
we just never see that, right? It's like we very rarely see this hero. Obviously, we've seen so much Deucer over the previous patches. But what's he going to be able to do against him? I mean, obviously with the... You know, it is going to steal some of the max mana, right? But are you... I don't know. How much is that going to matter in the fight? We'll see. We'll see. Maybe still the last pick's going to give them that sort of solid solution, but I guess also unlikely because it's just likely to be a support from Yellow Submarine. But yeah, they did win with the Sodi before. Was not against a Medusa, though, in that case. Let's see if it does actually offer up something that's going to cause issues for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I mean, you got the save against the Roar, I guess. But
Yeah.
apart from that, I don't really understand the hero well enough. Maybe it's good against Medusa because of the pure damage. The fact that you can, you know what it is maybe? You can astral him and drain his mana, right? If you astral him, he loses a percentage of his mana.
Yeah, it's just a quick, because I guess you get in a team fight, maybe you get a couple of those off on it, but likely just the one. So I guess it's still sort of taking the Medusa out of the fight.
25% of his mana.
It is a big chunk, but you're doing it once, right? Maybe twice.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's part of a way to remove his mana. Yeah. But I don't think I don't think OD is good against Beastmaster.
No.
As a concept, with all his summons and the Helm of the Overlord timing, things like that. So that could still be a very big problem for Yellow Submarine in this game. And I'm also very curious to see what Sakota's going to play here. Because it is still a very good Beastmaster game, except for maybe the Kunkka.
Because I guess the thing is as well, right? It's just that we've had such a long time of seeing so much Medusa that if the OD is like a good answer, I feel like we would have just seen more of it. You know what I mean? In all these sort of patches where Deuce has been very prevalent.
Yeah, perhaps.
So it would mean that Yellow Submarine are kind of onto something that other teams haven't considered as being strong.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think OD has looked that great when it has been picked. Even the game they won earlier, it was kind of a long game that got drawn out and they won, but it was not that I don't know what's the word for that.
Oh, what a lich!
Yeah.
What's going on here?
That's a lich.
That's a lich.
That is a lich.
First pick of the qualifiers. At least in this region, probably in the whole. I don't know if we've seen this in other regions either, but yeah, lich.
To be fair though, lich is has kind of been forgotten, right? Maybe a little bit unfairly because the hero did get nerfed, but that hero was first picked for a long time there, half a year ago. And then suddenly the nerfs hit and nobody's picking that hero.
Yeah,
it hasn't been picked in any qualifier.
Any of the
TI.
regions. This is the first lich. That's pretty wild.
So Lich can kill a boar with a third spell.
Okay.
Pretty fast. He has obviously pretty strong lane with the Novas. Okay. Well, this draft has taken a turn.
The Arc Warden. All right.
Yeah.
We saw, I think, Samel, I can't remember if he's done it again, but I do remember watching one of the games a while back where he did bring out the Arc Warden. He's going to do it here. All right. It seems like a lot of greed with the Arc Warden and the Deucer, but I think the Arc Warden should be able to have a pretty good lane against the OD mid.
Oh, they're doing the offlane Doom, by the way, and Kunkka carry.
Okay.
In terms of the Arc Warden, I think it really depends on what kind of item build he goes for. If he goes for like Midas into Maelstrom, then this hero is ridiculously greedy. But if he goes Vessel, and they play around him mid, which is, I actually covered the same game that they played Arc Warden in Dream League, and I was saying the same thing back then. And there they then went for the Maelstrom Midas build, and he didn't do anything, and then they lost. But I argued back then that if he actually went for Vessel and the supports played around him early on, he could have taken over the game. So I kind of hope that he does that, and it's not like a very slow paced, nobody's doing anything type of game. But I mean, even the Midas Maelstrom might work here because Odie's also very, very slow. We saw it the other day. That hero didn't really do anything. He couldn't pressure the tower. He's just kind of farming and not very fast as well. I think the matchup doesn't sound that fun for Odie either.
I don't think so.
That he has to dodge.
Yeah. I think Arc Warden can mess with the OD in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow, looking forward to see this. Obviously, one of the things Lich has as well is you do get a little bit of mana drain, right, with the Sinister Gaze. It's not a lot. It's, 20%? It's not of the max, it's the current. So I think, max level with the talent, that's, you kind of get... I guess it's 40% of the current mana. It's a little bit more mana, but whether or not you're going to be able to sit there and drain the Deucer for 2 seconds, might be a bit tougher actually in gameplay in the fights. But we'll see. It's definitely a different approach to the Medusa, the OD Lich closer from Yellow Submarine this time round. And we'll see if it works out. Everything to play for. This is game 3. The loser, that's it. They're out at the running. The winner, as I say, is going to go on to play against OG later today for that last spot to TI.
I mean, to be fair, the OG Nigma matchup for the TI slot would be pretty insanely hype, right? Not to take anything away from Yellow Submarine, but just the history there is unmatched.
Yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, a lot of people are looking towards that, but Yellow Submarine absolutely could stop that from being from happening.
Yeah, you gotta defeat Yellow Submarine first.
Yeah.
Anyways, on top of like now we talk about the Kunkka and so the Beastmaster, right? Suddenly the Beastmaster has much harder of a time to get the same snowballing rolling like we saw last game. Kunkka being very strong in lane, especially with the Lich. Like, that lane is no joke. So I'm a little bit worried for Noob. If this hero doesn't have a good laning phase, this hero can look very different from what we saw last game. Like to the point where, like to the grief level, you know. I think at sometimes if he has too hard of a lane, it can be real bad. But let's see what they can get out of the lane. There's a lot of different factors that can come into play. Like the mid lane is an X factor for me. How hard does the Arc Warden snowball, if at all? Yeah, what about this Doom against Medusa matchup? There's also an ET here. Like, what item builds Doom gonna go for? Is he just gonna rush Crimson Guard and play more like a supporting type of Doom and not just be super greedy? Yeah, I think that's the way to approach it.
We'll see how the top lane plays out. I'll see. They won't be able to. And what do we got?
Well, one thing is for sure though, that if this game goes late, there's a lot of stuff going on in this game, right? With Odie, Doom, like Chain Frost, Arc Wardens, Medusas. Like there's so much late game in this potential in this draft from both teams.
Now let's talk about the Lich a bit more. Why is no one else playing this hero? You know, there's got to be some problems, right, if nobody else is touching it.
Well, I mean, before his Chain Frost was kind of OP. That's why this hero was picked a lot, because the Chain Frost was ridiculous. It lingered, remember? It was like, would circle around the hero and then keep bouncing. I think it also worked really well around the shard. I think that got nerfed somehow. I can't even remember what it is. Just reading the buff here, but I don't even know if it still says it on the changelog in the game. But he definitely got hit by the nerf stick, and oftentimes when that happens, people just stop picking it. There's a bit of fatigue perhaps as well around the hero. People don't really feel like continuing to play this hero after the nerfs, and then it sort of just gets forgotten. I don't think it's justified that it's so unpicked.
Because so that historically as well.
Still strong.
Yeah. What are the strengths of this hero?
I mean, he has a lot of spell damage still. Chain Frost is still strong. The Frost Shield, obviously, a nice save against physical damage, which there is in Medusa and ET Beastmaster this game, right? And then you have.
Talk about the ET top lane, and they get the setup. GH will go down in return, so the trade's there, but First Blood secured here by Enigma Galaxy.
On paper, the Lich should look good. Like, you have a disable, you have a save, semi-save. You can use on tower as well. You have a lot of damage in the fight. You scale pretty well too, so I'm not sure. Let's see how it looks this game. We can judge it.
Oh, so again, that replay up top. Able to get the kill. Doesn't get out, but GH already gets the job done. So seeing mid lane, I think pretty much as expected. A little bit of an edge here for Sumail. 15 and 7. We've seen a few times he's been able to get morale pretty low with the Spark Ray spam. So not super fun really for the OD to lane into, and definitely gets tricky once the Tempest doubles online, with just sort of how much harassment the Arc Warden can throw down at the OD.
Yeah, the real pressure comes around levels when Arc Warden hits level 6. By the way, the Sumail has queued up the Midas and Shreds. I don't know if I've mentioned that, but I do think that this approach is very greedy. There was another team who played the Arc Warden in this qualifier. It was...
Someone did a carry, right?
It was one of the teams that dropped out. It was 4 Pirates. They knocked down Avulus from the upper bracket with the mid Arc Warden.
Oh, it was mid again there, yeah.
It was mid, yeah, and he didn't go Midas. He went Vessel.
Oh, we'll see. Because I think this was also probably going to be the similar build to. Yeah, well, you said you remember. When was that game that I'm remembering when Sumail played mid? Was that back in Dream League? That was Dream League, right?
Yes,
and they did lose that game, right?
They did.
Yeah. So likely to do a similar build to the one we saw there. We'll see if it works out different from this time. But yeah, definitely a lot of greed. You know, having a Dusa and an Arc Warden, wanting to play this sort of style, and also just having a Beastmaster that's, you know, Noob's not going to have nearly as solid of a start as he did last game. We'll see top. Another kill secured here. Ghost able to get a second kill here for the lane. But you know, you're likely going to have this portion of the game, right, where Noob's going to be recovering, catching back up in farm, and you've also got an Arc Warden and a Medusa that also kind of want to be AFK hitting the creeps.
Yeah, that is true concern here, potentially for Nigma. I mean, Noob is doing okay for himself so far, but I do think it gets worse once Kunkka hits level 5. There's every wave, there's multiple Tidebringers. You might just have to go jungle. Because you can also get X'd and die pretty easily down here. Every time your ball shows itself, it's gonna just die, so I think the downfall of Noob is gonna start happening now. He can do some shenanigans with the ball like we see now. He's like pulling it into tower.
Definitely having to be very careful.
Mid here, on the 6-minute rune.
See what the spawn's going to be. It's going to be up top. Will be the Arcane rune. That's Sumail able to secure with the bubble.
There's the level 6 with the Arcane rune here. That's actually a very big rune. It's a lot of harass potential coming in here.
I'll see Armand just finds Shakoda. And Sumail's going to be able to send over the Tempest double to try and help out get the kill. Backup coming in from Bottega, but Shakoda's going to be found. Nice placement there from Sumail with the Spark Crates. Leads nowhere for Shakoda to escape.
Medusa has a very free lane though. That's one of the downsides of putting the Doom off lane. Doom doesn't pressure Medusa whatsoever. He also got the first butt, so Ghost is very happy here. Doom gets his Vanguard up, so he's also doing fine for himself here. And Wisdom gonna be a split for both teams here.
I gotta be very careful in this bottom lane. Noob. If they do catch him in the setup, could threaten his life. See around mid. GH is gonna swing over. Morel stepping up a little bit. They're gonna try for the setup. Under the tier 1, the TPs are going to be coming in, so Morel will be fine. Can keep the pressure on though here, Enigma Galaxy with the Tempest double out. It's getting a bit spooky in the mid lane now for Yellow Submarine. Whoever sort of dares turn up whilst Sumail's putting this sort of pressure on.
Yeah, a lot of pressure. They're going to keep the Catapult alive too, so his tower's going to take a beating. There's a glyph. And Odie's back already, so he went all the way back to base there.
Another power in. It's going to be the amplified damage for Sumail. So continues to find these pretty nice ones. To keep himself in a good position ahead of that of Morel's farm in the mid matchup. They're still looking at mid. I mean, you can see the supports. You know, they're hungry for action. They want to try and catch this OD. They'll get the slows. Astral will come in place. TP again coming in this time for Shakoda. The stomp from GH catches the two of them perfectly. Lovely placement there with the Astral as they kill off Shakoda.
This is exactly how you have to play around Arc Warden, regardless of what items you want to buy on this guy. It's just so ridiculously strong at this phase of the game. You consider Arc Warden a very greedy hero, but in the first 10 members, this hero is not really greedy. He's quite the opposite, very strong, as you can see here. They even have a ward behind the tower. And OD queues up the Midas too, so he knows the situation he's in here. And I kind of agree. He needs a way to come back. I mean, his tower dying here at 9 minutes is not what you want to see as an OD.
No, yeah, the Arc Warden pick, taking that to the mid definitely ruins what the OD wants to do early, which Yeah, I guess you got to be prepared for, right, if you're picking OD in the fashion that they did, where there's still that chance to respond to it. And Enigma Galaxy did so perfectly, at least so far, with this Arc Warden for Sumail.
This is big. If they can get the Kunkka here.
Stomp's going to be there. Into the Raw. They'll find it. It's clean
Actually,
stuff here for Enigma Galaxy early on. Once again.
Good stuff from the supports. Very active supports early on. Connecting together, like we saw last game as well. They're really making the early game happen for Nigma. I think Beastmaster also sort of in a position now where he's kind of snowballing again. He's level 7, almost 8 here with the Dominator. Much better game than that you would expect going into a Kunkka carry. They are going to defend the tower pretty quickly here.
Sumail, a few creep waves away from having the Midas gold. He's going to try and lead in towards Morel. He has got backup from Omar to try and make this play. He's going for the TP out, but the stomp will catch him. I mean, definitely one of those games where Morel is the mid. He's going to be sick and tired of these supports just sitting mid and bullying him.
Yeah, this OD is completely shut down now. Still queuing up Midas. At what point is this hero going to offer something in this game for something? It's going to be in a long time, that's for sure. And at that point, what items are we going to have on Medusa, Beast, and Arc Warden? So I think every hero in Enigma's draft is getting what they want. Very good start for them.
Yeah, so to have this sort of lead with the heroes they have, with the Medusa and the Arc Warden, it's going to feel pretty fantastic for Enigma Galaxy so far. As this one already sort of stepping up to be an even tougher one for Yellow Submarine than game 2 was. He's going to get the catch onto Omar. And he's going to be able to turn Shikoda, taking a lot of damage on this one. Ghost fully low on the man. He's got the one, but he's going to get to him. Look at the escape pack to get him out to the side. And with Sumail coming in from the edge as well, they've killed off Shikoda. They're going to be able to clean up both supports here with Sumail's presence and take the tier 1 tower. Sumail, 4-0-1, ready to sweep across the map like this after taking over mid so early. They're looking even better in this game 3 so far, Misery.
Oh yeah, this is looking very rough for them. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be in Yellow Submarine shoes right now. A lot of pressure on them. And it's not even like they're outscaling the Enigma draft either. So Arc Warden and Medusa going so far behind laning phase. It's gotta be a worst case scenario. Your OD still doesn't even have Midas and he has nowhere to farm. He's farming neutrals as a level 8 OD. It's so slow.
So they can get here. Yeah, they'll have him. And they'll make sure the Morel gets the kill, given that gold boost to try and get him towards the Midas ASAP.
Is under attack.
Tower gone on the bottom lane. Noob takes it down. He's played very sensibly this game. Against the lane, against the Kunkka. Didn't feed away a single life. Played it very, very cautiously, and he's been rewarded. He's now back in the top 3, around that sort of top 3 with the net worth as the Beastmaster. Definitely was put in a tougher situation this time, but still very much performing on the off lane as the Beast.
We have a smoke down bot. We do have also a Chain Frost available here.
Morel is going to try and lead forward. Sumail looking to try and fight back with the Tempest double. Omar to be caught. He'll get the escape backed out. And they've actually jumped down from low ground. The Sanities will be dropped to kill Omar off. And they get the X-Mark on a Sumail. Sumail does not have any further backup here, as it was just sort of the 2 of them that stuck around to try and make this play. So they'll find quite the kill here, bringing Sumail down.
Giving it to the Kunkka. I think that's quite smart, actually, amping up that Radiance timing. So a little sign of life here. That actually does spark some life into the net worth chart here. It's not as one-sided as it was before. I still worry about this OD. I'm happy for him that he went Midas. At least he has some way of scaling here.
It's going to take a lot to bring him back in.
Aggressive, maybe. Yeah. for
Yeah.
Enigma.
I mean, pushing on that round, that tier 2, or trying to make a play there, 14 minutes in, super early, especially when you don't have kind of more, just more numbers down there. It was a very risky move from them. I guess Samel obviously felt that he was a safe enough distance back, but Yellow Submarine pushed on very nicely to just make sure they could find the real Arc Warden.
Oh, by the way, Sumail is going for Aghanims on Arc Warden.
Dire's bottom tower
So making
is under
Flux silence and last
attack.
8 seconds.
Has been killed.
Silence if the target is alone.
Oh, yeah, okay. So in terms of like pick-off potential, it makes it pretty crazy. But yeah, as you said, emphasis on the alone. It's still pretty situational.
But
yeah, we'll see what it does.
Yeah. I mean, it could be really problematic, right? You have 2 of them in the fight. You can use one on Lich and one on whoever's in front, and they have to hug each other. Oh, hold on to the cage here.
Now, Ghost is going to head over to help out, and GH is able to get the ults off the stomp on of the 2 of them. He's moving away from this. GH able to run, able to live, and maybe seeing if they can actually chase this down, get some action. Yellow Submarine, they will manage to keep a safe distance, but yeah, quick moves there for Enigma Galaxy to make sure that GH doesn't go down.
Top lane Enigma. That's a really quick dominator once again from Noob, by the way. He already has it online. Looking at a tier 2 here. There's a Crimson Guard on Doom. That's a very big item in this game. Currently on cooldown though. Golem.
I'm going to try and save it with the Escape Act, and that will indeed keep it fine, so not... Oh, okay, never mind. Still goes down to the... Oh, no, okay, no, he just took over the Black Dragon instead.
Odie got the Astral off.
Can they kill the Beastmaster? Nice path to follow up. The Wolf One is going to get dropped down. They'll drop the Sanities, they drop the Doom, they drop everything onto Noob there to secure that kill.
Actually, Yellow Submarine are doing really good stuff to clamp their way back into this game. Only 4k down now. Getting some really key pickoffs.
We'll see where they go now. After being able to slow down that sizable lead that Enigma Galaxy did get early on. Going to have the Infernal trying to get the Blink Dagger, 1600 towards it. Bottega's now getting some good space down bottom. And yeah, Odie's still lagging behind, 6.5k. As you can see on the net worth there, a bit of a drop off between him and the rest of the cores. But give him time, get him that level 12, the second point in the ult. Maybe with some good last hits on sort of the kills with the Sanity's Eclipse. And if he can get one of these bigger targets, get the kill there, we'll see him be able to make that recovery.
Yeah, to make the case for the OD in this game, it perhaps doesn't also need as many items as some of the other cores to be effective. Maybe just one pike and has the potential to deal a lot of damage, set up the Astral like we just saw on the Beast, and potentially save people as well. So yeah, definitely not out of it yet. In terms of the Midas on Arc, by the way, I stand corrected. He actually did go Midas, the guy from 4 Pirates.
Okay. Well, Midas is Vessel or?
Midas is Vessel, yeah. So the Midas, of course, I mean, who can turn down the double Midas, right?
It's like...
You're gonna want this item.
It's so OP on this area, yeah.
Roshandor, go down for Nigma.
I mean, I've got the Ags online now for Samel, so we'll have that increased damage and silence. So for Yellow Submarine, you don't want to get caught out alone, because Samel, with either the main hero or the Tempest double, will very much isolate and just kill you. And with the buffed up Flux now, thanks to the Aghanims.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's get this top lane moving in. Butterfly very close for Ghost, 1,000 off. With the Aegis on Noob, we'll give Enigma Galaxy that presence to try and push for some of these tier 2s. And Yellow Submarine, we'll see what they do in response. They've got the Blink Doom ready. They do have their ults up. And see if they are tempted to defend.
Enigma commits for this top tier 2 tower. Could be an okay defense for Yellow Submarine, considering Medusa is across the map. Of course, they don't know that for sure. They don't know where Medusa is, but that would be a 4-on-5. They have a lane ward as well. So they are setting something up here potentially. Doom has a dagger. Could find a nice pick off. In the back here. Ah, there goes the ward.
Radiant's middle tower
And
is
tower.
under attack.
So Nigma playing it well here. Just letting the creeps do the dirty work. Dusa
Radiant
pretty much has his butterfly complete as well. 20 minutes here, and the Tormentor is up, and Nigma controls top area as well. So again, Nigma getting exactly what they want from this Beastmaster. Roshan, multiple towers into Tormentor, like we saw last game as well.
Yeah, they're playing it
help.
fast again. And it's working out, especially with the build,
is.
right? Sumail on top of the Ags now has the Ag Shard as well. So after getting that Midas, just investing in this portion of the game, you know, having the buffed up Flux, having the buffed up Sparkgrave, means that he is an incredibly formidable part of the fight that they can just force against Yellow Submarine right now. If they sort of hit the timing where Ghost gets that Skadi after the Butterfly, Skadi, Butterfly, and Medusa around the rest of the lineup, Nigma Galaxy could look to start even approaching high ground.
Yeah, I think they certainly can. I mean, they might even do it right now as top lane with the Butterfly, I think. Or somewhere, you know, they are just so much stronger right now. Odie needs so much more time. I can't help but think that, of course, you gotta get this team's the benefit of the doubt from picking this Odie, but I can't help but think that that was a big mistake, picking Odie into Beastmaster, and the last pick for Sumail as well to counter pick the matchup. Another point about this Arc Warden is that this hero is often considered as a greedy hero, but when you play it like this, either with Vessel or with, in this case, with Aghanims or these more mid-game oriented timings, this hero is not greedy.
No,
Like
no,
he
not
has,
at all.
he has treads, he has Aghanims, he has 2k HP, right? He's getting all the runes. It's not greedy at all. Quite the contrary. It's not really the same hero as we used to see with bots, Maelstrom, Midas farming forever and, you know, leaving the team in question.
Yeah, I've been sort of liking, you know, Sumail's approach with some of the mids that he's been playing, right, where he's very much bringing in these mids like the Magnus and in this case the Arc Warden that we do see be a lot greedier in other players' hands. Yeah, showing us how active and involved you can be with these heroes and how impactful that can be.
True, yeah. The Mag is another great example of Sumail doing this with a hero. I mean, I think you're gonna have to be forced to fight, I think, soon on Yellow Submarine.
Yeah, it's coming.
There's no way around it. So you are going for the early shard on Kunkka, which is definitely good, a way to defend your base here. Could become an important factor to bait in Nigma to go deeper into the base of Yellow Submarine here. And just like that, the last tier 2 looks to be on the menu here for Nigma. So early on, 22 minutes again, literally the same, around the same timing. We saw the same thing last game.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is falling.
What do they do, Yellow Submarine? In another tough spot here in this game 3, as they were in game 2. Running out of options. They struggled to sort of slow down Nigma at all in that second game. We'll see them come out with the smoke.
They're gonna smoke as the Aegis runs out on the Beastmaster, and Nigma are not 5 right now. Beast is probably gonna TP over to his team because they are looking to also group up.
Radiant
Not in position, and Yellow Submarine are approaching.
Not really catching on to anything here though, Yellow Submarine.
No,
Dire are scanning.
and now Kunkka's gonna show top, so Nigma knows now what's going on.
I mean, they'll start running straight towards Kunkka. He's going to go for the TP out. Ooh, he's not going to make it. Omar in just in time with the Tame the Beast, as they'll catch and kill Bottega off very easily. They'll get the bounty at least on the way. At least stop Smell getting another buff up there. Actually, no, there's no one's bounty or a power in, but there, he's dead for 45. This is going to be in the Nigma Galaxy going to come running down these lanes. Wanted to see if they can put a stop to the TP out from Lupsi, but he'll get out alive. But yeah, just seeing how hard it is for Yellow Submarine to make the moves. You know, Enigma Galaxy a step ahead. They're just not getting caught even by the smoke plays.
Mid lane. Sumel's invis here. Jakiro's silenced. Not anymore. This flux is annoying. It lasts
so
8
much
seconds.
damage. Yeah.
It lasts. You gotta stay next to your target for 8 seconds. It doesn't go away. You know, it's just lingers for 8 seconds. Actually, it looks really strong.
And I guess what the problem in these fights is that if you get flux and you're like, well, I've got to stay near someone, then next thing you know, you're getting caught in some AoE of like an Echo Stomp or Earth Splitter or Wheel of Wonder. Like, it feels
That's
like you're kind of screwed if you stand next to your buddy and you're screwed if you run away.
That's a good point, I think, because it's never really good to stand next to your allies, right?
No,
Like,
not in these team fights.
You always want to split and like make sure you don't get hit by multiple spells, same heroes, right? I mean, but this spell kind of makes it so that you're gonna be clumping up. That's interesting idea here.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, I don't know about. I think maybe they got outdrafted a bit this game. Just we talked about it during the draft how this Doom doesn't have a lane to go to, right? He could have gone against the Beast, but Beast would have gotten a free lane. He could have gone against the Medusa like he did this game, but then you see the Medusa, 18k net worth, completely free game, 0 deaths, 350 CS at 25 minutes, absolutely ridiculous. That's usually what happens when you let Doom into the Medusa lane. So yeah, it's just tough spot for them. Then the OD pick as well, not helping their case.
Yeah, they might have just tried to big brain it a little too much with these last 2 picks. The OD Lich, focusing on that Medusa and trying to come up with some sort of new way to have an answer, but it's just not happening. At this point, Ghost, if he gets sort of astraled or sinister gazed, he's not even going to mind if he loses a bit of mana. It's just not going to be enough to threaten a Medusa this large.
I mean, you're not even going to be able to get close enough. There's going to be a spirit on you. There's going to be these spark rates everywhere, fluxes. Top lane, Kiro.
Enigma
Roshan is
Galaxy.
up again.
Well, they can set up for the Roshan. Get the Aegis. And then that Aegis push. It's going to be sort of good luck to Yellow Submarine because they're going to need it. It's going to be quite the push to try and stop. Enigma Galaxy definitely looking to sort of run back into this game 3, what they showed us in game 2. With the pressure and control they have on the game. Smoke coming out from Yellow Submarine, but it's all a little too late. Bottega tries to get involved, but the Aegis already picked up by Ghost. I'll drop the boat here, Bottega. But now he's got to try and get out. The flux is upon him. He needs someone to stand by his side, and Shikoda will do so. But may just end up putting the both of them in danger. The Chain Frost will get thrown out. But nothing more to be done here, as Bottega will get caught by the Spark Graves to Samael. They're just getting taken out one by one. It's a rough one here for Yellow Submarine. As Enigma Galaxy, I think they can already taste the victory. Macropire laid down by Lupsi. It's a triple kill for Samael.
He's not done too. Look at the flux on Doom. 55% slow here.
I mean, Morel's trying to step forward. Careful, Morel. Getting a little close there. They won't have to jump onto him on the high ground, but yeah, losing heroes like that. The creep waves are coming in. Enigma Galaxy ready to knock at the door here with the Aegis on Ghost. A rough one here for Yellow Submarine. They've had a pretty good run in the lower bracket, but this game 2 and this game 3 in Enigma Galaxy, we're very much seeing that I think they're ready. I think they're ready, Misery, to go on and face OG.
I think so too. That's gonna be exciting, man. I really think this Arc Warden hero looks very strong with this Aghanim build as well. Maybe a hero that OG needs to watch out for in the finals here later. Assuming that Enigma can close this one out in another unthrowable game.
It should be. Should be unthrowable. This one I think more unthrowable than game 2. And that was pretty unthrowable.
I'm also willing to call this one unthrowable.
20k lead here. Set of barracks up. And more kills to come for Enigma Galaxy. Jumping from Noob. Shikoda goes down and throw out a Chain Frost. He'll get a ball, but that's it. As Ghost leads the charge down the middle lane. Have they got any big item pickups? Nothing's coming anytime soon for Yellow Submarine.
It's a very depressing way to lose Dota. You just don't feel like you can do anything. Push is coming. You can't really fight. You can't defend your base. You know, the whole game feeling really under pressure. I think it's losing both games in very similar fashion, to be honest.
Yep.
Look at this Arc Warden, Illusion. He's zoning 3 heroes by himself.
Yeah, Smel's crushing it. Yeah, definitely showing that teams have got to be prepared to deal with that Arc Warden coming in as the last pick. Especially if you're going to try something as risky as an OD mid. There was very little hesitation in Samel grabbing that in response, and it's looked great from sort of the lane to taking the tier 1 as early as it did, and just from being that incredible amount of mid-game damage with these moves and output from the Aghanims and the Aghanim Shard. It's a bit too much for Yellow Submarine. Yellow Submarine, they're going to come out with a smoke, trying for these desperate plays.
Salt in the wound.
That's a rough way to go out. That's a rough way to go out.
Oh, that tip is unwarranted.
That's brutal. That's
Fuck. Yeah, that's rough.
That feels bad. But it feels good for Enigma Galaxy. As
Certainly.
they're going to feel pretty fantastic with the way that they have performed in this Game 2 and Game 3. As I say, this is the sort of wins that you need to be coming out with if you're ready to show that you're ready to move on and fight for that last spot in the lower bracket final. Here are the Western European qualifiers. Lupsi's dead outside of the base. He's going to try and get a drag back here with the wave of Bottega. It's not going to happen. Infernal has to put the BKB just to get away. As Ghost continues with the push, perfectly safe. It was still 50 seconds left on the Aegis. They'll buy back on Lupsi. Trying to push this Medusa off the high ground. The Frost Shield slowing him down a little bit. The Stomp connects on a Morel. He'll be able to slide out. See if they can drop a combo on towards the Medusa. They'll catch him in the torrent. But Ghost just turning, killing them off. Bottega has to run. We see Shikoda coming in with the wraparound. Tries to do something here with the Chain Frost, but he'll end up dead. As Ghost holds back the rest of them with the Stone Gaze. The Aghanim's giving a little bit of protection from Morel, but the Wheel of Wonders thrown out here by Omar perfectly to stop his escape. They kill Morel off, and they'll tap that out. GG is called. Enigma Galaxy will be moving on to face against OG to fight for the last spot to TI.
Yeah. The matchup everybody has been waiting for one slot at TI. That is insanely hype here. That Arc Warden, I gotta say it again, that looks absolutely busted.
Yeah.
That looks busted, man. He was, you know how every submarine hero was getting half HP? That's all Arc Warden. They didn't even approach the Medusa. I would like to see his damage done this game, actually.
It was high, yeah, 37k.
Yeah, and
Which
it's
is
only like
ridiculous.
25 minutes or whatever, 30-minute game, right? So that's
That's great. That's great. I mean, he did more damage than like Ghost and Noob put together, and Ghost and Noob were having a good game. I mean, he did more damage actually than Ghost, Noob, and then you could throw GH in there as well. Like that's how much damage he was outputting.
And the whole enemy team combined as well.
That's some quick maths, but that is true. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
he did.
He did. Yeah, he did. Yeah. So that's
yeah.
That hero looked insanely strong in this game. So that's a hero that you gotta watch out for.
Yeah.
That can be, I think, some kind of instant GG type of pick if you don't respect this hero in the right moment. So nicely done by Enigma. Here we see the brutal beatdown these fights.
It really was. It's a sad way for Yellow Submarine to go out after they've had such a great showing in the lower bracket. I mean, obviously at the moment they're going to be feeling pretty down about getting knocked out in the fashion that they did, but I think sort of as time passes, they'll be able to look back at their run here in the qualifiers and be pretty happy with the wins that they did have, and know that as a team and as individuals, there's a lot of potential from this squad in the future.
Yeah, for sure. I think also the individual players really put themselves on the map, right? Bottega, Morel, Infernal, like these guys, not mean, Lupsi as well for that matter, like pretty much all of them, right? Really showing up this qualifier, playing extremely well, and making a lot of upsets in that lower bracket. So if they stay together, that's a potential future team here. If not, then, well, you know, a lot of potential in these players individually for other teams to consider here. But I think it was also good stuff from Nigma, right? Losing that first game.
Yeah, they picked themselves back up.
And keeping it cool and under pressure, still just closing out 2 quick games in response to that. So they are ready for OG now.
They really are. Yeah, but as I said, it's always got to feel good when you're in this position where, you know, after having a rough game 1, you smash game 2, you smash game 3 in preparation for this next series that you're going to have to play. Like, Nigma, they are revved up, ready to go into this matchup against OG. And I guess the question is at this point, Misery, can they do it? Can Nigma take that last spot? Or do you think OG is going to be a bit too much of a hurdle?
No, I think, again, like I said in the beginning of the day, I think it's a very close matchup. I think it's pretty much 50-50. Who wants it more? Who's drafting better? Who is being more, vocal in game? I don't know. There's so many factors that could determine the series. But, I mean, this has to feel good for Nigma for sure. OG also coming in from a loss yesterday might have been a bit sad, right? They were so close and barely making it. And now, they're facing Nigma. Oh, it's so close to also being dropped out and being in the worst possible spot, the 3rd place in this qualifier. So, a lot on the line here.
There really is. And, of course, ladies and gentlemen, after this victory here, the Nigma's able to get against Yellow Submarine. They do get a little bit of a break before we get into the lower bracket final to play for that last spot. So there'll be a little bit of a longer timer on your screens, but don't go anywhere. Go get yourself a drink. Go get yourself, get the food order in or something, or get something cooking in the kitchen. Get something nice to eat, because the next one is going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger to end out this region. It is going to be OG versus Nigma Galaxy for that last spot at the International. Whoever wins, I know that as a viewers, we're all going to be winners after that one. So look forward to that. We're going to be sending you over to a break, and then, as I say, a little longer cooldown on the timer before we're back with that game. And it's going to be Captain SVG taking you through OG versus Nigma.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome to the final game of the international qualifiers. We're closing out with Western Europe, and we're closing out with the series between Enigma Galaxy and OG. Avery, how do you feel about this matchup, man? It has been a long time coming, this Western European matchup of OG Enigma. I think it's what all the fans have been clamoring for, to see these two teams matched up against each other in either elimination or qualification.
It's what we all wanted to see, right? Especially in the lower bracket last qualifier slot, lower bracket final, if you want to call it that. I mean, this is as close as it gets, and there is no second life. This is the last series for TI this year of all the regions too, right? So this is really all on the line, as deep as you can go, as many games played as you can get. Both these teams have lost. Both these teams have lost series, lost games, but they've also fought their way here. Enigma Galaxy with that deep lower bracket run, man, and barely inching out that series against Yellow Submarine. I mean, this is
that's true.
A lot of.
They got 2-0s all the way through the lower bracket, as did Yellow Submarine. But when they clashed together, they ended up at 2-1. And here's all the teams that are going to the international. The top teams were all the invited teams, the bottom teams, all the qualified teams. And just yesterday, we had Navi Junior qualify for the first slot for Western Europe. And then last night, we had Boom Esports take the second spot for Southeast Asia. So Talon, the favorites for Southeast Asia qualifier, not going to be attending the international, just get upset in 2 different series.
I was talking about it yesterday. If you lose that upper bracket series and you go down, that's a tough series to win. And we saw Talon flounder yesterday. They got upset by Boom. I mean, Boom has Armel, though, so, you know, you can never count that guy out of a TI run. But we could see something similar today here for OG, right? OG are going to try and avoid the same fate where you throw that upper series or you lose it, and then you're in this kind of mosh pit, and you're going up against a team that, as we talked about, no matter who they faced here, whether it was Enigma Galaxy or Yellow Submarine, they were going to have a lot more momentum going into this series. And man, you look at the games that Enigma has played to get here, they figured a lot out. Whereas I'm a bit more concerned for OG's hero pool. How deep is it, and how much more can they show? Because I feel like we've seen their bag of tricks, and we kind of know what it is right now, and they're not deviating from it. Whereas Enigma Galaxy, man, they've played a lot of different stuff. They're developing their support duos. They're playing the Dark Willows, the Elder Titans. They play the Magnus. They're playing Beastmaster. They'll play the Coddle mid. They'll play the Arc Warden mid, right? Sumail's going to play any hero. You know, Ghost hero pool is pretty robust at this point. I don't know. I'm giving a slight edge to Enigma Galaxy here. I think they have the momentum. They've shown a wider array of strategies, and these guys are not going to choke. They're not going to crumble under the pressure because they've been in this pressure cooker for a few days now.
Yeah, whereas OG, we definitely saw some crack showing yesterday in that upper bracket final against Navi Junior, a nemesis of theirs, as OG was eliminated last year by Navi Junior. In fact, it's pretty much the exact same squad. Daze is just now on OG, and now they have Zayats leading the ship for Navi Junior. So it's a foe that they have faced before and haven't managed to beat. Both these teams have been on a bit of a break when it comes to TI appearances. And we saw some of the heroes that were preferred by both sides in this qualifier based off of the stats. What are your go-to heroes for each side, Avery?
5 seconds remaining.
I mentioned some for Enigma Galaxy. I think the Dark Willow ET supports have looked really good for them. I think the Magnus has been really popular across all regions, and they play it. You can't forget about that IO, their signature IO. It's always a hero they can go back to, though it's lost a little bit of favor. And I would not give this team the bristleback. I think they play it on multiple roles, and it's one of Noob's best heroes, so we already see that banned here. On the flip side, for OG, you have to think about those 2 big cores, the Void Spirit and the Timber. I think they have fallen off a little here for OG, particularly the Void Spirit. I think got figured out a little bit and was not performing too hot. I'd be surprised if they go for it, but that Timber Saw is always on the menu, and it could be a reason we see this Bat Rider picked up early to kind of soft block that big core hero for them. Supports-wise, though, they're still probably going to be big on the Shadow Demon. We see it banned here. Shadow Shaman might go up for them a little bit. And any of like these team fight control heroes, they also enjoy playing. So could be similar overlap with some of these like ET Willows. I'm sure OG would be willing to play them. And we'll get a little Doom pick to open it up here. And I think it's good that OG are willing to go with this hero because it's not a hero we saw them prioritize super heavily in some of the previous series, but I think is still really powerful and maybe a pick that's going to catch Nigma off guard a little bit, not because Doom is a surprising hero to see, but maybe not the hero you expected OG to bump the priority on super early here in game one.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting that Nigma Galaxy opened with the Bat Rider because that was Na'Vi Jr.'s response to the Timber Saw. Do you think that this hero is strong enough to just blind pick up? Because when I saw it, I did think, I was like, okay, are they trying to stop the Timber Saw from being picked? Are they sure that OG just going to pick the Timber Saw anyway because they've just been rocking that hero so much through the qualifiers?
Well, 80% win rate tells you everything you need to know. I mean, this hero's owning right now, and it just feels like this hero is reliable. Like, it's pretty hard to counterpick him unless you're really willing to commit an Oracle or something like this, right? Or like the Slark. These heroes are just not super popular right now, especially the Slark's been nerfed. So it feels like it's hard to counterpick him directly, and if you make his game hard, he can still always split push, farm, and just blink lasso some dude. And it's kind of hard to go wrong with that as an early pick. Maybe he's not super broken in any specific category, but I think he just does his job and he does it well, and his laning's completely fine. He has a good stat line. He has a bounce. He has a knockback. It's always powerful with these mini lane combinations. Like, you can get these stunning offlaners that pair well with him. He can stack as well, and he can do the stacks himself if you don't have anybody else to do them. So Zero just offers you a lot that's pretty consistent. That's how I'd rate him. Even if he doesn't do anything like, oh, that's completely busted, we got to pick him up. It's just a good all-around hero right now.
What are the downsides of the hero?
His teamfight impact can get neutered through draft and through itemization. Like, if you build a bunch of Lotus Lincolns, if you build Glimmer Capes, if you have heroes with natural dispels, these things can make his teamfight impact a lot lower. And then you just kind of have this hero that goes in, lassos someone, gets stunned and dies. And you're like, well, I have like 10,000 net worth and that's all I can do. It feels pretty bad. So you really have to make his teamfight a lot more difficult to pull off, so that even if he's riding you, even if he's picking up a bunch of farm off the map, it's dead farm, right? Because this hero does pull a lot of waves off the map. So if you negate his impact in the fights, he can't really impact the game in a lot of other ways, and then it can sometimes feel like he's just drawing farm away from the rest of the team.
Right. Well, we some of the answers that have been attempted, sometimes the Tusk can help out against the Bat Rider. We saw Disruptor, right, was a choice by OG yesterday to try and deal with the Bat.
Yeah, I don't believe in
didn't
that
really
one.
work out for them so well. They choose Enchantress.
Okay.
Okay, I don't fully understand that.
It's not really a back counter. I think it's just this is OG switching it up, right? These are picks we have not seen them play a lot yet, and it's a very different style, but it does put a lot of early lane pressure on Nigma Galaxy here. Enchantress still a really strong laner. You have the mid-roam potential always. This could be a pick to put some pressure towards that mid lane in terms of, you know, no matter what Sumail gets, even if he gets a good matchup, we have the capability to gank him now. And that can be really valuable versus that kind of player who, you know, is likely going to dominate isolated one-on-ones. So that roaming threat can strategically be really powerful here if Nigma Galaxy don't want to address it. This is also kind of a soft block for that Elder Titan that Nigma have really been going to for GH. It's an annoying hero for ET to fight into and lane into if you end up forcing the matchup. So there are some things that it's kind of proposing here, even if it's not directly addressing the bat. But yeah, we have not seen Enchantress from OG, and we've not seen it a lot in this qualifier in general. So kind of another curveball that No Tail's throwing out here, and he took a lot of time to pick that. That's what's worth noting here. This was not like an instant Enchantress they had prepared. They went down to 30 seconds reserve time, which makes me think they were really trying to plan out the rest of this second phase. And they had something particular in mind, but there is the signature GHIO.
I mean, it's OG versus Nigma Galaxy. Of course, there's going to be an IO at some point. You just can't not have it.
And I kind of like the IO here because it kind of takes advantage of this Enchantress pick. Enchantress is not a hero that generally performs well against IO. It doesn't give you the overwhelming AoE teamfight. Its spells don't really punish the clump at all, right? You're just single target damage. So if you pour the single target damage into the IO pair, the IO just heals them through it. It's kind of ideal for the IO. And IO's generally done well in early game laning phases so far, so you're kind of matching him there. There's even more single target. This is It's getting a little weird here for OG. Like, I don't really know how they ended up with Enchantress Bane support duo, unless their idea is we absolutely want to destroy Nigma in this early game. Now, you do get the grip for the Pango. We saw them pick up this matchup before, and it kind of worked okay. But in this style of game, you're giving a lot of freedom to this IO pair in the team fight. Like, you're not worried about clumping right now if you're Enigma Galaxy, and it's always a big factor when you play this hero.
Yeah, absolutely. I can't believe we're looking at 3 single target heroes from OG. It does feel like a bit of an overstep, something that can get punished. Enigma Galaxy, I mean, that being said,
oh boy,
you try and run some single carry to some sort of 4 protect 1, like it's going to be rough in that regard. You're getting doomed, you're getting Fiend Script, but Void Spirit, they go back to it. Avery, is it worth going back to this Void Spirit after the failure from yesterday?
I mean, all I'll say is if OG lose on this Void Spirit, like, the flame threat is going to be out of control because
oh yeah,
you are all in on believing in this hero right now, and you have to have strong
conviction. Going to need to skip out of town if he loses this series. That's for sure.
He's going to go join the Mobile Legends Bang Bang after this if this series goes haywire. Lift that trophy with Seb, feel good again, but. I still kind of believe in the hero. I think OG's problems in those games weren't 100% on the Void Spirit, but it definitely felt a little awkward going down the stretch with the 3 cores they picked up. Like, you have to just balance this hero out, and I think that's where it went awry. I also prefer the mid Void to the carry Void if they can end up getting a good matchup for it. And that's definitely
a good matchup against IO Pango, right? Like, these are relatively squishy heroes that Void Spirit can get on top of, and the silence is very debilitating.
If he can get farm, if this hero gets farm, he's always good in the game. It's just a question of, can you impact the game while you're trying to get there? Because like we saw that last game where Shad had it, he bought Vessel, never got a single Vessel charge the entire game. You're not impacting the game in that way. And I think those safe lane Void Spirit builds are pretty hit or miss. You go this early fight in item, not the Battle Fury anymore. And if you can't find some team fight action, you really fall off fast because your farm rate's garbage compared to a lot of traditional carries. So maybe you have to go back for that Battle Fury build and give yourself some more security, or just put this hero on mid. They will not show the carry pairing with the IO yet. That's pretty interesting because normally you would take it here if you feel like the good ones are going to get banned, right? If you really want the Gyro or the Ursa or the Slark or something, you don't want to risk that getting banned and your options being limited. But they just really value the puck here. A hero we've seen pop off, but generally hasn't performed super well. It is a okay answer to the Void Spirit with the coil, and there's some limited catch here. Like, your best catch for this puck outside of the Void Spirit Ags is that sleep, which can be annoying in terms of setting up, but the sleep isn't really setting up too much here either. It's setting up a Remnant or a Doom, and your Doom is can go into the puck here, but it's also likely going to be a big target in terms of that IO pair hero to negate the healing and all that. So this puck does have some freedom here. And the biggest thing is, I mentioned like the Enchantress gank going into mid. Puck is a really tough hero for Enchantress to gank and pressure compared to a lot of static mids. So you relieve a lot of that and allow your supports more freedom in this early game. Really fast bans.
Enigma Galaxy, are we left with what'd you say? Slark was the one of the heroes?
I said Gyro, Ursa, Slark. Yeah, are the traditional ones. I still think the Sven is actually viable with this, and we don't see it that much. Luna is also pretty viable. We'll see what Ghost wants.
Sven's a hero that won't really give a damn about the Doom. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's why I think it actually looks pretty good here. But oh man, they want the
Marcy. They go back to the Marcy. They've done this before. The Ghost Marcy. It has been hit or miss.
Dude, no, why?
Why? Okay, why do you hate it so much? Why do you hate it so much?
It's just so all in. Like, you are just all in on this Marcy snowballing. I feel like if you die once or twice on this hero, the game just ends. Like, I have not seen this hero pick up the pace or scale once you miss a step. And then you gave OG this last pick Timber Saw. I don't know, man. This does not look like the easiest lane for the Marcy IO into a Bane Timber with a roaming Enchantress, because you can leave this Doom alone. I'm not sold on this last exchange for Enigma Galaxy. I think they would have been better off with a more traditional carry that can at least jungle if the lane's a little hard, because you're getting counterpicked here. That's the issue with the IO. That's the issue with Marcy in general. Like, you want to see the lane matchup or at least know you're going to have an okay one, because if this hero gets forced into the jungle early, it's like the worst jungling carry in Dota. It is literally, it literally might be the worst. When you're worse than Phantom Lancer or something, you know you're at the bottom of the list, right? So you don't want to end up there. That's my concern here. If this Timber forces the Marcy in the jungle, and if I'm OG, I am 100% targeting that lane. Like, I'm bringing the Enchantress up there, level 3 to 5. I am ganking this Marcy. I am ruining her day. I'm forcing her into the jungle. Nigma's going to feel bad. Like, even with the IO, I think in some ways it's worse, because now you have a really slow jungling carry that the IO is kind of attached to. You probably have to go play with somebody else. I'm not a fan of that last exchange for Enigma Galaxy, but I like what OG got at the same time. Like, they kind of went outside the box. It was looking a little iffy with the team fight, but they got the last pick Timber. They have a lot of damage.
It's a sick Timbersaw last pick. Like, you didn't want to start with it when you first saw the Bat Rider. That's fine, but it ends up being a pretty damn decent Timbersaw pickup. And as you said, could put a lot of pressure on that safe lane. Kuro versus No Tail, right? The two coaches on both sides, they matched up against each other in the TI9 finals. And it sounds like, at least for game one, sounds like you think No Tail walked away the victor again.
I would favor him a little. Of course, this IO Marcy can always just run games over. You know, the Enigma Galaxy believe in this IO for GH and his ability to execute it and the team to play around it. So you can probably win an IO game with any lineup. And that's the confidence they have in it. But this one looks pretty difficult. And, you know, on top of all that, you're still going into Doom and Grip. And those are generally difficult spells for the Marcy to play into. Like, you leap in this fight. If you just get gripped for 3 or 4 seconds, I feel like your team fight's over, because you're so dependent on getting the unleash hits in. So that's another concern for me, is like, you're playing this IO Marcy, and this Marcy is mostly a BKB dependent hero, mostly a first 5 to 10 seconds of the fight dependent hero, and there's some big spells on the side of OG that can ruin your day. Let's see if Nigma can get off to a fast start, though. That would help a lot. They missed the play.
These girls, you get the grab on a Stormstormer here. Stormstormer, get him in the end. He's going to be traded out from close. Going up, Daisy's next up, though. 2 for 1 so far. DH, he's the next target for OT to finish him off. With 2 kills so far, maybe a third. Dad slowed down, and another flame break coming up. I think they've got him. Come back into him. And
what a bloodbath.
Finish him off. 3 for 1 with the first blood. They get the ward as well. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better start. When it comes to the drafting battle and Kuro and No Tail, they have to step aside now and let the next generation take over the rest of the battle. And boy, did Enigma Galaxy strike hard.
I even got the D word on top of it, so they all got XP. They all got gold here, and they will get 3 bounty runes as well. This is a over 1K gold lead.
This is starting off right as it's a 63-37 matchup already.
They already won according to Gabe, and that's not bad. I mean, this Pango's already half a level to 2. The Puck's at half a level as well, compared to 0 XP on Stormstormer, because he went down first. Pretty brutal for this mid matchup. Pretty brutal for the safe lane here of OG, as this Pango's gonna have such a crazy net worth start. Man, that is not what you want.
This is a lineup that's going to be based around momentum. You couldn't ask for a better start for Enigma Galaxy.
No, 100%. To be honest, I'm not even sure they are supposed to win that 5-on-5. I think OG were just kind of scrambling and didn't play it really well. Like, you took the Timber Chain over Whirling Death, which could have done some serious work there around all those trees. And you have like Resonant Pulse, you have Scorched Earth. I'm not sure that was supposed to be as bad as it was, but either way, you got outplayed, outmaneuvered, and now you're in trouble in this laning phase. That is a lot of golden XP to give away for almost nothing.
What's even more curious is Mixa has, like, he goes for the Twisted Chakram facet. It's not like he's one of those Timbersaw who goes for the Timber Chain facet with the tree split out after you cut one of them down, right? So there was extra incentive to go the Whirling Death there, and he still opted for the Timber Chain. A decision that may haunt him as this game one started looking really good. Watching like Noob just he's already 6-2. He already a couple. They're going after Kadaro now, who does not have heal yet, only level 1, so he's just dead. A 4th kill for Enigma Galaxy as the break apart of the lanes is favoring them as well. Samael is taking it to Stormstormer. He's got a decent advantage there. The only lane that really should go well 100% has got to be this Timbersaw lane.
He's in the best position. It's just, this is a lot to give away in this lane phase. They're going to have to climb out of this hole and hopefully still find some action with the Enchantress roaming to these other lanes, because that's going to be your best bet to equalize some of these differences, right? If you can get some ganks going, get some numbers advantage moving around the map, could be nice. If the lane pressure's there from Enigma Galaxy, could make that a lot more difficult. And we'll have to see what Kadaro can get going there. But yeah, I don't know. I still feel like that should have gone better. Like, we don't see a lot of people take the Timber Chain level 1 either, because the level 1 damage got nerfed a lot. Like, this thing does 45 damage level 1. It's like one of the lowest damage nukes in the game. So even though he got like 3 or 4 chains off there, okay, you hit him for 45. Like, who cares, right?
Didn't it used to be the most mana to damage efficient spell in the game? Didn't it do like 80 or 90 damage?
I think at one point it literally did 100 level 1.
And now it does 45. Oof. Kadaro.
I mean, that is how
Gets
broken
the
that
heal
hero
off
used
this
to be.
time. He's fine.
It was at least 80. It might have been 100 in one of the patches. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it used to be 100 for 60 mana, which is just stupid. At least 45 damage for 60 mana is more reasonable now when it has a 4-second cooldown.
Much more.
Another toss back top. He's in big trouble.
He's got a Fairy Fire, and he will live in part because of that. But yeah, I mean, this Marcy IO, they put Meeksa in a little bit of danger earlier. They do have the damage of the Timbersaw, but he doesn't have the tank yet. So IO Marcy is still a dangerous duo for now. As the lane goes on, I have to assume the Timbersaw takes over the lane more and more, but
The
jump
problem
on
is
him again. Got the
he
grab
started
on him,
from
free
such a
Timber Chain.
bad
He's
position.
got another Timber Chain coming up, and with the Nightmare out on the Marcy, he's fine.
like, he's having trouble standing in the lane to get the levels right now because there's just so much extra regen and resources for this IO Marcy. Like, they both had full stick. This Marcy has full wand now, plus you won the Lotus. It's a lot of extra HP to get through. They're just continually abusing him.
Fakes out
This
a
is
Timber
rough.
Chain, does manage to get it out this time around. Oh, okay, Ghost whiffed on that rebound jump. That was a little awkward. Combine the Nightmare and they get a disengage.
I mean, we are seeing right now how much these level 1 plays matter. As this laning phase is all Enigma Galaxy right now. And it's just so much a product of that level 0 clash. I mean, Stormstormer had to go to Fountain here, come back with 2 wards on him. You assume one of those will likely get dewarded when you see this many on the mid laner. Big trouble for OG in game 1, already down 3k. That is not often you see a almost 1,000 net worth lead built in the first 3 to 4 minutes of the game. Like,
Yep.
pretty
It's-
disgusting.
It's rough out here. There's a big difference between this off laner net worth.
Oh yeah, this is the kind of game where if you don't carry it as noob, like, you're never going to get a better game to carry. He is so far ahead.
As it
Snail
stands,
looking.
we're gonna have to
looking
wait for the Void Spirit to hit level 6 in order to try and change some of these lanes.
I mean, again, this is the downside of like him flying out both ops. Like, Sumail instantly attempting to deward one, so you have to deny it yourself, and then you still have another one on you, and Sumail's just holding a sentry. So I feel like taking both ops mid is going to kill some of your vision on the map right now.
Yeah.
And Enigma Galaxy, they're going to look for this 6-minute power rune because they know they're way stronger. They're just running the Enchantress down top. This was supposed to be your gank.
Tornado away. Kadaro turns around, blood grenade, GH. He's going to get bursted by the Whirling Death. Big damage and nice rotation from Kadaro. Needed something to upset the way this laning phase was going, so.
Absolutely needed that. Will sacrifice the power rune to Sumail, but I think that was inevitable here, and it's not the biggest one, so you're okay giving that away. You'd rather just try lane top. Like, this is the biggest thing in the early game for OG. They got really set back on it, but you can still put these ganks into the Marcy. It's still a very susceptible lane to being ganked out here, especially if you have some good creeps. Centaur Conqueror is not too shabby here. They're up very far.
Yeah, a little bit of body blocking there from Omar. Bumps back Adaro. And goes jumping on him to finish him off. They get the stun onto Daze as well. Gets a toss back there. Maybe a little 2 for 1. And if the Timbersaw comes in, Sumail is immediately going to pounce on this one. They might kill the Timbersaw on top of that. Enigma Galaxy just swarming it.
You're looking for the Wisdom Shrine too. Stormstormer, yeah, you've got to jump for it. You had no choice there. Expensive price to pay with both of the steps, though. He's going to give the shrine actually to supports, it looks like. OG just cannot afford to fall further behind in this support battle.
Yeah.
Brutal start for them coming into this day. Probably had different expectations, right? You're like, we're going to come in swinging, play some fast support duo, get our Timbersaw last pick. We're going to have a great early game, guys. And then, bam, absolutely slapped down here. Eight-minute power rune be the next objective here in this early game. So I feel it's pretty difficult for OG to contest. He brought the Pango over.
Stormstormer, he's going to try with his 20 magic wand charges, but it ends up being bottom. Enigma Galaxy will collect. They'll kill Mixa again. The pressure is really amping up in this top lane.
He just has no game. He started too far behind. Just cannot find his presence. Not enough points in armor to survive any of this, and Ghost is just so far ahead. This is what the IO can do. He could just accelerate games out of nowhere. He's already level 6. Reload online at 8.5 minutes. That is absurd. It provides so much threat on these coils. They will get a little Doom, and that is something you can always look for in this game. But you're losing a lot more on the other side.
Oof, you really are. It's building up to be way too much from Stormer. He's going to try and come in at least with the IO kill. Pull back on the 8th one and set her up in 1 second. He actually is getting a little bit away. And now with the Rolling Thunder coming in, oh, this could be a really rough. They jump onto the Timbersaw. Oh, they're separated by the cliff area. Mixa gets the Timber Chain still, though. Noob's on top and hits him with a swashbuckle, and that'll finish him off. Ghost with a dominating streak. Ghost's Marcy is just rolling in the dough now. Him and Noob are... I mean, they have such a large net worth lead over their respective cores.
Not only that, the experience. This Timbersaw is level 4. Now, what is he supposed to do in this game? And this is a hero that we've seen be amazing for OG time and time again. Just completely shut down here. Lost his tower. Didn't get any XP off the shrine. Will just hit level 5 now. This is rough stuff for Mixa. He is going to be in Recoveryville for a while. The rest of the team's gonna have to pull some extra weight, try and stabilize this game.
Dad, he's just all over the map, man. Enigma Galaxy, when you start getting ahead with an IO lineup like this, just gonna get worse and worse.
He just got
start falling apart.
Just straight reload on, no setup. Just okay, that easy. There goes your carry, dude.
Dude, they're trying to help him out here. They're not getting this kill fast enough on the back line. And now we fail. Stormstormer is going to burn out. I think we even chase after this fourth here, and he thought it was... Nothing is free. Enigma Galaxy making sure there is a punish every single time OG makes a go. They do not get the Bat Rider. They lose 2 heroes, and it's going to be a third with Ghost chasing after Daze. Oh, almost got the grab on him before the Nightmare. They wake him back up, and now they pull Daze back into his doom.
Diffusal's already done on Ghost. The mech is done for GH flying out right now. Diffusal's about to be done for the Pangolier as well. You're already behind, and now you're about to get all your mana burned out, even if you try and enter these fights. That is not where you wanted to TP, son.
He TPs and they have a ward, and Kadaro just back-to-back deaths. I mean, Enigma Galaxy, they're just seeing red, man. They're just running at him. I mean, dude, Pango got that kill, made immediately TP bottom. Now he cleared out a creep wave, but they also are kind of putting the Doom under threat. The Bat Rider might come in and help out, but it's just like constant, man. Enigma Galaxy, see hero, run it hero.
They have reload back up again. They want to just reload on this Doom. Does have Doom available, so it's a little different this time, but you can absolutely just force this issue with how strong you are. This is an absolute shellacking right now. We've seen some one-sided games, but this has been the most brutal game for OG so far. They have got to find something here. They're looking for the reload. Kind of idling top right now. There's the coil. Set it up.
Relocate coming in. And stunned in silence for just too damn long. The Void Spirit, normally a relatively elusive hero, but it doesn't look like it against Nigma.
Just can't stand on the lanes to even recover this game right now. 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. If you don't get that, you're going to be in massive trouble. And GH will plant the ward for it. You know Enigma Galaxy are going to think about this as it comes up here in the next minute or two. And there is Diffusal done for the Pangle here, so both are going to be on the field right now. That is rough for a lineup with core heroes that need their mana. Like this Timber really needs it. The Doom really needs it in this early game. See if they can find the IO pair. They're smoked up. Pretty good angle.
Got the Doom on him. TP's already coming in. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be able to fight this one out. Marcy is really not in trouble, and if anything, OG, they got to get out of here now before things get worse. Get a grab on Omar. Quick turnaround with the help of Mixa. They do manage to get that, but the Doom is faded away. On it goes. Got a Fiend's Grip on the side, but the Bane is not here for long. He's going to get taken out by Samael. They'll chase after Godaro. Once again, a situation where OG, they try and make a move, but Enigma Galaxy, they always seem ready to counterplay whatever bit of aggression comes out from OG and punish them time and time again.
This Marcy's just too tanky, too far ahead. You can't kill him and the IO there. The IO is already a mech, level 9. Just don't have the damage to bring them down, even with the Doom. It feels like you have one or two more attempts to stabilize this game left here. If you don't get something, I mean, this is the 14-minute Wisdom Shrine. You have to contest this if you're OG.
Yeah.
There's no way you can give it up to 2 heroes with your entire team alive.
Nightmare back. Samael is trying to make his way over here. This time they might have the numbers advantage on OG. Tether away. GH still gets some distance. And now Samael is here. And soon the Pangolier is going to be here as well. OG are just going to lose Shad. They can't even kill the IO and get it away. A coil goes out searching for more. Ghost is going to leap after them. Oh, Enigma Galaxy are just fearless, man.
They're still trying to kill GH. I mean, this is ridiculous, man.
The Bane might just get him here.
They got him.
He will take out eventually, while Godaro, he's got a lot of those little whiz healing him up, but they don't heal him up enough. And then Daze, who may have gotten that kill on GH, they finally do get it, but how many times have they gotten one kill and traded out 3 or 4 heroes for it?
What a game one here. Can't ask for anything more from your squad here if you're a Kuroki. Way to start this series and really set OG's mentality back. Now they are really going to be under the gun. This game continues like this and you have to go game 2. See if they can find any sort of team fight. Doom is back up. Do have Kaya on the Timber, so you do have some damage to work with right now. It's not impossible to kill people, but as we saw, it is very difficult. Your best bet is still probably smoking and trying to find this IO pair. You have Grip, you have Doom to throw into the 2 of them. No Rolling Thunder for 30. They're going to find the Marcy and just get the Doom on him. It's not too bad. He's gone.
And quick kill. Now Noob isolated with the Fiend's Grip. The relocate's coming in. He's going to relocate him out on that Fiend's Grip. Noob will be okay for now. Samael, he makes sure that they're allowed to disengage with a nice 3-man coil. A bit of a silence. Enigma Galaxy actually they're running back in at them, trying to save the IO. They don't want to give up this IO for free. A shield crash hitting multiple heroes. Meanwhile, Stormer's still trying to finish up GH. They get him in the end. Noob almost has the kill on Shad. Not quite enough, though. And the body blocking from Godaro helps. Swashbuckle a little bit more. Shad, he's making a run for it, but now the Rolling Thunder is going to activate. Meanwhile, Omar gets taken out by the Timber Saw. Shad makes it through the bridge. Noob carefully maneuvers his way through there, and he's lost sight of Shad. Not sure where he went to. He's in the trees and will successfully teleport out. OG, finally, they managed to make a team fight work for them a bit here.
That's a huge fight. You got 3 kills, but those were massive kills to get. Big streak on that Marcy. He was a 9x streak. That's 1,500 gold going into Stormstormer. 3K. Just like that, you cut this lead by a third. You have to respect the big ults here if you're Enigma Galaxy. Like, they're still very good against what you have. Get caught out, getting a little too over anxious in this game, and there's Radiance done for the Doom. More damage coming online. This Ags for the Void Spirit's not so far away now. That was probably the best hero to collect that Marcy streak on.
Yeah.
So now he has a chance to finish this item. Unfortunately, BKB is already done for Ghost, but you still have grip to put into him. It's BKB does not make him truly invincible in this game.
Taz back. Ult activated. Ghost. He's going to go for the quick kill onto Daze. Self Nightmare trying to buy him some time. He didn't have Fiend's Grip anyway. BKB now activated with the lasso onto the Timber Saw. Another death. It's just too hard to fight this Marcy once she's set up for the fight. And with the coil, they'll get an extra one. It's just every single time, almost every single time, it just seems the fight snowball. They get an initial kill, and then OG no longer have the damage. They get broken, a relocate for a fourth attempted kill. Almost got him there.
That was very close on that teleport out. I guess the upside for OG is the Void Spirit wasn't in any of that, so the Ags will be done here for Stormstormer. Maybe you can look for something with that. But the warding from Enigma Galaxy is just decimating OG. They have not found these obs deep on their side of the map, and just setting everything up. I say that, well, there goes that Ags timing, delayed again. He's like 50 gold off. Very sad.
No.
This is where this is one of those games you might just sell the wind lace, get it, and go smoke or something.
Yeah, seriously. 12,000 net worth lead for Enigma Galaxy.
Looking for another grip connection on this Marcy. Man, they are tentative to go in here. You can see not a lot of confidence in pushing the smoke deep on Enigma's side of the map.
Dire are scanning.
Might find the Pango alone.
They're going to spot him. He immediately knew, but he's going to defensively rolling Thunder. He knows that if he's seen, the initiation could be coming his way. He doesn't know if that's going to be him getting doomed or him getting silenced or Fiend's Gripped. So it's a safe call, but it does leave them without rolling Thunder.
And the Ag's done for the Void Spirits. Feels like time for OG to try and make something happen here. Sumail's going to TP up. I mean, Enigma Galaxy are completely expecting this.
Jumping to Gadaro, quick burst. The response from Stormstormer, two-man silence, immediately BKB used by Ghost. Meanwhile, Sumail jumps into the back lines, they blow up Shad, and they blow up, oh man, anybody that the Marcy gets her hands on, they're just dead. It takes like 2 seconds for her to blow up any of these cores or supports. And then Sumail is always able to make sure there's an extra kill somewhere in there with the coil.
Sumail did a really nice job just jumping the Bane there. There's no ability to sit there and grip this Marcy during the BKB until your Doom's already dead and your damage is gone. There's a little shard for the Isle. Interesting.
All right, up 16K. I guess the hard part is going to be Enigma Galaxy. Like, how effective are they at closing out the game? Their lineup is pretty terrible at going high ground, but you know, gold kind of cures all wounds.
It's not hard when you can just go in and lasso somebody.
True.
The second that guy gets lassoed, it doesn't even matter if Omar can drag the guy out or anything. You're just gonna jump him and just pop BKB and kill him as long as you have a cancel for the grip. Pretty confident going in here as Ghost. They're eyeing up the next Wisdom Shrine as well. Shad, I think he's gonna die for this. If he doesn't give it up, he will give it up. Might die anyway.
Oh. He sees the Shrine of Wisdom is taken and says, okay, I'm backing out here. Back to the Midas, see if he can finish up that BKB in the next couple of minutes. Enigma Galaxy, they're free to take Roshan whenever they want, but they don't really want to slow down the tempo of this game too much, I think.
Nah, Rosh doesn't matter too much here. You just keep killing people.
Coil and to relocate. It's a death on anybody on OG who gets caught by this combo, unless they're going to set up a trap around it. And even then, requires Fiend's Grip to be up. That's the only thing that can contain this Marcy for now. Found both supports, lasso hung to the Bane.
I think that is kind of your only way back in this game is if you bait some people. Like, you're not going to find any just aggressive play on your own. You have to take advantage of the fact that Enigma Galaxy are going to continue to reload into these plays.
Well, that just puts Doom on cooldown. Shad actually does get away. That's crazy. Samael backed out there, and I guess it gave Doom the opening to just run for it.
Oh, there's a Roche, though. Doom on cooldown, no ability to contest. Not that there was a lot of ability to contest it. His IO shard's pretty good at doing Roche. Decent heal off it. Not too
yeah, I
shabby.
see what you mean.
There's an Aegis for Ghost to play around with. I don't know if he'll need it this game, but he's got it.
Coil grab, managed to nightmare through the coil break there. Decent play, but sadly, decent plays do not get you back in this game. It is a near insurmountable lead from Enigma Galaxy.
What a stomp. It's almost, I almost feel bad that we didn't get to see this be like a normal game, because I was actually very curious to see how this OG draft would have done. But they just got raffle stomped, and that happens. You know, props to Enigma Galaxy. Absolutely came out guns blazing and just destroyed him in that first 5 minutes, especially that rune fight. But if you're OG, you are going to have to, you know, reset here and be like, all right, we didn't get to play an even game from the get-go. We messed some big stuff up. We got routed. But you can't overthink it and just think everything you're doing is wrong, right? So,
yeah.
That's got to be the takeaway here, even if it feels pretty bad in the moment right now. See if Enigma Galaxy can cleanly close this game out.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just pickoffs all around the map. I don't know what OG's items look like or have to look like in order to put up a team fight against Enigma Galaxy.
Top tower has fallen.
But whatever it is, they don't have them, and they're far away from them.
And honestly, the only way they win a fight is if you get some Doom grip connection on Ghost, and none of that gets interrupted, which probably requires BKB on the Doom, because he's just getting completely manhandled, and that is a long way away.
And it requires the Bane to be in such, like, they have to dive so deep in that the Bane is so far back that the IO can't cancel the Fiend's Grip, which I think is kind of impossible. And if it's not him, then it's a Rolling Thunder, right? That's going to be rolling in. Because if you have to use the Fiend's Grip on the Marcy, that means the Pango is a free fight. The point of this Bane was to stop the Pango. And it seems like the bigger threat is usually the Marcy that he's having to use the Fiend's Grip on. But damned if you do, damned if you don't. Sold the minus, got the BKB on Doom.
Yeah, it's closer than I thought with the Midas sale. So that gives you an opportunity to go in here, survive a little longer on Shad. And this Marcy is begging you to go on him, but he has Aegis.
GH is already backed out, though. So if they go on Ghost, he's just going to get relocate saved. So they reset a little bit. The Rolling Thunder got used. If OG can get out cleanly here, but there's really no chance. Somebody's going to get caught. Either it's the lasso or it's a Rolling Thunder, or maybe it's both. The Fiend's Grip stops the Rolling Thunder, but now that just leaves Daze behind as the rest of the team retreats.
No chance to win that fight when you run into Ghost and he has Aegis. If he doesn't have Aegis, that's a very different story, but you still have 2.5 minutes on the timer. That's a rough time to go looking for that fight. It's probably going to be a lane, maybe 2 here. Use the grip on that as well, so now you don't have it for when this Aegis is going to expire. Well, it'll be pretty close, but you're going to lose most of your base by then anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, Gabe says they still have 8%. It's not bad.
All right. 8%. I wonder what those at 8% looks like. Is that 8 different 1% chances taking a team fight?
Well, it's probably seen some of the games Enigma Galaxy throws, you know. It's like, this game's,
true.
This game's not completely over yet.
Gotta give him a chance.
Still 50 seconds on his Aegis.
Got the lasso, grab back. Doom doesn't have buyback. So, again, whenever the Doom is dead, pretty much all your team fight is gone, and GG is going to be called by Daze. He wants out of this game. He wants to move on into the next game, because this one has just been a beatdown from the jump, from minute 0. I mean, you set this up. You said you liked OG's lineup better, but you said Enigma Galaxy, they're going to win this. It's going to be off of momentum, and Enigma Galaxy, you couldn't ask for a better start. Like, very rarely have we seen in Pro Dota better starts than a 3-for-1 exchange, first blood. I don't know what the bounty rune split was, but they also killed a ward, right? Which is an extra bit of gold and experience. So
they got 3 bounties. So they won kills, they won first blood, they won bounties, and they won the D-ward. That is, it was a 1.2k lead before the lane started. Your odds to win are just insane. The draft becomes irrelevant at that point, right? It's entirely an economic victory. It's an outplay from minute 0 to the first 10. Enigma Galaxy they came prepared, and they want to qualify. Like, you can see it. They are playing confident, they're playing decisive, and that is what will get you there, making these strong moves. And ultimately, it's going to be real tough for OG to bounce back, because now they lost that upper series. They come in here, they get destroyed game 1. Not a happy spot to be in right now. As you have to make
going from going from a lossless run in this qualifier when they were in that upper bracket, didn't lose a game, and then now experiencing a losing streak. This has been a dramatic shift for OG, and mentality-wise, it's gonna really test OG.
I mean, these games are just hard to bounce back from. I think when they happen in scrims, it's like, okay, you just honestly sometimes you just GG out at the 10-minute mark, because you're like, I'm not gonna waste time, playing this scrim out. But in an official, you can't do that. So you have to sit in this game till 20 or 25 and just get your ass beat, and it just feels terrible. And then when you go game 2, you can't. There's nothing even really to talk about in a sense, because you all know that this game was effectively over by the 3 to 5 minute mark, right? You're like, we can't lose that much this early and function. And you try and make some comeback plays, but your chances of doing that are really low. So the only adjustments you can really make are like, well, let's just not get decimated before the lanes start, and maybe you take this IO out if you feel the IO took advantage of that start in a way that a lot of other heroes wouldn't, because that is a factor, right? The thing about the IO for Enigma Galaxy is if you give them a lead with this hero early on, I think it is their best hero at taking that lead and closing the game out very quickly. Not a lot of other lineups do it this well for them. Like IO Marcy excels in that area, and this was just way too good of a launch pad to look back and try and stabilize this game.
Yeah, I mean, when you hear players talk about lane matchups, and they talk about like all the little things that you can do to help get yourself an advantage, like say like the level 2 timing, right? Like how important it is to be able to, get the last hits, or say get the creep equilibrium on your side, or push in the wave first to be able to get that level 2. And because you have level 2, you take the fight, you get an early kill on the lane, you snowball from there. Well, there wasn't any
100%.
sort of small advantage needed. You showed up to lane half a level up. You were guaranteed, no matter what happened, to get level 2 before the enemy. Yep. I mean, it was just a disgusting start. And hopefully OG can just, No Tail could be like, boys, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just get into an impossible situation where you just lose in the first 30 seconds of the game.
He's going to have to give a pretty damn good speech here, and we'll see what OG can do going into game 2. Hopefully they make this a bit of a closer series, because I think that's what everybody wanted to see, but we'll have to find out.
Okay, well, we are going to go to a break and be back with game 2, Enigma Galaxy versus OG.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It has been 6 years since Team Liquid competed at TI9, made it to the grand finals, but fell just a little bit shy against OG. It's been 6 years since we've seen GH and Kuroki on the stage at an international. And Avery, they are just one game away now from returning.
It's been a long journey, and you're this close. Hopefully you don't throw it, you know. That's all I can say, because they've come very close to a lot of stuff in recent years, and this is not the time to fall short. So if you're an Enigma fan, it's time to pray for them. It's time to give them all your energy. If you're an OG fan, it is time to pray that they stop picking Void Spirit, I guess, and go some different direction, because it's not working out for them. And man, if they end up with like the same 2 cores and they lose again, their fans are going to be absolutely ruthless. So it's one thing to just lose a straight up series or, you know, to a respectable team or whatever, but OG have really been jamming the same heroes now for what feels like 3 or 4 series, and it's starting to not work as well. So you have to change something up here. I like that they were changing stuff up with like going this Doom Enchantress route. I could see the potential in that game, but then they kind of ended up with the same draft anyway with the Void Spirit Timber.
So Void Spirit Timber saw just not in the first 1-2, just in the last 4 or 5.
So it didn't really end up being a different direction. It's kind of just the same draft we've seen in the end. I thought they were going to go a wildly different thing. I think the draft I liked the most for them was that Undying Naga draft, where they really took advantage of the fact that that last pick Naga was really good, and they had the flexibility to pick a carry in that slot. Like, I think that's where this team can shine. And I wish that they would put themselves in that position more to be able to pick these niche cores down the stretch, instead of just jamming these heroes really early. Because when you jam these heroes over and over, you limit your potential to think outside the box, to get creative. And I think that to me is at least where OG has shined. So I would like to see them go back to that a little bit more. And if you're Enigma Galaxy, I mean, you just keep cooking here, right? You've been cooking fools all qualifier long in this lower bracket. What's one more lower bracket series? What's one more lower bracket game, I should say, to go to the international here?
That's true. Meanwhile, OG, I mean, it's been a while since they were last at a TI, a little bit sooner than Enigma Galaxy. They were at TI 11, where they were knocked down by Tundra, who were the eventual champions, and they were eliminated by Team Liquid as they were making that lower bracket run from the last chance qualifier. They obviously ended up at 3rd place. So who they got eliminated by was pretty respectable. They still ended up top 8, but at TI 12, in the qualifiers, they were eliminated by Quest Esports, who'd go on to qualify. And at TI 13 qualifiers, they were knocked down by Tundra and eliminated by Navi Jr., who are now qualified for this year's TI. It's a Naga Siren first pickup for Enigma Galaxy, a hero that we've seen a few times, largely out of the support pool, though.
Oh, yeah, you're looking at a GH hero 90% of the time. That is where Enigma Galaxy would prefer to play this. And where we'll basically end up guaranteed. I don't see them ever playing this on a different role. And it'll be another Doom response from OG. Now, Naga, I always like Naga versus Doom. And I think most teams will. Like, this is a hero that can reset the fight with Song. You throw out the Doom, you throw out the Song. Even if the Doom's BKB'd, you can sometimes still save this guy and disjoint the fight. It's an annoying hero that's going to push waves out and give information, which is generally good versus how Doom wants to play. So if I'm Enigma Galaxy, I'm kind of fine with this trade-off, as long as you believe you can get some good heroes versus Doom down the road. And of course, they beat the Doom in game 1. Now, how much of that was draft and how much of that was you steamroll them with the runes, we'll find out here. I think you should still respect the power of this Doom hero and what he can do in the laning phase and scale-wise. But in theory, this is a trade-off you're happy with if you're going to give the Doom away.
We're already into the next banning phase. We're going to see some of those pesky supports. Some of the same ones going to get banned away. Bat Rider is going to make an appearance. We see the Disruptor and Dark Willow taken out. Dark Willow again. Kind of a repetitive ban for this second banning phase.
They really prioritize it. Like, Enigma Galaxy in particular have upped the value of this hero. So I'm unsurprised to see them take it out of OG's hands if they feel OG would take it ahead of them. Would have been a nice pairing here, though. And most importantly, that IO got taken out by OG. So they're not going to give that GH IO again in this series. I think they're one and done with that one. What do you take here? I would like to see some team fight out of OG and I wouldn't mind seeing them take the Elder Titan. I think it's a hero that can do well against the Naga
10 seconds
and
remaining.
doesn't reveal too much here. And I don't think it's a hero Enigma Galaxy are the best at abusing in terms of Omar's hero pool. So I think you're kind of okay taking it here. Maybe the Doom pairing with it's not that great. That's like one concern, but you're not going to get a lot of other crazy picks here. The Shaman is still in the pool if you want the Shadow Shaman. Core-wise, we see them take some cores, but you just don't see a lot to take a core here. They'll take the Shaman. I think that's kind of just the stable take here. Like, this is the hero you take here just to see a bit more as this draft develops, and let him give you the insta-hex. You can deal with some illusions around the map if you take the chicken fingers as well, and then you get this ward that helps you do objectives if you end up with the Doom carry. So I always like that pairing too. I think that little synergy is nice, right? Like, you play this carry Doom, the fact that Shaman can give you a fast Roche or help you with Torment or stuff like that, it feels really good. So this is a strong opening from OG. You're going to have to respect what these heroes can do. Find some
It
good
does
answers.
make the Song of Siren reset on team fights even better, though, right?
True, yeah.
Because you can song when they get some sort of Doom initiation, song reset off of that. Maybe you choose to kill the ward. Maybe you just take the team fight away from the ward, right? I mean, Shadow Shaman's such a heavy commitment in that regard. When he starts the fight, he doesn't necessarily want it to change.
You have to have something to song into, though. That's another thing you're going to have to pick here. There's no, like, we saw them play this with, I believe Keeper of the Light was in that same lineup. Maybe I'm mixing the two games here. I'll find it here in a second. Yeah, it was a Naga Siren Keeper of the Light with Jakiro to round that out. That's like enough for me. You know, you just need some little things like a blast, an ice path. Wheel of Wonder can be that option in some ways. Though a lot of times you're preferring
Tame
to
the Beast as well.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I don't know if I'd consider that super strong, but it's okay. I think the issue is a lot of times the way we've seen people playing the Ringmaster nowadays is he kind of just sets himself up, right? Like, he just goes in and just wheel whips some dude.
Yeah.
And it's honestly pretty reliable. It's not really a hero you wait around in the fight to see what happens a lot of times. You'd rather just play more aggressive and look for your own plays. So still a strong hero, and another hero that's annoying for the Shadow Shaman to play into with both the box and the wheel here, disrupting the team fight. So solid pick all around. What core are they going to show? That's the big question.
Radiant
Some of Noob's heroes are taken out of this pool, so I was going to say, if you want to grab something for him, now's kind of the time to do it. And there was no Bristle, there was no Undying, there was no Doom, as OG take that, so you're kind of left with the strength hero that we've seen teams pick up when some of the others go away, and that will be the Centaur here. Maybe a
Why do you
little
like,
damage concern,
Centaur
but
over Beastmaster, which would be another one of those higher priority offlaners.
I think Enigma Galaxy really values Stampede against the Doom.
Okay.
I think that's one factor. I think it is the bigger concern here. Also, you are picking this lane a little blind with the Doom Flex, so maybe you were a bit more worried about the Beast getting counterpicked, whereas if Centaur gets counterpicked, it's whatever, you're a Centaur, right?
Sure.
Also, this lane is like really strong. This, if you ever land a Hoof Stomp into Ringmaster spells, it's pretty nasty. And maybe there's another reason. If you wanted this Drow or a carry like this down the road, Stampede helps Drow a lot more than the Beastmaster aura does, in theory. That's a pretty small concern, but could be a factor here.
You could get him in the cart. You can also, with the multi-shot movement, right, it actually works with the Stampede. And now this puts OG in an awkward spot. By taking up the Timber Saw, again, they now are left with an offlaner who's going to suffer against Drow Ranger, whether it's Timber Saw or the Doom, unless you're going to do safe lane Doom and mid Timber Saw, which I find highly unlikely.
I think they will do that if you show something mid that gives it a free game.
Sure.
That is not what you want to do if you're Enigma Galaxy, but I don't think that's going to happen because I think they are going to take a mobility mid, even into the Doom Shaman. They're going to take some Puck or Storm here or something. Like, you just rely on Stampede and the Ringmaster save to bail you out, and I think that's enough here.
seconds remaining.
So you kind of have to expect that coming if you're OG, in which case it will just be the offlane Timber. And yeah, that lane can be pretty annoying into this Drow Naga, at least the early waves. Like, we could see something similar where the Timber just can't get through the early waves in a position where he can play the lane the whole way through.
Yeah.
It is a better Timbersaw game though. Like this to me feels like a more normal Timber pick than them just jamming the hero. You're against Centaur. It helps clear waves and some Naga illusions. Not a hero Ringmaster does well against because you're just throwing out all your spells even if someone gets boxed. So there's a lot more reason to pick the Timber here. I'm not as concerned that they're just jamming the same strat over and over. Now, if they pick Void Spirit again last, I will probably resign my position, and you will never see me
no
again.
Way. There ain't no way.
Yeah,
they're going
there's
back
like
to the
zero
Void
chance.
Spirit.
You never know, though. Maybe No Tail is just convinced it's the most broken hero in the game.
Well, what carry do you think is actually the most broken hero for OG here?
10 seconds remaining.
Enigma Galaxy ban away the Tiny, which, you know, has some potential flex potential between mid and safe lane.
I mean, I hate to bring it up, but
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Hey, you hate to bring it up?
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Well, it's going to be a puck for Enigma Galaxy. There's no way you're going to run the Timbersaw or do mid, or at least I don't think that's what you're going to be doing here. Because unfortunately, I think we lost Avery. The issues continue to grow. OG, what are you going to do against this Drow Ranger? You've got the potential to fit in this pick on any slot. Enigma Galaxy have already banned away the high armor heroes, the Tiny, Dragonite, heroes that also have, you know, some pretty decent mobility, usually to build Blink Dagger to get on top of the Drow Ranger. You're dealing with a lot of big boys.
I don't know. I'm personally still on this Void Spirit. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's coming, dude.
No way.
I think it's coming.
No way. I mean, I get it. It has mobility. It gets on top of Drow Ranger.
Oh, thank God.
It's a Monkey King. All right. There's another mobile hero that does have some bonus armor to him. It requires him to have the Wukong's command out in order to do so. And it is going to be a mid Monkey King. And we're still going to stick out the safe lane Doom, which I don't mind safe lane Doom just because like this hero gets a lot of bonus armor because he gets so much gold. You build, you know, you could build Shivas and AC or whatever you want. So I don't mind that in that regard.
No, I like the monkey just because it's not Void Spirit. That's the big reason for me. I also think it does make sense here in a lot of ways. It gives you a good matchup against a lot of these cores, at least 2 of the 3. 3 of the 3 in a lot of ways. If I think this puck matchup shifted a bit lane wise, but I think it's still completely fine in the game. And you know, Centaur or Drow, if you gap close them, there's a lot of bodies to just get Jingo off here and go kind of ham. You're a high armor hero. The Naga's not too threatening for you. I like the monkey pick here. I think it's fast, it's aggressive, it does well in lane. Again, I feel like OG's draft's fine. It's just a matter of can they execute it here. And I think they have a lot more firepower to work with. I'm a little worried for this noob Centaur, honestly. I think not lane wise, but just game, like what's his ideal game impact from this position, right? Because you're going up against Monkey King, who you don't really man fight. You're going up against Timbersaw, who chunks you. You're going up against a Doom with Infernal Blade, who chunks you and is really tanky. Just doesn't look like that easy of a Centaur game outside of you can stampede your other 2 cores into better positions and let them carry the fight. And sometimes that's enough, but it's not always how I like to play this hero. So I think for me, there's a lot of eyes on him.
I feel like mid to late game, it is very clear that this is a defensive centaur play, right? Like, I think you actually should prioritize the Aghanim Scepter at a point in time, because I don't think, as you say, I don't think your initiation works that well. You've got 3 different frontliners that you're not going to be able to burst down as a centaur, and highly unlikely. I mean, if you see the opportunity, sure, jump the Shadow Shaman, jump the Jakiro. But I feel like for the most part, starting fights, as you said, it's going to feel bad for the centaur. So later on, I feel like you focus on the cart and you focus on saving the Drow Ranger and repositioning him on the initiations. But I don't know what early to mid game, it is going to be a little bit difficult, I think, for Noob to find his identity in this game.
He's very comfortable on the hero, at least, and that goes a long way. And you did just stomp him game 1, so you've got some good mental momentum. You know, maybe that'll help out here. But I doubt you will get as good a start as you did in this game 2 as you did game 1. Like, OG they're gonna go as 5. They're gonna be ready for the fight. Their level 1 is way stronger this game, so you can't really catch them off guard. In fact, if you're Enigma Galaxy, you need to worry about the reverse, that you don't get first blooded into some runes here, because your level 1 is a little weak here with this Ringmaster Naga going into like the 3 cores OG has: Monkey running at you, Doom running at you, potential Whirling Death, Dual Breath going in.
Yeah,
pretty nasty. Whereas Drow is likely not going to contest a rune aggressively. Puck's not offering you the most early damage, so I like OG's chances a lot more to come out ahead before the lanes here, and that is infinitely better than what happened previously.
Yeah. OG, I mean, they're already sticking together, and I imagine we're going to be seeing a late smoke. Now, we'll see if OG has the confidence to, like you said, they're favored in the first blood fight. We'll see if they actually go over the river and try and take the fight to Enigma Galaxy, because this might just be a positioning just to make sure, hey guys, if they run into us again, we're going to be at least, I mean, they were kind of grouped up before. They just didn't seem mentally prepared for the assault that ended up happening. So hopefully they're ready for it. But Enigma Galaxy, I think, unlikely to play for that. Much more likely to spread out. I think try and get the 2-2 or maybe in 3-1 bounty split.
If they get the 2-2, I think they're happy with that. Like, nothing happens, they get 2-2, they go in lanes even. It's kind of best case scenario for this lineup. Not going to look for that crazy 5-man smoke.
Timing wise, when do you feel like either team is favored? We'll start with OG, since they're down in this series. What would it take for them to push this to a game 3?
Just good timings on the Stormstormer Monkey King. Like, all eyes on his timings in terms of how fast you can get the fighting items up, right? If whatever that first item is on the mid monkey, to me, is the most important. Like, how fast you can get that out and what you can do on your way there. Can you contest wisdom shrines with this hero? Right, 7-minute, 14-minute wisdom shrine, super important if you can fight around him. If you can take away the power runes from the enemy mid, if you can gank him a couple times or pressure him in the jungle, these are all the big things that can set up that mid monkey's game and get him to that first item in a really nice timing, and then he can just either accelerate his farm or start to take the fights over even more. So I'm really looking to him to have a good game. He got the last pick here. He got the matchup. He got a really good hero for the game. He can scale. He can fight. He can run around and make plays. A lot of options open to him.
It looks like the players are discussing whether or not we can have a remake. Must be having some ping issues here. A little bit of spikes, it seems like.
Ping is full.
Avery, how many times have you been one game away from elimination for a TI qualifier?
I don't remember that. Probably most of them, to be honest.
I actually feel like it's the opposite. I feel like most of the time you guys were clearly the favorite.
I guess NA had a lot more slots back then too.
Yeah.
And because like the EG stack got invited.
Yeah, exactly. There had to have been one time where it's like you and like, I don't know if TSM was a thing back then, but you know, like the third best NA team versus you guys as Quincy Crew or whatever you guys' name was at the time. Did you ever fail? Did you ever miss a TI through the TI qualifier?
No, I personally didn't.
That's my boy right there. Man comes through.
I mean, I don't know how much this says about me and how much that says about North America as a region, you know. But
we could just say you're clutch. We could just say you're clutch. That's all. All right. Apologies, everybody. We are going to have a bit of a remake, it seems, here. So we will hopefully be able to speed this game too along. Man, I can't.
I did lose a lot of qualifiers for majors and other big stuff like that. And
okay. Well, I mean, TI is the
does
important
hurt.
one, though, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, especially back then.
Yeah.
Nowadays, there's a couple other things to play for that are at least in the same wheelhouse. But back then, it's like, man, nothing came close because it's a $20 million tournament compared to, you know, like, other than the 1 year you had all those $1 million majors. That was pretty nice. But
that is true. That is true. There was a lot of money spread out on that year. Feel like in some ways that year set up some people just to be able to cruise along in a professional career for a few years, you know, the money they banked
what are you accusing there, man? That's a bold accusation.
Well, I'm just saying maybe some players would have dropped out, you know, if they didn't make as much money as they did in that year, you know, because of that year, there was a lot of money spread out to, like, it wasn't as top heavy. Right, there was a lot of money being thrown around, but it was also not as top heavy because it wasn't all filtered into TI. So there was a lot of those, like the minors, right? There were teams winning minors and making decent money for it, you know.
Yeah, I mean, not all those ended up paying out, but you know, it worked out for most people, I think.
Yeah, it worked out for most people, you know.
Honestly, though, I think most Dota players would play even if they hadn't made as much as they did, they would have kept playing. Honestly, that's my gut read. I think most people who play Dota and end up playing it professionally just play it because they genuinely love the game, and playing professional Dota is super fun. And even if it were a lot less financially viable over the last 10 years compared to other esports was playing, I don't think it would have made a lot of people switch from Dota to another game. Now there might have been people who didn't pursue professional esports entirely, right?
Yes,
I think that
would be my assumption.
But I don't think anybody who did would have like, oh, I'm gonna go play League or something because there's more money in League than Dota. Like, I just don't think that guy really. Maybe there's one or two dudes, but
there's one or two of them, and they're in Southeast Asia, and they switched to Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Well, I mean, that's just a great game. I mean, we saw what Seb's able to do. Like, that's very reasonable. You know, that's a fine title, but like,
and now Seb's joined them, so
you should have switched a long time ago, I guess. Like, but you're not gonna go down the ladder, right? You're not gonna go from a great game like Dota to Doghouse.
Exactly.
So, I think TI means a lot, but it's not just about the money, you know. It's about the pride and proving that you are worthy of contending against the best here in, well, the best game out there. So.
And we've seen plenty of players were so dedicated that they went through strict poverty, right, to be able to keep competing. There was of course, that story about Jo and the old Rave squad from Southeast Asia, where they were living off of eggs and only eggs because, you know, it's the cheapest thing they could get for protein. And we had Febby, of course, he was known for being homeless for a bit. Blitz also was homeless for a bit during his time in Korea. You know, a lot of players kind of put everything they had to be able to keep playing no matter what the economic situation was. But we're back into it. Game 2. We have bounty runes about to spawn. We're not going to have any sort of first blood shenanigans this time around. So it'll just be a 2-2 split, which you said is favorable for Enigma Galaxy with the weaker level 1. OG not going to have the same kind of advantage that Enigma Galaxy got in game 1, but I'm sure they'll manage to weather through.
It was worth a sigh of relief here for OG, though. You know, like, we didn't get decimated twice in a row.
I mean, we'll still see how the lanes unfold here.
Yeah, particularly this Timbersaw lane, because I don't think Mixa really got to play his hero at all. So this will be a more even starting position. Hopefully he can do a bit more with it. And, you know, that monkey puck lane can always be something that you gank or look for if the monkey gets a little bit ahead or has some extra Jingu stacks to play with somehow if the puck messes up. So those are kind of the two lanes I could see being explosive here, whereas this Doom Centaur lane to me feels a bit more farm heavy. Maybe you get to run down this Ringmaster with some dual breath action and stuff, but I don't see Enigma Galaxy pressuring Shad with this safe lane Doom, with this lane. Just not enough overwhelming damage, I think. And Scorched Earth can always push the wave out. You can play for the pulls here. Pretty tough to contest the pull against Jakiro. Should be a nice lane for OG in the safe lane.
Getting low, Daze. Oh, that final arrow comes through at the right timing, right as the foul play sort of wears off. Ghost takes some damage in return, but not much Meeksa can really do. There's your level 2 timing. And Enigma Galaxy, you said eyes on this top lane, and yeah, it's a tough lane. Naga's Iron is a lane winner. It's tough to be able to deal with this hero if you're the Shadow Shaman. And obviously, Drow Ranger kind of has a free setup for most of this lane.
I still feel like that was a bad death to give up. Like, you died to a level 1 Naga with Mirror Image. Basically didn't have a real spell. I don't think that should happen. There's Omar going down, though. At least OG finds something in return. This lane is going really well for them. They are abusing this Centaur heavily. The lack of early armor. Just getting beat up with this high base damage dual lane.
I feel like I say this a lot, but I really mean it this time. Jakiro Doom, I don't think that is a beatable lane. I feel like that
Pretty
lane has
tough.
so much damage that it's pretty rough, especially in this level 3 timing when you have level 2 Scorched Earth.
You can outplay this lane from a sense of, like, if you don't give up kills and you get a good equilibrium, you can farm there. But in terms of straight up killing them or getting aggressive, yeah, very difficult to get that sort of lane win. So far, this is a game of Dota for OG. They get to play this time around. It's a stark improvement. And the lanes are not going too bad. Like, you gave up that first blood, but overall, your Timber's having a better time than the Centaur by a little bit, and get to level 3 on Meeksa here. Can maybe put some pressure into the GH Naga, kill him on the side, something like that. Again, this Naga's not going to be able to do much to sway this lane because the illusions get cleared and you're not putting too much early nuke pressure into Timber. This matchup is pretty sad for Naga's Iron. That's why we saw OG pick it up. Could be a triple lane win for OG. Imagine that, going from that game 1 to a triple lane win.
It's under attack.
Crazy times here. See what Enigma Galaxy could do to try and skew some of these lanes back to their favor. They do get double water rune for Sumail. That's super nice here. Stormstormer not getting that early monkey pressure you would have liked here. Though it does have the boots up and does have a level advantage. He actually opened up half a level in Sumail, which is pretty nice. As the nukes coming in on the top lane, but I mean, pretty tough to find a kill here, I think, if you are Enigma Galaxy. Almost level 4 on the Timber. You got the Lotus as well. That's a nice pickup. Sal back up on the Shaman, and you're doing pretty well here. Just keep clearing through the illusions. GH is going to be sad. In fact, you got to be careful in the overextension. Okay, that is way too late of a shackle there to find anything on. Drow is getting fat in the early game. 26 CS. 1 kill. Not too shabby. That's going to be the leader here for Enigma Galaxy, as the other 2 cores are the ones suffering. So we're going to see if Ghost can power through this on his own at least. And what Stormstormer can do. 3 points up in the Jingu right now. Would love to connect with this. Either on the puck or somewhere else on the map, though. No points in the tree dance. Your rotation potential is not going to be the greatest. Oh, Shad, he got the chain lightning too. Oh man, this safe lane for OG. So scary to fight into. I mean, at this point, you might just leave the lane, look for some power runes, look for some action top or something. You get this Timber low. He is very low. Needs another chain. TP. 1 more hit. They could not get it. Oh man, what an escape. As 6-minute power rune spawns, and they do not get the power rune on the side of Nigma Galaxy. Illusion's taken away from the puck. It's a little bit of a win here for Stormstormer. He just continues to farm. And, I mean, Nigma Galaxy have just abandoned this off lane. The noob now looking to cut the creeps, pull the wave, dodge. This big chain lightning doom. Not a fun matchup for him. He is behind net worth-wise, but on par with the Timber. So actually, this game is pretty even overall. Just everybody trading out relative to their respective peers. But here's going to be the big move for OG is Wisdom Shrine contest with the Monkey King. 3 points Jingu. Wukong's command available. Omar, I don't know if you know what's coming for you. But you're about to find out, because this is going to be both Wisdom Shrines going OG's way. As he whoopee cushions to his life. That was not a fight he wanted to take. That'll be both Shrines going OG's way. That's a huge win for them. A couple extra levels on the XP. It means they can put some more XP into the Timbersaw as well, who's suffering. And looking for the Wukong connection on the puck. Is this enough damage? Oh, wow. What a pickup from Daze here. Finally getting this Monkey King on the board as well. As Mixa continues to be elusive in this top lane. Bring 3 heroes, still can't find him. This is going to be a lot of damage going into the mid-tier 1 if no one wants to rotate here as well. And you're still not offering any pressure in this off lane. The Centaur just unable to stand against this Doom, who now is Doom available plus that Chain Lightning, so you're going to have to rotate the puck back at the mid. Look for the 8-minute power rune if you can get it. Would love to get an amp damage or a haste or arcane, something useful here. Do get some damage trade on top tower. This is pretty nice. Catapult timing. Drow Ranger. Marksmanship up. That's a hasted Shadow Shaman though. What a monster. He's just going in. Gets gusted up. Body blocks coming through. Stampede to bail them out of the situation. He actually got the shackle, but he didn't think he was going to get the shackle, so he canceled it himself. And Big Bad Shad showing up with the Chain Lightning. That is not a fight you want to take into this Doom early. Nigma Galaxy lick their wounds, get the hell out of there. That was a very aggressive push with the missing power rune on the map. If that had been a haste rune Monkey King, that's a very different story in terms of OG cleaning that up. Can't help but feel like Nigma Galaxy got away with some luck on that one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Room for Noob to farm with a Centaur, but fight's still breaking out. Daisy wants GH, he wants the Naga Siren. He will not collect him. He'll instead pay with his life. Overextension here as they bring the Drow Ranger back in. And Mixley's got no mana. What are you doing up here, OG? That's the question you have to ask. There is no play with a 0-mana Timbersaw into the lane that Nigma Galaxy are always going to defend the most. If anything, you want to rotate with this Monkey King. Get Stormstormer in the fight. Wukong's back available. That is just a bad overextension here. It's Nigma Galaxy evening out this game once again. As there's nothing to look for in this mid lane anymore, and Noob has just been jungling. So if you're winning this top lane as Nigma Galaxy, you just keep bringing heroes here. It's way better than trying to fight into this Centaur lane that felt impossible to begin with, and this Timbersaw is just continually getting shut down. I feel like we saw Mixa level 5 2 minutes ago. He's still level 5. Another little attempt. Oh, there's got Doom him? Okay. Yeah, why not? Just Doom the Naga Siren. Stampede. He will still die here. But at least you will not see him die. That's a moral victory. And looking for level 6s on these two supports. They can get the ward up plus the macro. That's a lot more damage to put in. That is not the guy you want to go on here if you are OG. Better rotation top, though. That is a big move for Stormstormer. Every time he can connect with the early Wukongs in this game, it's going to feel great. He's having a way better time this time around. 66 CS, 2 kills. That Diffusal Blade, 500 away. This also gets his Timbersaw back in the game. That might be the bigger factor here for sure. Be able to take this tower down on top of it. No last hit, though. What are you guys doing here? Somebody's got to get this. Come on. That's just embarrassing here. 1 game away from TI, and missing tower last hits. That said, way better start for OG. I mean, you look at these net worths. Doom is cruising. Might is done. The farm continues to pick up. It's a really solid position for OG as just looking to pressure in the lanes, keep farming up.
Is this live?
Holy crap, that scared me.
Oh, no, hopefully Carrot's going to be back in a bit. He's having some internet issues. Good job on the solo casting though, Avery.
Oh yeah, that was very tough. It was very stressful, not gonna lie.
Well, I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not. My job's kind of chill. Was it tough? It's easy.
It was a little tough. I'm glad you're here. That's all I'll say.
Anyway, what's going on? I've just run up here. I've just finished my pizza super fast so I could hop on and stand in when we wait for Cap to return. What's happening? We've got a close game at the moment, which is nice to see, Avery, because that game one, honestly, for anyone else out there who ordered pizza for game one, it was disappointing. The pizza arrived halfway through. The game was over. You know, this one, if you've just had your pizza arrive for this game, you ordered at the right time. So if you're sitting there at home with your takeaway in front of you, this is going to be a good one, Avery, because so far, close stuff, up top, Shaman's dead. But, you know, if anything, that's going to get it even closer. Less than 1k gold difference at the moment between these two teams. Exciting times, Avery.
Absolutely, but this is an actual game in this series. I mean, better for your pizza for sure. This is the kind of game you can watch and eat to, and be on the edge of your seat, right?
Yeah.
So much better outcome this time around. And I mean, the fact that you have Stormstormer actually playing Dota, whereas he didn't even get to play it. The Monkey King's looking good. The Doom is looking good. Your Timbersaw is still having a rough time, but way better early game here for OG. And now they can start to take some fights and look for some play action, getting some stacks up as well. They're even gonna smoke here, trying to get the Monkey King involved. Diffusal already done. He is super strong. He can get on top of anybody in this game.
Let's see what they're able to find. GH, if he is around, we'll have the song at the ready, but Smooth coming into the jungle could catch Enigma Galaxy off guard. Depends how deep they want to go here with this play. Ghost is going to show on the wave. Do they want to try and wrap around and go for this? Tier 2 dive? Did you go for a tier 2 dive? Or was a little too cheeky?
I mean, you really want to here, right? This is like the best connection you're going to find. It's too tempting to turn down.
TPs are coming in. They'll lay down the shackles of the Wukong's command. It's a very dead drown. A beautiful balance strike comes down between the two of them. Sets up for Stormstormer to get the double.
Well, I mean, what is GH doing there? TP's in to just insta-die.
They wanted to sing, right?
Mana.
He just... Well, would he have not had mana to sing? Well, then that's
like no mana. He got mana burned out and just couldn't song.
But
even if he songs.
Yeah. He did it with heart, though. You know, and that's what we like to see from GH. He'll never give up on the teammates. He'll try his best to get there and help out.
That is true.
Samuel, though, dead in the river. Suddenly it's a 3k gold lead for OG. Though that last minute was not a hot one for Enigma Galaxy.
Oh, what a map movement from Stormstormer. He goes top, kills Drow, kill GH, who was trying to help his buddy, couldn't resist. Put this diffuser to work, rotate mid, and then kill Puck and take the room. Now this Monkey King is out of control. The Radiance is done for the Doom. As one-sided as that game one was, it's kind of looking to go the other way, potentially.
Oh, dies. Okay, it's going to be fine. Hey, what's going on with this anyway, Avery? I don't know if you talk about that. Why has he got this facet? Where's his big snake?
Well, not everybody can have a big snake there. No. So sometimes you gotta take the chicken fingers. I mean, the biggest factor is it's Naga Siren illusion clear, right? Like you want the extra illusion clear around the map.
I mean, that's fair.
Feels
that's
really
fair.
good.
But that big, it's so strong. I can't remember last time I saw someone took this facet. Has OG been doing this in the other games, the upper bracket?
I've seen it a couple times.
Okay.
It's not as uncommon as you think.
Never. It was always the big snake.
Really?
Always the big snake.
That's maybe it's because there's big snake players in the lower bracket. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Yeah, you got to get through there. It's tough down there.
Yeah.
But we're in the lower bracket now. Maybe that's going to be the downfall. He's not got the right facet for the lower bracket. This is the lower bracket final, Avery.
Well, maybe he doesn't think he's in the lower bracket. Like
that's true.
He's not a lower bracket mentality. He's always playing in the upper bracket. You know.
I guess, yeah, well, that's the thing, right? OG, this is their first experience in the lower bracket, but, you know, Enigma, they've been kind of born and bred here. You know, they made the run for this. This is their territory.
Also, they know the meta. They know the lower bracket meta right now. Yeah. OG's they have to catch up.
Well, let's have a look.
Right,
so far, so good this game, though. 4K lead. And indeed, this Doom's farm is getting out of control. Someone's going to have to do something about Shad. It's got to be feeling good for Shadow as well. Obviously, that last game didn't really get to do. I mean, the team as a whole, right, didn't really get to do much. But coming in again with this Doom, this time smashing the timings, probably hitting some of the faster timings we've seen on Doom this qualifiers.
Oh, he is absolutely jacked. 2-0 start, 150 CS. What's his GPM? Almost 600 already. This is where this hero is just absolutely terrifying because nobody outfarms him, and he's just going to go in the fight. He's going to doom your puck every time you get the chance. Just the easiest target in this game. You can Stampede away, but even with the Stampede song, if you get the Wukong out, if you drop the wards, I can still see people just dying in the Stampede song this game to the ults thrown out by OG. As long as you get on top of heroes and just throw them quickly, teamfight's going to look good for you.
Well,
Do get the Blink Dagger done for Noob and Enigma Galaxy. They're going to try and do something here because this game has been out of their control for too long.
Yeah, if they can find the Stormer or Shad, it would be pretty ideal. Stormer, though, he's not sticking around any longer than he needs to. He's already out of this area of the map, so unlikely Enigma Galaxy to get a catch down here as OG not showing any interest in trying to hold on to tier 1. They'll drop down a scan just in case they're finding one, but as it is, it's the Roshan pit for OG, and they go.
Nice little move. Outmaneuvering Enigma Galaxy right now, getting the bigger prize off the map. You can try and smoke and find us. We're just going to do Roche with the wards. Power of the Shaman. Even if it's not the Mega Ward. Gets the job done. And put this Aegis on the Monkey. He's super strong. Turns into Roche, takes his heart, and...
Oh, damn, look at this!
Oh, he gave it up.
I feel like when you get to be Roshan, you got to stay for Roshan a little longer. Just enjoy your moment. That's the Roche, but indeed, Storm's had enough. None of it. He's ready to return to being the Monkey King. Get this pressure up on the top lane. They can look to try and threaten the tier 2. We'll see what Enigma Galaxy do. Because if you're Enigma Galaxy now, there's this Monkey King on the other side with an Aegis. Are you going to try and go for another smoke move to still try and see if you can get these solo pickoffs? Or are you kind of just sort of signing out of the team fights for a while and just trying to get your next round of items?
It just looks hard to make the moves because your damage is... It's so dependent on the Drow coming in and dealing the real DPS. Otherwise, your damage is the puck spells plus what Omar can do. And that's kind of it. And if you run into these tanky targets, you're not guaranteed to just kill them with that. So you really have to find the Monkey King. He's your best option on the map. And of course, he has the Aegis and it's a Monkey King. So your odds of finding him are pretty hard. He's just out of there. This is another failed smoke. This is costing you so much time in this game. But you're trying to use these Blink Daggers. I mean, you can understand what they're looking for here. Just tough to find it on the map right now.
I guess at the least with the moves they're making and the way that OG is avoiding them, it does mean that it's, you know, OG, they're not really pressuring the Drow, so it's giving some good space for Ghost to sort of keep up, not with the Doom, but with the other cores. You know, Ghost, his progression is still pretty good. He's about to hit level 13. Once he gets the Hurricane Pike, he'll be that little bit more slipperier in the team fights. So, you know, that 4K lead, it was a few minutes ago, right? So far, it hasn't grown during this Aegis timer. You know, if they can continue to play like this Enigma Galaxy, make sure they don't lose any of the tier 2s, for example, during the Aegis, I think, you know, they're making the best out of a tough situation.
They're not getting what they want out of the Blinks, but they are stabilizing the game. And you're right, that does count for a decent amount here, particularly when you have these Drow lineups, because this is not a hero you're expecting to, like, win the early mid-game over, right? You kind of want to go later, you want to scale up, you want to take fights when Ghost is ready to take them, and when he's confident to join them with the defensive item timings, the Hurricane Pike, the Manta, the BKB, whatever it is. So they are okay with this kind of stalled out game, especially GH on the Naga. I mean, this Naga thrives in these type of games where you're just pushing out waves, but you cannot get caught.
Yeah, Days up top, drops the Serpent Wards, the Wukong's command out. Noob just gets completely destroyed there by the damage output that they have. They get the kill, and OG will see where they want to head next. It's going to be towards the Tormentor, very nicely timed. They should be able to pick this one up, and so some big items coming around the corner for OG. We've nearly got the full Aghanims on to the Timber. So good luck sort of killing the Timber Saw. I mean, this is going to be the problem, right, for Enigma Galaxy until Ghost turns up to the fights, having the damage with the 4 other heroes. Too. Yeah, they'll get themselves another Stormer. He's just up and down the map. This is the thing. Yeah. If you start to come onto OG's side of the map, OG will find you.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this Monkey has insane map mobility with the tree dance, plus he's going through the gate, he's involved in the smokes. The shot, honestly, this Days Shaman has done work this game. Like, he has found a lot of pickoffs. He's given him Roche. He's given him help with the Tormentor. This guy's just powering through the objectives right now, and his blink is flying out. So his threat just went up a lot. Like, you talked about Enigma Galaxy struggling to bring down OG's heroes. I mean, you're about to get gone on a lot more around this map, especially if you can't take some of OG's heroes off it right now. It's a very scary part. I mean, look at this Monkey King. He is not
just
giving
goes
in.
back in on them. He's like, oh, there's some heroes here trying to do something. I'm just going to jump in and see what happens. He's got no fear here on the Monkey King Stormstormer. Still with a minute left on the Aegis.
His BKB is done? Yeah, it's flying out. That's insanely fast here. He's going to be level 15 with BKB. 21 minutes in this game. That is pretty terrifying because your BKB control on the side of Enigma Galaxy is nothing. Yeah, all you can do is song it and then try and kill the BKB hero during the song, which might be doable here, but that's a tough ask. And now you're just getting smoked at.
Omar, can he bail his way out of this? GH might be in trouble as well. They'll deal with Omar quickly. Days getting a beautiful jump there. The song will come out to try and buy time for Sumail to escape. GH able to make sure that Sumail lives despite that great jump from Days onto the puck. GH likely to pay with his life, though. Storm is able to push on beyond the tier 2. And in fact,
they got the puck anyway.
Look at this guy go! Days
insane.
on the Shaman. He don't need no big snake facet. You're absolutely right. This guy's crushing it. And now diving into the base. Well, you've got to be careful with the dives. Both of these teams, they've experienced a dive too fast in time. But this dive from OG looks like they're getting away with it. Stormstormer Hill now up for the BKB TP out. Ghost, can they finish him off for the Chakram? They can't. Okay. That's, you know.
That was pretty deep. That was pretty deep and pretty greedy.
I mean, Sumail did have to buy back, but yeah, they'll take that, Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
It gets OG pushed back. They get themselves a couple of kills. And but both these teams, sometimes, something about these teams, sometimes they take it a little too far.
I would agree with that. That said, I would still prefer that OG play like this than more skittish, right? Because I think this is a game where you have a lead and you can continue to snowball it and just completely run the enemy over. And honestly, like you said, you got the puck buyback. That's not even that bad of a trade, right? Like, you did some serious damage to Sumail here. This Centaur is not going to scale into anything crazy right now. So if you debilitate the puck, then you're really looking at a one-core lineup here out of Enigma Galaxy, and that is just Ghost on this Drow. So all you have to do is itemize and worry about him, and you can continue to build the lead here. We'll see Manta done for him, so a second defensive item, and we're going to see Enigma Galaxy smoke and try and use it here. But again, who do you want to run into here if you're Enigma? The Ags, Timber, or the two other cores with BKB?
It's got to be a Monkey King, right? Storm's BKB still on cooldown for a little bit right at the moment. Shaman. No, one of them. And they tell us there's anything else with the Stampede. They've got eyes on Kadara. Moving across, looking to take down the Jakira. Storm's going to jump
nice
in.
strike.
Can he get a good angle here if the Wukongs come out? Down in the midst of them all. Ghost will be able to force away with the Hurricane Pike. Turns back over towards the Timber, but with the Ags up. No threat at all. And Shad, he's got his hands on GH. Enigma Galaxy have to scramble out of there. They try and see what they find. They do get 2 support kills. They only lose the 1 themselves. And Days coming in with the buyback as well towards the end of that. So all things said and done, not a terrible hit for Enigma Galaxy to come in with.
As long as you get Ghost in and get him out, I feel like any kills are pretty good. You're closing in on the Centaur Ags. That's going to help him a lot in the fight as well. This will be a utility Centaur. So you're hitting some timings here as Enigma Galaxy. I mean, not the big core kill you wanted out of that, but you take what you can get. Shaman buyback goes a little way to improve your morale here.
At least now for Enigma Galaxy, they don't have to be concerned about any Aegis being in play. Might give them the strength to try and see if they can catch OG split up on the map. 10k behind. Sitting back's never going to feel good here for Enigma Galaxy. As OG just continue this Doom, just see if they can do anything about him. Sumail's going to be in with the jump, but hasn't really quite got anyone else near him. And now Shad, in fact, is coming straight for Sumail. He's considering dropping down the Doom. He will.
Yeah, he's dead.
He's in with the Doom, and Sumail is going to regret poking the Doom down there as they just turn and kill Sumail. And that's him dead for 70 seconds, Avery.
That's a dieback right there on the timer. They lose another courier. I mean, just don't poke the bear, right? Like, this is not the guy you want to mess with unless you're bringing the whole squad. You pay a big price. Again, the quick response time from OG, particularly the Stormstormer Monkey. feels like Enigma Galaxy are just not ready for it or not respecting it in this game. You can split push this game, you can rat it out, you can hit your item timings, but if you keep bleeding heroes around the map like this, it's not going to yield you any sort of position to turn the game around. Like, you're making Ghost life harder and harder every time you lose couriers and heroes off the map. And there's a Shadow Blade. Another very aggressive choice for OG in this game, but one I can absolutely see paying off. Like, you just Shadow Blade in with this monkey and start a fight with dropping Wukong on somebody. Pretty brutal for Enigma Galaxy to deal with.
Ready to start bringing the push in on this bottom lane. Get that tier 1 that's stood for quite some time if they want to pressure on for it. Roshan is up, so definitely something that's going to be on the minds of both of the teams. OG, of course, in this spot where it'll be a little easier for them to set it up themselves. Oh, look at this Stormstormer. He's on the hunt, and he's found GH hiding in the trees. GH will try and slide away to safety with the Force and the Glimmer, and it will work.
Okay.
I might say it will work.
It actually gets out.
Yeah, not able to get enough damage in to kill him off before the TP, so GH will survive. And off the back of that, Enigma Galaxy trying to catch Stormstormer off guard. Coming in with a smoke wraparound, anticipating, you know, in case Stormstormer does take this route down the side of the map.
Look at this wave. I mean, they're thinking this guy, he's not going to turn down 4 range creeps, right? But they actually abandoned that play.
Yeah, they're getting cold feet. I mean, the TPs are coming over as well. You know, Shad is in the neighborhood.
Although they want Roche. This is very aggressive.
Yeah, you can't get the Roche, and surely not. The Stampede's there. They have to bail out as soon as they see Shad. Yeah, the Roche attempt was a bit of a hopeful one there from Enigma Galaxy, one that they don't get very far into. At the least, they don't lose anyone for it. And that was Shad committing him with the BKB. So now that they know the Doom's BKB's on cooldown for like the 80 seconds, maybe they can try and get the jump here, Enigma Galaxy. But OG, they're pretty prepared.
No, Daze is just going in. These guys just don't have fear, man. They're just going in.
He just
drops the wards.
He's just ready to play.
I mean, this is not going to yield anything. It feels like Enigma Galaxy are getting some stuff out of OG in this Roche defense sequence, whatever you want to call it. That's some gold for Ghost. He's going to clean them all up. That's like 300 gold for Drow. Not too shabby.
That's coming very close to the BKB now. Just about a recipe away from it on the gold. Samael seeing what he could see out there. Stormstormer is equipped with that gem ready to ensure that the Glimmer Capes won't save anyone again if he gets their hands on him.
It's a big item for him.
Yeah.
Especially combined with this Shadow Blade. Like, he's a big vision threat around the map. He's just in again. Like, his man just doesn't care. Oh, he got his tree cut.
Oh, he did. Is that going to be enough to get Omar? The Stellar Corpse, he comes in, noob! He's able to drag Omar out of there. The combination of the tree cut and the Aghanim save from noob coming in on Omar, Omar survives.
How? There's no way he should survive there, dude. Like, what? You gotta watch the timber chains into these fights.
Oh,
what a strike!
Oh, that was nasty. Straight down the middle here from Stormstormer, catching the 2 of them. And use the Stampede to try and get away.
Gotta catch something here.
I mean, they're using the BKBs and stuff as well. This Mixer's BKB popped. They're not getting anything.
They get nothing?
Enigma Galaxy's even teasing back at them. They jump back in with the Who Stomp onto Mixer. Ghost laying down the multi-shot from the side, jumping from Samael. They're keeping Mixer relatively low. I mean, they are not fighting like a team that's 13k behind here, Avery. They're pulling some moves here, Enigma Galaxy.
I don't really understand how they're just getting out of situation after situation. I mean, that was a 2-man Boundless strike in with a solid Wukong, but it feels like every time you engage, this Stampede or this cart bails that target out. And you don't want to commit all of your supports in and just get songed into some clump. Kind of an awkward spot in the game for OG. You have this big lead, you're way stronger. We can see them playing super aggressive, but you can't find the control and the lockdown to convert on these kills.
Yeah, next fight, Ghost is going to have the BKB. But yeah, they weren't able to use this lead that they had to sort of, you know, get the chance to find the kills in the midst of these team fights. They don't get the Roshan. Roshan's going to now move down to the bottom half, which might play a bit more favorably to Enigma Galaxy if they can get the setup around here. Because, yeah, BKB on Drow. I think Enigma Galaxy's happy to try and find another fight. OG's going to come looking for them with this smoke. See if they can get a quick pick. Because, of course, with this lead still that OG have, as soon as they sort of get one core, it's going to snowball very fast back into them getting the Roshan, getting the push going. Yeah. So, still in a very tense spot for Enigma Galaxy. But doing their best despite the advantage that OG have. OG, Not going to find GH. They're just going to make the jump onto an illusion.
Nice break from GH there. Knew the position exactly, and it's another wasted attempt here from OG. This game is just getting stalled and stalled, and you have a puck farming top. You have this Roche that's on your side of the map now, that BKB for the Drow. Little things going Enigma Galaxy's way here. I feel if you're OG, you can just go in the pit, drop the wards, and threaten the Roche. And you can just BKB Wukong at the end of it. Not allow for a sleep steal. That is always an option here if you feel like your aggressive attempts are being thwarted too much. You know, force Enigma Galaxy into you instead of trying to chase him. That's where the Centaur's a lot weaker. I'll be really surprised if they don't back up and force the Roche right now after they claim this hill. This looks like the time to do it.
Enigma Galaxy. Can they? You think they just don't have the time to sort of head to the pit now?
I mean, your best play at this Roche is to sleep and go for steals or something. But again, they can just BKB for it.
I mean, GH might. You're right. He's close, but yeah, Roshan goes down too quickly. OG able to secure the Roshan, get the Aegis on Stormstormer.
Really tough contest there. When you lose all your vision of this Gem Monkey, like, you just don't know where the Shadowblade Monkey is. You don't know if he's in the pit or he's around the pit. In that case, the Doom was kind of lurking outside of it. It's a very tough approach, and that Slong Steal is not even guaranteed. So you rather just keep your heroes up, pushing the map. You gotta remember, that first Aegis period didn't work out super well for OG, right? It kind of got stalled out. They found some pickoffs, but then Enigma stabilized the game. So you want to get a bit more done with it. He's looking for GH, won't find him. Pesky Naga, man.
Yeah,
And there's a gem up on Enigma's side too. So Sumail running around with his gem plus Lincoln's on the puck. Pretty tough catch, and he's getting them some map control back. That's a good sign for Enigma Galaxy. If you can take some wards off the map and get some deep ones of your own out, then you can split push this game a lot harder.
Time to take the Tormentor for Enigma Galaxy. Still able to find some objectives despite the large lead against them.
Radiant are scanning.
Stormstormer?
He's going to get in.
Completely solo.
I mean, he's going with it for the BKB, but the Stampede is there. They have the shackles onto Omar, so this time Omar will fall. Stormstormer wants to try and turn this in for more as he looks towards Sumail. Sumail, see if he's able to get the jump out. He is into the trees, another orb away, but the bound this does catch on the two of them. Sumail's still able to jump away, though. Noob has been slowed down, and he's caught at the Serpent Wards. The Wukong's command laid down. They'll kill off Noob as well. Stormstormer, he's just going in, and it works out.
His aggression has paid off time and time again, and this time they get the connection with the Shaman. That's the lockdown you need. Instant TP bottom, Shadowblade, he's looking for some more here off that play as well. He's played this game really well with the Monkey. This pick has worked out fantastic.
Dire are scanning.
There's just nobody who can fight this guy. Like, who's going to stand there and fight this Monkey back when he just runs into your entire team? It's only if the Drow is in position. Even like, this is literally just 1v4. The man doesn't care.
Just going in. Forces out the Stampede, still gets the kill with the help of Daze. And indeed getting that extra one, and even getting close to threatening Sumail. Sumail only just getting out towards the end of that.
Yeah, they almost messed up the cart thing. They tried to cart him out, and they both got stunned. Sumail's like, all right, screw the cart. I'm just getting out on my own. Like,
He's walking.
I'm not going in that one. That is a 1-star Uber right there.
Radiant's courier.
Full bots on Shad, so it'll be even easier for him to join the action. Again, with just how much net worth he's got, it's going to be pretty devastating, these fights for Enigma Galaxy when the Doom turns up. 25k net worth, 35 minutes in. Daze. Let me see if he catches Sumail out, but Sumail, yeah, he's not going to risk trying to go in for the Wisdom.
Wisely so.
It could be his death, yeah.
I mean, you still have to respect that there's an Aegis on this Monkey, which means OG can show Stormstormer at opposite parts of the map of where they're looking for the catch pretty safely. And that gives them a lot of map control right now, so you can't be too aggressive with these random solo plays or pickoffs. Just got to get to your next set of items and win the fight when the Aegis expires, which should be Aghanims for the Drow. That's the next big pickup here for Enigma. I mean, Ghost's going to be pretty strong with that Ags, particularly if you can get some of the stacks and the pops on people.
This is it's still very much, I feel, a carryable game for Ghost. We've seen Enigma Galaxy, some of the games they've had, even when they've been in worse situations, Ghost has still managed to sort of have decent impact in the last few team fights before they lose the game, but he's still kind of getting kills. In this game, he's absolutely not out of it, right? He's still there, second in net worth. It's just the fact that Shad's Doom is having such a ridiculous game, there's that big lead, but outside of that, this Drow is still kind of where Ghost would hope to be at kind of 36 minutes in a close game. So to be able to still achieve that whilst as a team they're this far behind definitely still gives a little bit of hope for Ghost.
I agree. Like, his position is totally fine. You wouldn't ask for too much better here on the Drow, though. The rest of the team's position, you'd like it to be a little better, but
It ain't great,
he can carry these games. Like, he does a crazy amount of damage, but so much of that is dependent on the positioning and the formation Enigma Galaxy have in the fight. If the Drow gets gap closed and shackle, Wukonged, whatever, it's going to be tough to bail him out. You do have the cart, you have Stampede, but we've seen like the Centaur can also die really fast in this game. And you might even be in a spot where you can just doom the Centaur, honestly, and then just run them down, and maybe you don't end up killing the Drow, but you're still going to win the fight because you remove some of the saves from play. That could also be a route they go, because trying to doom this Lincoln's puck seems pretty difficult.
No, for sure, yeah. You want to get the Doom on the Centaur, and you want to get the Shaman getting their hands on the Naga Siren. And then that's going to give you a pretty good shot of just having the Monkey King Stormstormer getting in and killing someone off. Sure, they'll still have like the odd saves here. Outside of that, Omar with the Escape Act. But yeah, if you can get those 2 catches on those 2 heroes, it's going to set Stormstormer up for success in these team fights.
I mean, to me, it's like if OG. I don't even think you have to barrel in and kill the Drow that early. You just have to threaten the Drow so Nigma take the fight and then just kill everybody else. And you're going to be happy with that as well.
There we go. Got to watch out for Daze. He's been masterful on the catches. This time it's just an illusion, but they know not to blow anything else on that.
It's Parasma for Sumail. I mean, there's some damage online for Enigma Galaxy. Like, you do have to respect this Puck and Drow and what they're doing. Maybe just play for that next Aegis. Could be OG's game plan. Just keep scaling the 3 cores up here. They're all pretty beastly right now. You look at they got the Shivas, they got the AC, they got Scotty on the Monkey King. These are some seriously powerful items going into that next fight.
Oh. Got eyes on Stormstormer. It's going to force the BKB out from him straight away. I'll make the jump over towards Noob.
He's getting
a lot
chunked.
of damage coming in from Ghost. Stormstormer's got to keep his distance. Ghost
Is he dead?
reaching to get the kill. They get the catch with the Will of Wonder. They've got him. Stormstormer goes down. Daze will likely fall as well. They're using the song to see if they can maybe set up for more here on the chase. See if they can get their hands on towards Mixer in the trees.
Well, that
This is where
song was
Chain.
not good. Well, they got the
No.
Shaman in the end, but it almost cost them 2 kills. They blinked out of
It
it.
still gets the job done. It wasn't that bad.
It almost backfired. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's a bad song, but like that almost backfired pretty hard. The Shaman blinked out, almost escaped. The Shakiro blinked out. The idea was good, but what ended up happening was it was almost pretty bad. That said, I mean, it doesn't really matter. You get 3 here, and you punish Stormstormer. He doesn't Wukong. He takes so much damage.
Yeah, and just an excellent Wheel of Wonder there from Omar coming into the edge. There's slightly hesitation for Stormstormer. He's like, back in action though. Uh-oh, Ghost is dead. He's very dead for 90 seconds. So, Enigma Galaxy, they might have had a little bit of a moment of glory, but then, bam, snap back to reality.
Not a fun reality. There's still a lot of damage between all 3 of these cores on OG. You have to respect them, especially if you give them a position like that. Like, you're just hitting this tower with Drow. Of course they're going to jump you, right? They just jump you with everybody pop BKBs. What do you do?
Yeah, a bit of a rare slip up there from Ghost. Doesn't normally make those sort of mistakes. But dead for quite a while, and that last play, taking down the 3 of them, Enigma Galaxy winning that team fight, was definitely had the potential to be the start of a bit of a comeback. But getting shot back down like that, losing the Drow, it's going to keep OG fueled up and ready to go for the next team play.
It's also just not the time to make that play when the Roche spawn is up. You don't know exactly when this is going to spawn. There's an amp damage in the river. You maybe could have gotten that. Like, there were bigger prizes on the map and setting the map up than pushing that. What? What was that?
Okay, first the song, now the amplified damage. What's got GA?
What team's he playing for here?
Oh, they got the shackles in on towards.
Oh my
that's,
God.
Oh, this has gotten horribly awkward. Well, GH will song and try and run away. He'll be able to save himself, but that's Noob and Sumail dead.
That's Gem as well. He just got blown up by that Wukong Whirly Death. Holy crap. They got another catch.
As well up top. Oh, they got the neutral creep. Oh, there we go.
Well, yeah, that's something.
Something.
I feel like they were so confused by that amp damage deny that they didn't realize they were getting smoked on.
Yeah, I
Just
think
got blown up.
like, well, okay, that happened. But yeah, back to a big 15k lead here pretty much for OG. Goes.
And refresher on Chad. That was a huge deal there. Like he has a second refresher to refresh BKB, get another Doom if you need it. So much firepower in a CM. I mean, that's just BM right there.
That's just raw. Oh! Doom. Drop down onto Ghost. Shad, can he chase this up? He wants to finish the job. And with Days coming in at the side with the Hex, they will finish the job. That's Ghost dead again, 90 seconds.
What's
no
happening in this
buyback
game,
on
man?
Ghost. They had that one good kind of team fight in the mid. They get the three of them, and then somehow everything got worse after they did something good for Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, it's
know,
bizarre. They just
it
cannot
seemed
find
like all
anything.
OG needed to win the game was for Nigma to win a team fight somehow. That's what
That
we're
might
seeing.
be true.
Yeah.
That might be true here. It's very awkward, but now it just feels over because you bled out this Drow 2 times, didn't get anything out of his timings, and I mean these cores are just way too big now. It's way too much gold on this Timber as well. He's almost level 25. The Monkey's the least of your
Oh,
problems.
it's Storm. Yeah, he's in. He's in. They will be whipped to back out here to retain the beast. They're bringing in the bottom creep wave, ready to take that tier 2 tower and to approach the high ground once more.
It all started with that rune deny. It just crumbled after that, dude. Like the morale loss was too large.
I assume so. Well, Nigma Galaxy, they were able to kind of swing back with a punch when they were down 13k. Let's see if they're able to do it when they're now down 22k gold here against OG. Nearly got the Aghanims on Sumail. He's getting close to level 25 as well, so they do continue to hit these timings. But yeah, still this overall ginormous lead that OG has is quite daunting. Nullifier, done for Stormer. Be even easier over time, just getting in and pretty much guaranteeing the kill on whoever he gets the jump on. And Sumail did lose his courier. That's going to mean the potential Aghanims is on the sidelines for 3 minutes, Avery.
That's really rough. That is so much of the damage you needed in this base defense because you're going to have to pull out a crazy base defense here. This is Refresher Shard off that Roche. Currently on Days. You can just double drop the wards. And that is going to be tough to clear through. He has a BKB on the Shaman as well.
Yeah,
So that's another
Days has
problem
been
you have to deal
clutching
with.
up. Yeah,
Yeah,
this guy's
he had a
good.
great game. There's a Hex on the Timber. He's level 25. I mean, this is all coming up OG here. As Sumail.
They've got him.
He's got him.
Now, he does at least have the buyback gold. In
He's
the
straight
mid,
in on the
Days,
next.
He's going to get the shackles. Put the refresher, tries to get the second hex. There'll be the cart ready to take Ghost out of that. Days with his BKB. Will manage to back away from the damage that Nigma Galaxy throw out of him, but it does force out that Sumail buyback. So one of these key buybacks getting used, getting forced out here.
That was incredibly aggressive. Like a refresher shot on the Shaman just to re-blink shackle the dude. Well, no double wards play, I guess. Still Hades for 3 minutes. So you can just play around that on the high ground and send the Timber in if you really want the frontliner to be reliable here. And there is no buyback right now for Ghost. It's a big life Nigma Galaxy is missing right now. Would love for him to get a couple hundred more gold here. Have it for the base defense. You're gonna need it.
They will pick themselves up another gem here on Noob. They're going to try and do their best to just maintain vision control around their base in preparation for this high ground defense. They're going to have to come in as soon as OG. They're definitely going to be hungry, looking for for the high ground jump. Whilst they have this Aegis still.
If they can get the Ags on Sumail before this fight breaks out, that'd be a big win. I'm not sure it's enough damage to win the fight, but at least you have a chance then. And I'd be really surprised if OG do not try and force the high ground with the next wards plus this Aegis timer on Stormstormer. Because he's also level 25 now in the Monkey, so you just go in with the Aegis, drop the Mega Wukong, drop the Shaman wards, you're going to get the Megas at least, right? Like, even if you lose the fight, you're still going to come out ahead.
Dave's ready to cheese it up with the block.
Oh, that's pretty nice. Throw that on the Monkey King or the Timber if you want to just let him go in.
Still being careful about how they go for the high ground here. OG. 25 seconds until he'll be able to get that full Aghanims online. Sumail, here's the push. Put wards and the banner down. Noob's going to get him with the jump. The Hoostone catches the two of them shot. But get the Doom down onto the Centaur straight away. Stormstormer moves into the back lines and put the Nullifier down onto Ghost. Ghost will be able to back away. Noob buys back immediately. GH has the song here to hold them back. Omar will be able to escape Mixer just in time to survive. They'll use the fortification. Can they push them back anymore though? Because the tier 3 is still going to go down. Enigma Galaxy only losing Noob there. But can they do anything in return? Now, they've got the full Aghanims on Sumail, so a big increase to the damage output from this puck. And looks like OG, they're playing it cautious for a little bit. They'll back off. They know that they're in no rush. They don't want to let this game slip away from them. They've got a 30k lead. Everything is pointing towards them being able to close it up, but they can't let this one slip away.
Just wait for another Wukong. That's the biggest factor here. 30 seconds for that ult on Stormstormer. You really want to fight without it? You do have the Aegis still, but...
Okay. I mean, that's the thing, yeah, once the
fate.
Aegis expire... Mix it straight in. Obviously feeling still pretty invincible on the Timbersaw, and rightfully so. They can barely put a dent into him.
I mean, I feel like you just wait Shaman wards Wukong and you go in again, because there's no glyph. And there's no way Nigma can fight under the Wukong. Yeah. They can kite it out, they can shoot some arrows from beyond the arc, but cannot take the man fight into the Monkey from that
So you caught by the Hoostone. Damage coming in from Ghost.
Oh, what a wheel!
Pretty quickly, the wheel indeed as well. Controlling the turn, and that's going to be Stormstormer down the once. Ghost, we're trying to Hurricane Pike away, but the Hex catches him. Daze has to follow up Shackles. Omar trying to bail him out with the escape act. Ghost trying to run. The Nullifier will catch on towards him. Omar comes in with the buyback. Ghost will get back to the fountain. So the Jeep goes to life, but OG, they've managed to push back Enigma Galaxy so they can set up to claim this bottom set of racks with the Wukong's command and the Serpent Wards down. They'll find it. As they get the Mega Creeps. Job
they
done
got
here
what
for
they
OG.
came for. It wasn't the prettiest, honestly. That was not a bad fight for Enigma Galaxy. If that fight wasn't for the last set of barracks, they probably would have been happy because they got the Stampede off as the Doom went on the Centaur.
Oh.
So Noob's able to survive, and you were able to kite out that fight on the Ghost route. Didn't have to buy back there.
I thought this was a MOBA.
All right, Owen.
Yeah, sorry.
Come on now.
No.
Save the bad jokes for Fogged. You know, you don't have to put them on me.
But Fogged, he's not here. Maybe that's the reason. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah.
The list of people willing to put up with this is dwindling, you know.
Well, what have we got next? What's the plan for Enigma Galaxy? They're mega creeped. They're down 33k gold.
Yeah,
49 minutes in.
Your plan's probably go game 3, right? Let's be realistic. Yeah. This is a tough one to turn around. Maybe you have some like crazy base defense with loading this Drow in the cart and some Ags coil, but I think you need 25 on Sumail 100%. That could be something that changes the course of the fights a little bit. Is Dream Coil piercing, because the BKBs have been a big problem for you. Like the Doom just double BKBs in the fight. You have nothing for him. He's just running at your whole team. So that could be a big talent here for Sumail. He will get it here. And he does do some damage with Parasma Ags, Precision Aura. Something.
And we've got to see is Ghost going to be able to pick up that Daedalus? I think is, you know,
you have to.
Point. You got to get that, at least that Demon Edge back to you safely before the push starts to come in again.
Yeah, he'll get here. I mean, you have to buy out in this game.
Yeah.
He's
very close
like
to
the Drow buyback. Yeah, he is.
Close.
I just don't even know how relevant the buyback is, because if your team's dead, you're not solo carrying this game anyway, right? and in theory you should be the last to die. Like, you're never gonna bait this drow on the front line anyway, so I would rather he buy out for damage than say buyback, honestly, if it came to it. If you get both, power to you, but if you have to choose one, I would choose buying out here.
OG, they are being very careful about how they go about this, you know, because again, like a massive lead, but we're not seeing them rushing the high ground. They're holding back, getting their next set of items done. You know, Shad's looking to try and swallow the Aghanim's Blessing, get that secured for himself. They'll now start to go for the smoke up. I mean, I wouldn't have even been surprised if they waited for the next roast. It's going to be potentially a minute until we see that come up, but they don't feel they need to at least wait that long. They want to try and see if they can maybe get a pick with the smoke.
They know there's no buyback on Noob, so that's a big window. If you can just go in and find the Centaur, you get a guaranteed 5-on-4. They found him. He's just sitting there.
Good jump straight away onto Noob. Can they get him out of this? They can't. Noob's gone for 100 seconds. They've got the song. They'll lay down the Wheel of Wonder. It's a good dream call onto the three of them. The Tame the Beast not going to force Shad to face the wheel, so Shad's able to run. GH will die here as Kadara kills him off outside the fountain. They get the shackles onto Omar. Tombs drop down onto Ghost. They're ready to close this one up and push it to a game 3 as Shad diving the fountain. Got to be a little careful with the fountain diving.
Okay.
Maybe you don't when your Ancient's just dying to the Monkey King and the creeps coming in. It's over. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting a game 3.
It's pretty hype here. The thing about both these games is I feel like they were really one-sided. I don't think OG was ever unfavored in this game from like minute 1 onwards, and that game 1 was, of course, Enigma Galaxy all the way. So if we're going to game 3 here,
yeah,
it's got to be spicy, right? Both these teams have been stomped. It's the last game of the entire TI quals. Coming down to this, it's pretty hype.
It's very hype. I can't wait to see what these two teams bring out in the third game. But yeah, this game too, you know, from an early start, right? OG looked pretty hot. They started to take over. The Monkey King on Stormstormer proved to be absolutely key, coming in as this final pick from them in the drafts and played it fantastic. You know, this man was ready to pop off after just not having a fun time in game 1. And he really did. Took over the map completely. So Daze, this guy blew me away. Great stuff on the Shaman. His sort of initiations, like, it was terrifying. You know, I wouldn't want to be in the Galaxy because you step anywhere, you're getting hexed, you're getting shackled, and then he's even popping refresher to hex and shackle you again. Like, he is just in there, and we're seeing it here with this aggression. Worked absolutely beautifully for them. And just, yeah, a little bit too much for Enigma Galaxy. They did try and put up a good fight. You know, they managed to push the game out to the later stages, Enigma Galaxy, but could never quite turn it, Avery.
I think they did a decent job stabilizing from the position they were in, but that early game was just way too rough. And I mean, you said it best, like this Stormstormer Monkey King, he played it fantastic. The pick was super good. It put a lot of pressure on Enigma's draft. They don't have heroes that can fight him early, and he just took this game over. Really solid itemization. I think he used all of his item timings pretty well in this game. Like, he got a lot of value out of the defusal in the early game. He got a good value out of the BKB in a couple fights, just manning up 1v4 in like that top lane. And then the Shadow Blade ended up working really well. Like, he was able to gap close some heroes just off the Shadow Blade pretty reliably, especially when you take away the gem from Enigma Galaxy a couple times in this game because you're snowballing. I liked his itemization in this game. It worked out really well, and that is going to be a scary hero going into that game 3. You're going to have to keep it in the back of your mind. Like, you don't want to give this Monkey King away in a game like that. And the Day Shaman, yeah, that was playing to win, not to lose. Like, he was aggressive that game. I loved it. It was awesome to see. And I did mention at the start, I was a little concerned about this Noob Centaur and what he was going to be able to find, particularly since his lane was rough. He's playing against a Timbersaw Monkey King. I think this pick was just not it. It got punished really hard by OG in the draft, and nobody can help him have a better game. He just got thrown to the wolves.
Yeah. That makes it, you know, tough game in game 1, but here game 2 on his Timber. Able to pick it up, even though he didn't sort of have the easiest start again in this laning phase. Got to the point where he could very much be that frontliner, and you know, you sort of have kind of the dual frontlining really of him and Daze. You know, Daze was sort of jumping in, and then Mixer was just sort of throwing his body in, just sort of creating this wall that made it more and more difficult for Ghost to really ever be able to sort of find a safe position to sit and dish out the damage as the Drow with this Timber just constantly in his face.
That's the problem in this game. You have to put the Drow in a position where she can sit there and just arrow people, and your front line is breaking way too fast, right? Your front line is just getting jumped. They don't even have to jump the Drow because they're killing your Centaur and your Puck and your other heroes so fast. your formation's gone before you know it. You have to make some big adjustments going into game 3.
You do, and I'm sure they will. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game 3. Will be the final game of this Western European Regional Qualifiers, where we're going to find out if OG or Enigma Galaxy are going to the International 2025. Don't go anywhere. We'll have a short break, and we're going to be back with game 3.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the Western European Qualifier, the final game of the TI Qualifier. Avery, it's been a cursed day. It's been something. It's been something, all right. That's for sure.
Yeah, sometimes, logistics get in the way, but we are here. We are into the final game. It is a game 3. This is what everybody wanted to see. It's all on the line for two orgs that have not been to TI in years. Yep. Man, there's going to be some elation and some disappointment between these two squads because it does not get closer than this, which means your emotional investment cannot be any higher right now.
Yeah, this is that game 2 was pretty one-sided, stretched out more than game 1, but Enigma Galaxy, I mean, they put up a fight at some point in time. They kind of stalled out the game, but it felt like it was inevitable. OG was gonna win that. They were going to get the opening on the Draw Ranger at some point in time, and they got it not once but twice and took over. And that means draft is going to be all important going into this game 3. If you have two one-sided stomps like that, like surely there must have been an edge in the draft, right?
I think OG won that draft game 2, and I think the big difference to me was game 1 they kind of forced their Timbersaw Void Spirit type strategy. In game 2 they let the draft develop, and then they got a really good Timber pick. And the hero worked a lot differently. Even though that Timber had a rough laning phase again and he got shut down early, the second he starts to get 1 or 2 items and he can join the fights, he just has such good matchups. He can shred heroes down. He can frontline versus the Drow at least a little bit. He has a way better time. He's going to have way higher impact. So I think Mikso was a lot more happy that time around than when the pick got jammed game 1. Of course, game 1, who knows? I mean, that was just, you got destroyed at the runes. So that also changes it a lot. But I think OG are feeling a lot better now than after game 1, and I think they're feeling pretty confident going game 3. And now it's your Enigma Galaxy. It's like, man, did we fight our entire way through this lower bracket just to lose on the last game? That would be absolutely heartbreaking.
Yeah, that would be the end of Enigma Galaxy story that has been building up for 5 or 6 years at this point in time. Disappointment after disappointment in the TI qualifiers. Then the thing is it was getting worse every year. The last 2 years, Enigma's qualifiers for TI, they went out in the first round and they went out in the second round in the last 2 years. Before, they were kind of competitive. Before, they were making it through. They would get close to the end, but not quite make it. And then the last 2 years were terrible. But this year was supposed to be a shining ray of hope for Enigma Galaxy. They were actually making it and qualifying to tournaments. And then the end goal was supposed to be them making it to TI finally. And they're 1 game away, but they might fall 1 game shy. Looking at the bans, though, what are we thinking when it comes to this first pick? What has developed over the course of this series, you feel like, from a drafting perspective?
The Doom is back, and if you don't want to ban it, then you have to respect this hero, and they will ban it this time around. I think that is correct. Like, I don't think you want to gamble against this Doom in a game 3, because generally these games 3 slow down. It's going to be, I doubt either team is going to get run over. If it turns into a heavy farm fest, slower game, Doom owns those styles of game. So you don't want to give Doom in this game 3 and then just enter a static farm war against this hero. That is not a good setup. So I think that is the correct ban here from Enigma Galaxy, given the situation. And you also have to see what OG go with, and they will go with the Death Prophet, a hero that has been banned, sneaks through here, and has had very mixed results in this qualifier. We've been pretty mixed on it. I think some of the teams really like it, some of them don't. But it is a hero that OG has found some success with, and of course you can always flex it around here.
Yeah,
I mean, have got to have some sort of game plan.
The flex is required because I just do not like this hero being picked up so early, given some of the meta heroes, right? We just saw Drow Ranger. Sure, they beat it, but it's in the potential drafting pool. We've seen Lena come back into the meta a bit, right? A little bit out there, but it's still viable, right? I feel like there are heroes out there that can really screw over this Death Prophet. It makes it a dangerous pickup so early on in the draft.
I mean, also we've talked about the support hero pool. To me, that's been the biggest thing. I think a lot of the popular supports are these ranged artillery supports that really make her life miserable. But at the same time, if you're Enigma Galaxy, you just threw this Tusk straight into it, which is generally a support I think the DP thrives against. I think this is a really good matchup for DP outside of you getting physically burst down. But Nigma are just super confident in their Tusk. We saw it was 3-0 on GH. I feel like this is a hero that they're taking for GH because the Naga and the IO got banned. They don't want him to run out of his signature heroes right now. They just want to claim it in the early phase, even if the matchup against the DP is not that good in the one-on-one, and they'll make up for it later. Totally fine to do here. It's kind of a confidence pick from them.
Right. And it is something that you talked about the physical burst that he can bring with tag team and the Walrus Punch. It also comes with some roaming potential, right? Which is something that, you know, if it's off lane Death Prophet, you run through the Tusk through the gate and you 3v2 the Death Prophet early on in the lane. You know, that's an option. If it ends up being mid, the rotational power of the Tusk might be important, especially with securing these power runes.
If I'm looking at one hero, though, for both these teams, it's the Dark Willow. We've seen this hero banned considerably, especially in that second phase, and I think it would be really nice for both teams. If your Enigma Galaxy combines well with the Tusk, gives you some teamfight control, and it's some burst damage for the DP. On the flip side, if you're OG, it's a really good hero into the Tusk. Tough support for the Tusk to go on and burst, and gives you the Brambles and AoE control where it's tough for him to snowball. I have my eyes on Dark Willow here. I think it will get snatched up by one of these teams. But Enigma Galaxy going back for the Beastmaster. They're 2-0 with it. Noob has found some decent success and can be a good hero against the DP. Again, a lot of single target physical burst coming out between the Roar and this Tusk tag team punch. Kind of concerning here if you're OG. You need to get some armor somewhere. We saw the Lich get picked up earlier. This is kind of like where you'd want something like that. I don't know if you're going to take the Lich because that hero's a little sus, but something that can do similar things and help this DP frontline right now against the physical would be really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I remember we were talking about it in the Game 2 draft. The noob Centaur versus the Beastmaster. And I almost feel like no matter what comes out from the draft of OG, I'm just going to feel better about his Beastmaster than the Centaur. The Centaur just feels like it could be too exploited draft-wise.
I agree. This hero's a lot harder to just directly ruin. Primal Roar is just always an insane spell, no matter what, compared to Centaur's kit. Back for the Enchantress. That did not work out in game 1, but it didn't really have a chance to work out. Can be a strong hero against the Beast and just shutting him down in the lane and snowballing the game. Interesting pickup. I would have gone the team fighter route of like the Willow, even something like Treant that can give you some armor and do well versus Tusk on lane. Something like this. This is a lot more single target focused, and Shadow Demon, some more single target spells. Very little zone control for OG right now, which I generally dislike with DP because I feel like at some point with DP, you are exorcisming and you are pushing a tower, you are pushing Roshan, or you're pushing base. And that 5v5 is coming for you. And if you have some AoE or zone control, it makes going for that play a lot easier. Because here, what stops Enigma Galaxy just all in your Death Prophet? Disruption, and that's it. There is no turnaround on the board right now. I think that feels a little bad.
Yeah, the fact that they don't even have like a clean save. They have Disruption and maybe Demonic Cleanse, and that's kind of it. And the burst is amping up now. Elder Titan is just going to amplify everything that they pick from here on out. And expecting some heavy magic damage burst coming in from Enigma Galaxy next to try and balance out their damage identity here.
So they got 2 of GH's signature heroes. He'll have his pick here, but it will probably be him on that ET. You do not want to lane this ET into the Enchantress. So this will be safe lane ET. They're showing the Tusk Beast lane entirely. That's the downside of the pick here.
Yeah.
So there is some room to exploit that if you're OG with a really nice counter in the
triple
carry
melee
selection.
lineup is exploitable for sure.
Yeah.
Death
You really want a ranged hero here.
If it's burst or bust at this point in time, because right now it looks like he's got a lot of melee heroes to Spirit Siphon.
Honestly, I would like to see the Storm here for Enigma Galaxy. I think they might be dissuaded picking it into the DP, but I don't think it matters. Like I think you see no stuns right now, only the DP silence, and you need some initiation. You need a ranged hero. You need something that can output some magic damage. The other hero I thought they would have gone to was like, there's Arc Warden too.
Yeah,
we saw it earlier. Sumail Arc Warden. It can be pretty beastly.
That's not a burst hero, though. That is my only concern with it, right? When they picked up the Beastmaster, immediately you're going to be thinking about the draft they did against Yellow Submarine, Arc Warden, and Medusa, right? Especially with the melee support setting them up, you're expecting some ranged heroes to be picked up behind them. It's just my one problem with it is it's just not burst, right? If it was Lena or maybe, as you said, Storm Spirit, like I was more okay with those, I think.
This hero's definitely burst late game. I will give it that. Like he gets really fat, he hits really hard, and does an insane amount of single target damage, particularly with ET Spirit on top of the target. Inner Beast Aura can buff him up a little bit. It's a scary pick to deal with, but you do have this Enchantress to roam. You have Death Prophet to take towers. In theory, this is a lineup that is already built to exploit the Arc Ward's weakness, which is getting ganked early, potentially, and losing towers early, and just getting run over in the game. And then your timings are all behind, and you can't get to them, and you're a slow Midas hero. I think OG could lean into us. Like, we could see them go the Lycan route. We can see them go a jump hero of their own off of mid if they want to flex this DP around. They have a lot of options right here. There's the Void Spirit. I wasn't gonna mention it. I wasn't gonna mention it, but it is their jump hero.
Don't speak it. You'll make it come to reality.
No. I mean, now it's really all on the line. Like, if you lose this game as OG, I feel like your fan base they're gonna be at the castle with pitchforks and torches right now, demanding heads. Like, this is. You're really putting it all on the line with this pick. I mean, No Tail just believes in this hero. Like, there's no other explanation. The man believes in it.
Going to be more rioting than we've got going on here in LA right now.
That's probably true. Well, I don't know about that, but it's probably close.
We did watch. I was looking back through the drafts, and I was like, we saw this exact matchup: Death Prophet, Arc Warden. I remember talking about it, right? Because Ghost can go through Bubble, I believe, and then you're also a hero that can gap close. At some point, you're going to get Blink Dagger. That was Avalis versus 4 Pirates, is where we saw that one, and 4 Pirates demolished that lineup. Theoretically, it's still the same, but I am beginning to wonder, like, is this Arc Warden actually good against Death Prophet? I thought on paper the matchup would be fine for Death Prophet, but maybe it's not.
I think it comes down to the skill of the Arc Warden, honestly. I think it can be really good. I think the early game can be hard for DP to man up into you. Like, in theory, you can buy a blink at some point, but I think you're supposed to be in a position where you can't just run in and blink on this guy and kill him, but without taking an insane amount of damage. I kind of believe in the matchup, but I also don't, it's still Arc Warden, so you're still limited by what this hero can do, and you have to play around him. You have to go skirmish with this hero. You have to fight around runes. You have to take advantage of the early Tempest double. You can't just put this hero on an island and expect him to destroy heroes in one-on-one vacuums. Like, I just don't think that's the kind of hero he is. So hopefully Enigma Galaxy, you use him well. They have some heroes that can do it. Some melee boys to go in and frontline and set some plays up. We have one more pick here. Both squads, as OG will have to show first. They don't have a lot of time left. I assume you're putting this Void... Yeah, I assume it's the Void Spirit mid. You're putting this DP off. You're looking for a carry. See what Shad wants here.
I mean, you probably don't want to range carry, nice. Right? Because Arc Warden bubble.
That's something in the Lycan, but it's like into the Beast. Ooh. Alchemist.
What?
Where did that hero come from? That is a OG pick if I've ever seen one, though. I mean, that is such a no-tail pick of, like, they can't do anything to Alk. You know, you get your Radiance, BKB, whatever, we end the game. He thinks he's still playing with Ana. I mean, this is a very OG lineup when you look at these heroes. Old school OG lineup. Plus Void Spirit.
5 seconds remaining.
Plus Void Spirit. And the final pickup to round up the lineup, they go for a melee pickup. They go for Sven. I mean, well. I did not anticipate these last 2 picks at all.
Definitely not Alchemist. I mean, we've just not seen this hero at all. Who the hell knows how strong this hero is? I genuinely don't think there's a single team in the world that knows exactly how strong Alk is right now. Is a hero that is good against Arc Warden, though, on paper. Because you just pop the ult, you blink in, you go on him, you have sustain, you're an early BKB buyer, Radiance is annoying for him. It's a very good Alk pick versus the Arc. But then Nigma respond with the Sven, and this Sven is the burst damage that this lineup wanted. A hero to go in and chunk the DP down, kill the Void Spirit in the stun duration, or deal the damage during a Primal Roar. I kind of like the Sven pick for that regard, but it's another melee hero in this 4 melee hero lineup, going into Death Prophet, Shadow Demon. Alchemist, like, I don't know, man. It looks pretty spooky to just run in here against the siphons, the acid spray, the ghosts running around. It's a bold draft from Enigma Galaxy with all these melee heroes plus an Arc Warden, and maybe a bolder draft from OG going back to the Void Spirit with an Alchemist on top. Man, if they lose this game, I don't want to be no tail on Twitter after this one. You know, like it's not gonna be pretty.
I mean, the man's been in the esports scene for what, 15 plus years now at this point in time. So I think he's had his fair share of haters. He's put up with it, and I'm sure his skin is thick enough to be able to deal with it. But ultimately, you have to take some risks, and the risk is going back to what they feel most comfortable with, I guess, in the Void Spirit. And who knows how comfortable they are with this Alchemist pick. It is.
Yeah, who knows, man?
I would love to know that, like, this is where I wish we had some, like, very basic scrim information, right? I wish I knew just, like, how many times they've played Alchemist in scrims lately, you know? Just give me that stat. Has it been 1 time or has it been 10 times? And this has been something they've been holding on to for a while.
I feel like they've not played at all. I genuinely think it's just what do we like against this Arc Warden that we can get a good answer to it. And Alc was the kind of theory craft or the concept here in terms of sustained hero with gap close. That is generally what's good against Arc Warden. Like Juggernaut used to be good against this hero too, but obviously no one's gonna pick Juggernaut here. But Alchemist might be in a similar category. Like, he's not had a lot of success recently, and do not go up that hill. We do not want to see a repeat of game 1 where one team just absolutely slaps the pre-rune fight.
Now, he did this before. He opted for the rune capture on the Arc Warden, that facet, when we were watching the Avalis versus 4 Pirates series. The 4 Pirates did opt for the other facet for the Arc Warden. So I remember we kind of theory crafted it and talked about that. And I remember being very surprised you don't take the rune capture on the Arc Warden, but Sumail thinks it's worth 3 bounty runes. The start for Enigma Galaxy. Very nice to have that, like when you're faced up against an Alchemist who starts with that extra money.
Very nice start for them. Let's see how these lanes go. I mean, if you're OG, you want this Alc Enchantress lane to win. This is a classic Alc lane. Super strong with the Acid Spray level 2. Is Kidaro going to get Shard Block, but he's okay. If you're looking at this mid lane, I mean, you've got to take it over as Sumail. Like, I mean, 1, you're the king. 2, you have an Arc Warden against a melee hero. You should pull out some sort of advantage there over time. And this top lane is a double melee against double range, so you have to expect OG to come out ahead here unless you get all in somehow, which I just don't see happening into DP with the disruption to deal with some of the Elder Titan pressure.
Yeah,
maybe
that
GH gets a cheeky kill, but that's about it.
Something has gone horribly wrong if you lose this OG off lane.
Yep. So I think the lane setup for OG is looking pretty good in the side lanes, and maybe mid is where Sumail can open up a gap.
What about the
we've seen
Enigma
well with these
off
melee
lane?
heroes. I think it's Enchantress out favor.
Sure.
But you might be able to all in this Enchantress. Depends who hits level 2 first. Noob hits it first, but his is not the impactful one. I think Shad's is the more impactful one. You just get this Acid Spray concoction with the Enchant chase down. Like, I feel like Omar just instantly dies in this lane if they hit level 2 here before he does.
Yeah, it's a lane
like
that's
they
very
will.
fine on positioning and quick plays, right? Because you can snowball dodge the unstable concoction, which could be really big. Whereas at the same time, you're looking for, shard positioning. If Kidaro ever steps out too far, you might be able to quickly punish him with a full tag team. Nice pull, though, but he managed to get the range creep back into play, so they'll miss out on that one. And also looking to de-ward that hard camp.
Yeah, nice start for this Enchantress. You're going to get the camps up. Your Alc's getting free farm. It's pretty much what you want on these early waves.
If you
Top
lose the
GH.
side lanes as Enigma Galaxy, can Arc Warden really bail you out, though? Like, let's say he destroys mid or whatever. Like, is he actually going to be able to save your side lanes, though?
No, Arc doesn't interact with side lanes at all. The only Arc I've ever seen do that in the history of Dota was Thompson, and he's not here right now. So that was a very different Arc Warden as well. Like, this Arc is not going to affect the side lanes. In fact, this is the hero you want to go to mid and play around him. You want to play around the Flux, the Spark Rays, getting him the power runes, that type of gameplay. It's like a sniper mid. Like you snowball through him and abuse his early spell power. So if anything, Nigma will want to give up side lane pressure to go mid this game instead of the other way around.
Right.
So if you do lose side lanes, it could be a little rough for those cores, but the upside for Enigma Galaxy is you have Sven Beastmaster. Great junglers if it comes to it.
Right. And that's very likely what we'll see some point around that 6-7 minutes. Oh, trying to go after Shad. Unstable Concoction on to tag team, man it up. They do have a little bit of heals coming out from Kadaro, but it looks like they might just overwhelm Shad's HP pool, and it's first blood for Omar.
I don't think OG have played this bottom lane that well, honestly. I think they could have done a lot better here. Like, even that sequence, you didn't throw the acid spray before the concoction, didn't get charged to full. Should be patient there and make them fight under that acid spray. And it's not an easy fight for them to win.
No, and he comes back and stuns himself immediately. Yeah, this is awkward. Omar, like, especially since you could have held on to that unstable concoction because he doesn't have snowball. You know that, right? It's a level 2. He's going to level up shards. You already saw that. And he's going to level up tag team for the kill. So there's no snowball for the dodge. So there's no danger of hit the unstable concoction being dodged, which will be a problem later on.
That's a nice start for Enigma Galaxy. You're winning these side lanes early. It feels really good here. Because you can always go back to jungle. You can always get stacks up and give some freedom in that regard. Go play around Sumail if it comes to it. So the better these side lanes go, the faster you can look for that as well. Stacking would be really nice for them, of course.
GH tries to get aggressive on Daze, but now quick rebuttal. Disruption, blood grenade slowing him down, and some shadow poison stacks, not enough for the kill.
I think if Daze is level 3, they might go for that, but level 1 poison, not going to be enough to take him down. And you really want to get a kill up here because you did go the early Urn on this Death Prophet. So if you can get some Urn charges going in to Mixa, makes that next kill even easier. You can start to snowball, get some extra XP, maybe kick this Sven out earlier with an Exo. All these little things add up here.
Annoying part about that situation, they leave the Death Prophet alone to stack. It's not like GH can really punish. You know, they're double melee heroes walking into a Death Prophet. So the Shadow Demon's pretty free to stack as much as he wants. Disruption, catching him, might be able to block him in here. At least body block him for the Spirit Cipher to slow him down and get the kill. Daze gets a bit low, but it's fine. They get the kill in the end. 30 seconds to power runes.
Nice kill for those Urn charges. Stormer barely gets out of there. I mean, that is the one-on-one pressure this hero creates against a melee hero. Not fun.
It'll be an interesting position. Sumail will be able to push the lane in for the 6-minute power runes, and it looks like, yeah, it's just Stormer's not going to be back in time to go for it. So guaranteed power rune for Sumail. Doesn't even need his facet to ensure it. It'll be bottom, and it'll be...
got denied.
Oh, nice play from Kadaro. That regen rune would have been pretty sweet considering Sumail's loss in resources right now.
Misses the stats as well.
That's true.
Big damage
1.5
to the mid arc from the little Wild Wing. It did its job. A heroic effort in this game 3.
It leaves behind a death tornado too. Tuss trying to set up to go for a kill on Void Spirit before he hits level 6, but I just don't really see that being possible.
No, they missed the window to kill him. Sumail did do fine on the lane, but he didn't get that crazy snowball action we're maybe looking for here early. As supports will rotate now, but not the easiest guy to fight anymore. At least you get the D-ward on the side GH. He killed both obs, by the way. That's where the tip comes out.
Oh, that's pretty nice.
Double D-ward for GH. That's some decent experience here as Wisdom Shrines. One is going to the Beastmaster, so you need that extra XP on the Elder Titan.
What are we looking at stacks-wise? Because obviously the Shadow Demon has been kind of free to do stacks, but then also on the other side, it's a Beastmaster. So I assume we had some stacks going on there. 3 to 4, so pretty even. I'm actually surprised that Daze didn't outstack Enigma Galaxy.
I mean, his camp was blocked the entire early game. It got sentryed by GH early on. Kill attempts. No TP for Mixa.
Get a little bit low from these God Strength hits. Blood Grenade to slow him down. Mixa waves goodbye.
That's the power of this DP against all these melee heroes. Siphons are guaranteed. Very happy to survive that gank.
Now to play
8-minute power rune.
for the next room. Once again, double supports. Enigma Galaxy pulling their supports around into the mid lane constantly. Stormstormer just hoping it's going to be top so he can grab it, but it's bottom once again. And this time it's an arcane room. Does Enchantress have a creep there to deny it?
Radiant's
Nope.
top
No.
tower is under attack.
He's busy messing around in the triangle with the Beastmaster.
Stats gain.
Dire's bottom
They are contesting these stacks, and you can absolutely do this with the Alk. Oh, look at these skeletons on the camp too. Juicy farm for Shad.
See, this is the part I don't like. So if your side lanes fail, Arc Warden can't really do anything about the side lanes. So the supports want to play through the Arc Warden, but they're playing into a Void Spirit, which is like kind of like playing into a Puck or something like that. Unless you have some really good disable, you're probably not punishing them. They've shown like 3 heroes in mid lane, and Stormstormer really hasn't had to do anything.
It's just the awkward part about these 3 heroes together. You don't have to lock down unless he just goes into you.
Yeah, unless he just jumps right into him. He's got to step back up, though. And he'll be fine now, unless the Shards catches them, unless the Stomp catches them. Oh, no! What a setup from the supports, and Stormstormer trying to protect him with the disruption. Looks like they've saved him. A TP comes in from Meeksa to run down Omar.
Yeah, that kill's way too hard. They are forcing the bit. I think Enigma Galaxy, they want to look for Sling right now, but they don't know where to do it, and the play is not obvious. They tried the DP top. He lived with Siphons. They tried this Void Spirit mid, even jumping into them. Can't kill him. And the Alk is level 6, so you can't really gank this Alk either. Might be able to roar and bring him down if you bring both supports plus an Arc Warden clone. That's kind of it. And that Talisman of Evasion already up for Shad. It's pretty tanky, man. He also had some small camp stacks. He still has another one here to go clear. Super efficient farm for him. Look at that gold. That's juicy right there. And I mean, he is starting to accelerate. This is the part in the game where the Alk is...
Ghost. Oh, they
scary,
spot him
man.
on the ward, but he has slipped past the cast range of Daze's disruption. If he farms this next camp, though, Stormstormer will kill him, and Ghost not safe enough. Will be caught on the camp. Stormstormer makes his first rotation to great success, right? Great success.
You gotta hit a
God.
poison here, man.
Poison? It doesn't land? Another one?
Oh my,
God,
he
it
missed
doesn't land
every
either.
one.
Are you kidding me? A third and final poison, but he's long gone now. Daze will whiff on the kill.
Dude, how do they not get any extra damage on him? That is absurd, and what a big miss. End up losing your SD as well. Extra gold for Sumail. You got the other power rune as well. And now Newbie, his helm is going to be done here. He's going to be able to push in bottom with this catapult.
I was going to say, you're going to be cruising. The Alchemist is having total free farm. He's guaranteed to get his fast Radiance at this point in time. And if you shut down the Sven, you're going to feel so good about your mid game. I mean, not just about shutting down the Sven, but also just getting the Void Spirit, that extra bump, the extra bit of gold, the extra bit of experience that he's going to be missing from a hard matchup in the Arc Warden.
He needed it too. He's the last place core on this chart right now.
Yeah.
Just not had a fun time in the second half of this laning stage against the Arc Warden, who's closing in on that Midas. Sumail's game is not too shabby after that kill.
Unstable concoction, dodged by teleport and TP out, but the Aether Remnant is there. Good play by Stormstormer to throw that out midway through his step.
They get something. I mean, you're going to try and defend this lane against the Beast anyway. So you're kind of happy to rotate heroes into here. Dude is just still working towards the helm, trying to clear through some of these stacks. This could turn into a farm-oriented game very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I kind of assumed when we saw Arc Warden Sven against Alchemist. It did feel like Enigma Galaxy was saying, we're not going to outpace an Alchemist. We're down to settle into a slower game.
Their draft is well set up for it, honestly. Like, they have a lot of scale with Tusk and Elder Titan. As long as your cores can keep up, these two can provide you a lot. You have the Midas Arc Warden, which of course is going to do work around the map and scale really well. I think there is going to be a point in this mid game where OG need to strike. It's with the Alks, you know, Radiance, Blink, BKB, and this DP getting Ags. You can pull your Void Spirit back into this game by just taking good fights and getting Roshan, pushing some towers. Got to get these heroes involved. That's Radiance done for Shad, as the Ags is 1300 off for Meeksa. So these two side laners are getting to their strong early timings.
And despite the lower net worth of the Void Spirit, he's still doing some work on this mid tower. He's chipping away at it, and I would expect Death Prophet, maybe he wants to finish up his Ags first, but at some point in time, OG will make that the Radiance and Aghanim's timing work for them and take over that mid lane. And the more towers you take against an Arc Warden, the better it's going to feel, right?
100%. I think they could have had a way faster early game here if they'd executed that Enchantress a little better, because then Kadaro could have roamed. And you might have been able to put some more pressure on that to run, but instead it's a little slow here.
Smail's going to run into Kadaro. Not the best at being able to burst down an Enchantress. The heal over time is going to help him here. Ghost, he's willing to pop the God Strength to try for the kill. One swipe, maybe two. Slowed down quite a bit. OG are not really formulating a response, though. They've left the Void Spirit mid and the Alchemist bottom, so they just accept the loss of an Enchantress. No big deal.
Not the biggest skill to give up for a God Strength there. Getting some stacks up of your own as well, and of course you still have this Exo to play around with if you want to pop it and get aggressive.
Oh, an early roar into the mid lane. Not quite enough burst, though. The heroes made the play while Sumail and GH were walking away. If they were on the same page, 100%, that was like killing the Void Spirit, but different minds there. Sumail and GH more focused on trying to get the power rune, which they do get thanks to that magnetic fields facet.
An opportunity missed. I think Noob was making the right call. Like, this guy's standing up here. He's killable. I just need one or two more spells. Enigma Galaxy not on the same page. Miss an opportunity.
Yeah, the rest of the team too focused on that infinite scaling that the Arc Warden has with those runes, man. Who cares about the rune if you could just kill the enemy mid laner?
Well, infinite scaling is pretty fun, you know.
That's true. Blink Dagger, Radiance. Here comes Shad's big move. Not going to go for the Arc Warden. Shield Rune on him. Sumail's a tough kill. They'll take the freebie onto the GH Elder Titan, and there's the move onto the tower. So they brought both their cores into the mid lane to ensure that tower does fall. And Shad, quick with it, is right back to the bottom lane to defend his safe lane tower, which is still very healthy.
This is a scary part of the game for Enigma Galaxy, because this is a classic OG lineup where your early timings are just so good. You're going to have a lot of push. You're going to have a lot of sustain. You have Enchantress Seal, Death Prophet Siphons, Alchemist Ult, and a Disruption that can bail you out of like a Roar all-in attempt. Not easy to deal with this much HP early on for a lineup that just wants to scale into the later damage with this Fen Arc Warden with an ET backing it up. So this is OG's map to run right now.
Silence and the slowdown. With the Aghanim Scepter, they can keep the stuns, and Shad, he'll join in on the kill. And Mixa doesn't need Exorcism to pressure towers now that he's got an Aghanims.
Really nice timings for his Death Prophet. 4-0 start. Had a free game. Put some towers off the map, pressuring the last tier 1 here. He's been in all 3 lanes so far. And this Alchemist BKB is going to come out very quickly here, and then you're just off to the races. You can Exo and mana for Roche. You can look for deeper fights. You can look for Tormentor 20. You can look for 21-minute Wisdom Shrine. Any of these types of timings are going to be good for you. Enigma in a defensive position. You have to just hold your map, not give up big key kills, and work towards the big items on the Sven and the Arc Warden. Ags for Sumail.
Yeah, when does
Interesting.
When do you feel like Enigma Galaxy's lineup start?
See if they can finish this Stormstormer Void Spirit top. They do get him with this Fen. That is some serious burst damage as Stormstormer's game continues to get worse here. BKB coming in for Shad. It's gonna be very close here. See if they can line it up with the Void Spirit Ags. Move it all together. That would be the ideal play. As Enigma Galaxy trying to get this Helm of the Overlord on time so they can combat these objective moves, but the Roche is too fast here for OG. Just cannot keep the exact pace they needed in this game. And this Ags for DP plus Alex is going to go to work. The BKB is not there for Shadow. They're doing this right before that timing is online. Could be awkward if Enigma Galaxy decide to contest. But at the same time, this is a tough contest. They're going to try and put the Arc War and install this up. Exo has not been popped yet. So Mixa holding on to it. They're trying to farm up this Alec BKB, but they made this play preemptively. This is really awkward for OG now. But can you take advantage of it if you're Enigma Galaxy? Helm of the Overlord online for Noob. He got there. He's ready to fight. But BKB flying in for Shadow right now as Ags arise for Arc War. And so all these big timings for both teams online right as this Roche gets brought to half. This is a super pivotal moment in this game. Oh man, BKB done for Ghost as well. Okay, he is right up there. I think Enigma absolutely take this fight. They can find a little opening. Drum on GH, boost up the damage. They want to take the fight right now, slow down OG's momentum, not let this Alchemist take this game over. So much of it's about the jump. See what OG can find. They're looking for an angle around mid lane. Don't have very good vision here. Would love to get this Alchemist in on top of Sumail. That's the best target. Find this Arc War and take him out of the fight. Scan on the pit. You have to make sure neither team just sneaks this Roche as well. It could be pretty fast from either side, particularly if Ghost decides to just pop God Strength. Go in there with the BKB. An old-fashioned standoff right here. Level 2 Exo also available now. And there's the blink for Mixa. It feels like all these teams are hitting their... All these players are hitting their item timings that they would want to force the action. Nobody wants to force the action. Stormstormer will kill a ward. That's the most action we've seen with all these item timings. As another smoke arrives for OG, they're going to try and make the aggressive move again. Lost a bit of farming time with that Alchemist, and of course the Roche going bottom now. Not the worst for Enigma Galaxy if they can rotate there.
Hello?
Welcome back, Owen. Welcome back for Game 3.
Hey, right, what's going on? What's going on? Well, this Alchemist...
Oh, shit.
Hey, dead!
What? You cursed him.
Did I? Was he doing all right? It's all right. I
He
missed
was
a bit
doing
of this.
fine.
I was on the toilet. That hot honey pizza went through me. Anyway, enough about me. Let's see what's been going on. 5-5. Looks like it's been a bit of a slow game over it.
It has. It's been a farm fest, but everybody just hit their item timings. It is a very pivotal point for OG to try and contest this Roche. It is now going Enigma's way. They just get it for free.
Well, there we go. Yeah, Aegis on Ghost. See what they're going to be able to do with this. Oh, this is... I mean, it's looking like the kind of game 3 you want, though, right? 21 minutes in, 5-5.
It is, but it's not the game OG wanted. They hit their timings. They had this Alk BKB blink. They did Roche to half, and then they just bailed on it and lost the Alk. Really awkward sequence for them. That should not have gone that way. And Enigma Galaxy, they're going to be happy with their position now. I mean, they just get to farm with this Aegis to keep putting the Arc War and Midas to use. And they're cruising now. That bought them so much time in this game. Look at this. They can't even do the Tormentor. Dude, Mixa just does not want to pop this Exo. I don't think he's used it once this game.
So looks on. Destruction. Not going to save him. He's very dead days. The rest of them are at least able to back out.
Are they going to get this Tormentor? They have a God Strength up again in 3. Dude, the sequencing here for OG has been terrible, to say the least.
Well, what's the recovery plan? You know, they just quickly kind of dropped 3k behind. They lost an Aegis, they lost the Roshan, they lost the Tormentor. And, being on the overall net worth deficit when you got an Alchemist carry doesn't feel good as a team. Because, Shad's still at the top, but, I mean, this Sven ain't far behind him. You know, when you look at the farm that Ghost has got.
This Sven does way more damage right now.
Yeah.
Like, you have to use this Alex item timings to get you objectives in the game. They just missed all.
They're just going to try and go on Ghost. He's able to get the BKB off. Look at the concoction thrown in the way of Noob, but Ghost, he's going to be able to keep that Aegis safe and get out of there. They'll turn their attention towards Noob, but he has the Roar at the ready. Will hold back Shad, also holding him in position here with the Desecrate. So they'll get out. They'll keep the Aegis safe. They're still going to have time to do something with this Aegis. They can wait for the BKB to be come back up, and they'll still have like kind of a minute window after that to make a play. And that's the Ghost.
That's a win for Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
You just don't lose anything there. Ghost gets to keep farming, wasted time for his Death Prophet. That's, I think, the first EXO we've seen in this game just didn't achieve anything. It's been an awkward game for OG in the last few minutes here. They hit their window and then they just didn't get anything done with it. And now they're getting pushed in because now you have this Beast he's going to have a Crimson up soon. You have the Sven armor on top of it.
Oh.
Your lineup's going to become very tanky.
Storm! He tried to
know.
dissimulate away, but he dissimulated straight into the trees and he was stuck.
Oh, this is crumbling for OG. This is crumbling real fast. They need to stabilize this game. They need to get a team fight going or something, because this is just swinging completely Enigma Galaxy's way right now. And they're smoking Ghost in a bit. They want to use this God Strength.
Yeah. Time to get as much as they can here with this bit of a burst forward they've found Enigma Galaxy. All right,
it is wearing out.
Ghost. He's looking for action. Whoa, he's going to find himself the Enchantress. Concoction comes out, but Kadara's already dead.
They go for more there if he has more duration on this God Strength, because they're just running the map right now. They've gained so much momentum here in the last 5-10 minutes. And that is what can happen with these alk lineups. Like, you mess up a few team fights with this hero, and suddenly you maybe feel like you can't take the fight again, or you fall too far behind. Crimson done for the Beast now. That limits your DPS even more. This game is looking solid for Enigma Galaxy right now. OG scrambling to find an opening.
Looking at mid. Look at the jump here, but still a bit awkward, and they're still doing it into this minute of Aegis left on Ghost. So it doesn't really feel good to throw too much down on him. They have to let him go.
Aegis, 45 seconds. So you have another God Strength Aegis fight if you want it here. You want to look for something aggressive. You have the blink on the Tusk as well.
What?
They have some initiation.
Oh my
God.
Did he just not expect them to still be around? I guess he didn't. Shows himself in a very dangerous point of the map. Shad's going to try and fight this. He's coming with the concoction. They're in onto Omar. See what Ghost's play out of this is. He'll turn with the stun onto Kadara. They have managed to kill off Omar. Ghost pushing forward. 10 seconds or so left on the Aegis.
He's getting brought down low.
It's going to get a little spooky whilst the Aegis expires. Yeah, he's got to back right out of this. The Aegis is going to be gone, and he's on very low HP. So he has to run, which means the noob is going to get left behind. OG, they'll be able to find the fight there despite that. A little bit of a crazy start with Stormstormer just getting blown up in the mid. It kind of works out for them. They get something out of it.
I guess so. I mean, that's the best fight they've gotten, and it started with the Void Spear just throwing his life away. So I guess props to OG for taking advantage of the opportunity, getting some really nice damage out from this Death Prophet. He just had a free fight, just running everybody out. And a big play in that fight, honestly, was the Little Friends. I don't think I've said that many times in my career, but it was an Ags rush from Kadaro, and he just rooted the Sven for like 5 seconds because he got him on a creep wave. He's just stuck there. That's a stupid enchantress.
That adds up to a lot of root, indeed, if you get a few
really
creeps dragged into it. I gotta watch out for that. Oh, in we go. BKB though. Ghost not messing around. He's out.
Yeah, you have to respect the Alchemist when he's on top of you with the ult, unless you're willing to just God Strength commit back. So he'll dodge that fight for now. Keep scaling up this Arc Warden as he continues to take over the map. You get Sumail to this Octarine. He's going to be a beast. His clones are going to be really annoying.
Now talk to me about this as well, Avery. Alchemist, we obviously don't see him much, but Shad's playing it this game. They still go for the seed money. What's wrong with that one where you get the dividends? You know what I mean? Is it really just all about the short-term gains rather than kind of the long-term plan? You know, you get the silver one, you give an ags out, you get, what is it, like 70 GPM per Aghanims you give out. That adds up. Is the 250 gold at the start of the game really that worth it on Alchemist to just give up any chance of eventually becoming a millionaire?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is, Owen.
Because
The problem is, I mean,
GPM. It's
how many ags are you pulling though? By the time you pull them, it's the GPMs are irrelevant.
But you can get 250 gold at the start, or you can make 5 Aghanims, and then you're getting 350 gold every minute.
Yeah, but if I take
not
the
even
250
close.
gold to start and I invest it, I can turn it in. Probably turn it into like 10 Aghanim Scepters.
Well, I don't know about that. That sounds like
They
you're on
invested
some
all
sort,
in
of like,
Altcoin.
some sort of Ponzi scheme or something. I don't know if
I'm
you
sure
put
it'll work
250
out.
gold in to get that sort of return. But anyway, interesting to see. Because I was checking him out the other day. Right, he's got these 3 facets, and I guess we just don't really see Alchemist, so we just don't really get to see pro players experiment on him.
There's probably reasons why, but this hero is really finicky.
Yeah.
You really need to execute well, and right now we're seeing OG falter a little bit. Is MKB done for Ghost? He's ready to party.
But he's ready. But maybe not ready enough. The roar's there. Chad's dead. Where's that 250 gold now, Avery?
I mean, he should have pulled some Aghanims, I guess.
I know what sort of altcoin he bought there, but he didn't do well.
He didn't buy the right one. It's crashing right now.
It's crashing hard.
Oh man, what a find
That's
from
what the
Enigma
kids say.
Galaxy.
They're crashing out. Yeah.
I mean, OG is potentially crashing out of this qualifier right now.
The last few moments have seemed pretty rough for them. You know, Enigma Galaxy building up this solid lead, taking these towers, and Alchemist, they can fall off pretty hard, especially when they're in a game where 29 minutes in, Ghost has the same net worth as the Alchemist, as a Sven. Like that,
He's ahead.
That's pretty ridiculous that he is that farmed on this Sven.
6-0 will do that compared to 0-3. He's just found better kills, better openings, got that Roshan, stalled out this game so much. And OG, their fallback is to scale all 3 cores together. Like, they can scale into the late game if the Void Spirit and the Death Prophet get really big. But this Void Spirit is so far behind. I don't know how Stormstormer catches up in this game. He might need an Ags pool at some point to equalize some of the net worth distribution. Or you just pray this Death Prophet goes ham. Because if Sumail gets to Hex, then this game is going to become very difficult. The amount of control you're going to output with double Hex in the fight, plus the Roar, plus Punch, plus Earth Splitter, and Sven going in on top of all of it is just nasty.
We're going to try for the smoke.
His entire Satanic. This Sven is just...
It's crazy.
Well, he's so fat. Like, he is insanely fat.
Yeah, Ghost he's been very solid throughout this qualifiers as to carry.
Have to land Demonic Purge on him and maybe like an Alk Bash or something. That's your best bet to control him. As you try and posture for this Roshan. See if they can find the angle. Not a bad one. You can get the jump on some supports.
Oh! Gonna find out Mobile wants to emphasize the side Shad's in. He'll get the stun onto Ghost. He's gonna try and start on the Sven, but Ghost, he just turns, plus the God Strength. They get the opening with the Raw on. It wasn't been defensive.
Nice disruption.
Will come into place to try and keep Shad alive. It's
Oh,
gonna
he's
let
bashing
Shad
him.
to keep on beating, but it's not enough damage to bring the Sven down. Sven trying to heal up here with the Satanic. Ghost
No
will live.
way.
They've killed on 4. Triple kill for Sumail. As Stormstormer, he's got to run. He'll go for the TP out. He'll get away. But 4 dead on OG. They couldn't kill Ghost despite their best efforts. Ghost able to stand his ground and survive with the Satanic.
Dude, how does he not die there? That was such a clutch disruption to rebuy that Alchemist some time. He comes out of it, he bashes him again. This Death Prophet was siphoning Ghosty everybody in that fight. Looks like he was going to wipe it. But Ghost still had the Satanic up his sleeve. The fact he finishes that item before this fight might have just bought them a ticket to TI. That was a nice angle from OG, but they split the targets. They jumped the Tusk as Shad jumps on the Sven. Maybe not too bad at first, but then you have to reprioritize who you're focusing here and bail him out. He's going to regen up in this, come out, bash him, and I mean, I don't know how Ghost survives here. It's a couple more spells into him, he dies,
Yeah.
Your other 2 cores live, you win that fight, you get Roche. It's a completely different game. All the little things for Enigma Galaxy adding up right now, as Ghost has yet to fall in this game. 7-0 on the Sven. They just can't find him.
OG still trying to approach. It's just so hard right now. There's the jump. They found Stormstormer. He's dead again. He's going to buy back straight away. They're going to try and make this fight happen, but Shad's in trouble. He'll get held back by the Roar. They will kill off GH, but can Shad get out of here? He's still got the BKB ready to press if he feels necessary. He goes swinging back across. He's going to have to blink in a second. Stormstormer's going to jump in aggressively with the Remnant. He'll zip out just in time to dodge the stun. Actually, the stun, it follows through. It catches onto him. Stormstormer's got to back out of the fight as it's all getting very awkward here as OG are getting split up. Kadari gets taken out. OG, they just have to bail. We'll see Daze go for the TP out in the tree line. He'll make it out of there. The rest of OG, by the looks of it, able to escape. Stormstormer on the run. He's run out of steps, though. There's a snowball heading his way. He's got to dissimulate still to play with. TP, of course, in cooldown. He's just going to hide in the trees, but they found him. Omar knows that he's in there. Slides in, gets the punch up. Stormstormer, a dieback on him in this team fight.
Oh, Mixa making the plays, though.
Okay. Well,
finds Sumail. I mean, that's bigger.
That's a pretty big shot for him to find in that sort of situation. Obviously, overall, still not great. They're down 14k, 16k now with that Tormentor also going the way of Enigma Galaxy. Mixer trying his best, but things just falling apart massively around him. And Stormstormer, he's just got no money. I feel at this rate, maybe Shad invested his money in some sort of crazy scheme as well and lost it. Because where's the Void Spirit's dollar? He's got no cash.
He is broke. He's completely broke in this game. He's going to need an Axe pool at some point. That's his only hope to come back at this rate. I mean, I don't know how many of OG's games you've seen, but they have gone to this Void Spirit time and time again. It worked at the start. It has not worked recently.
Yeah.
And this is another game. It's just fallen completely flat. They had so much faith in it.
And last game, Stormstormer on the Monkey King, he looked insane.
Oh, he owned.
But this game, he is crumbling hard. Not having an easy time at all. 1-5-3. Very underfarmed.
It's got to be out the Death Prophet. Like, I think Mixa's OG's only hope at this point. The Alc can go in and do some work, but the DP is going to have to carry the heavy load here. Keep scaling, keep dealing the serious damage as Enigma Galaxy, they're all ramping up. Zarkborn's going to get scarier. This Beast can continue to get big items, BKB, and of course Sven, he's already level 25. Take the extra God Strike damage. He's got a Swift Blink. Insanely farmed. He's looking for Shad. Finds him, but no BKB pierce.
Out. And he's going to go for the TP, so Shad will make it out.
I mean, that's not a bad waste of Enigma Galaxy's time here if OG can try and make another play on their side of the map while they brought that Sven back. Maybe be something. Or Void Spirit's just dead again.
Oh no. Oh no. That's painful moments here for OG.
Dude, he's almost the lowest level in the game. Like, that is how far behind he is. Brutal stuff here. Let's see what Mixa can do. I mean, he finishes Shiva's. He's got a Pyrrhic Cloak. This DP can do some serious damage. He just out in 30. You're gonna have to take a fight here if you're OG.
They're so close, Enigma Galaxy.
They actually rolled double Pyrrhic Cloak. That's something to look for if they can reflect damage into this Sven.
Oh, Chat's in. It's the stun onto the double onto Ghost. Ghost, how's the stun? Now, volume back with its disruption for now. Ghost will fall the once.
You use Satanic.
Can they do anything
He
about
doesn't
this?
have BKB 2 seconds.
They get the stun fall up as well. They get the jump on him.
Oh boy.
OG are holding.
No save could come out.
The Galaxy back. We'll see what else they can find here. Omar, snowball off to the side, but the ghosts are hunting him down. This poison will find him. OG, they'll keep the game alive, Avery.
That was a big misplay by Ghost. He cannot use Satanic before he goes down and have the BKB in the backpack, because that BKB in the backpack does not come up for 2 seconds when you respawn, and you get instant Remnant pull. And there's no snowball save because Omar got silence. He got caught in the concoction on the blink and into the silence.
Yeah.
That's a big misplay from Enigma Galaxy there. Didn't even get the racks.
It's happened before. Sometimes Enigma Galaxy, when they're so close, they're actually farther than they've ever been. The lead, it can slip away.
They really
See
can.
if they're able to regain themselves. They still have the advantage, but yeah, a big loss there. As now OG gets the chance to get out on the map. We'll see here once again that unfortunate timing and usage that does sort of leave Ghost in this position where he just can't play his way out of it. Perfect remnant to catch him on the respawn. Leaves nothing to be done, even with that attempt from Tusk. The stun's there, no snowball save, no chance of getting Ghost out.
Even if he pops the BKB there, I think he still dies because he doesn't have Satanic to get back up. That was just a big overcommittal. And a big turnaround for OG as they buy some time and some life in this game. Feels like every time Stormstormer has died, they at least get something out of it. They have to find a way to keep scaling in this game. Triple Pyrrhic Cloak, in fact, on all 3 cores. I don't think I've ever seen that. That is an insane. That's an insane roll on the neutral items here, especially against this lineup that is a lineup that has to output the damage in these discrete intervals, right? Like they have to go in with the stuns with the Sven God Strength and do it. If you just stall it up with the cloak, you have a BKB or a Satanic to work with, but that's it. Then you have to go against 3 of this item. It's brutal.
I mean, is the strat that you just like hold hands as the 3 of you, and then you just sort of say you want to stun and cleave the 3 of us? We got the Pyrrhic Cloak. You know, this might be the ultimate strat to just group.
It does not go through BKB though, so
okay, well,
you can't jump in.
This strat
like,
might need a little bit of work.
Yeah, but hey, if his BKB is out, I actually don't think he can really go in that well on like full HP targets. You end up just chunking yourself. We saw this earlier in the qualifier
so much
too.
Damage that you return. Yeah, so much.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, especially if you end up going a Daedalus here as your last item. We'll see what Ghost opts for. He's looking at Ags, which could be interesting. Not an item we see a lot.
No, not at all. On the Svens.
Well,
It's a part
was
of the
your mid.
course. And yeah, but it's happening in this game, you know. Stormer dies on the Void Spirit. You know, life goes on.
yeah. Well,
No,
I mean, it only goes on so much. Like,
Well, sure, yeah. But space created. He'll tell you in the middle. Maybe not
That's a
space
big
for
one.
this. Indeed, and maybe another one to add to it with the rule there on today's. Well, he was just creating space, but he created space for this. That's not great. There's 3 heroes dead. Enigma Galaxy, they're ready to start going down another lane.
God Strength is out, but this vent still hits hard enough. You can absolutely just go down mid, take a Rax, go top, take another Rax. Enigma Galaxy, they're doing it right now. They want this TI burst. They've not had it in a long time. They might just get it here as if OG can't scramble up something. They need another miraculous hold.
And they should be able to have at least one more fight in them, OG. Fortification comes out. Stormstormer's going to be back in the game, but yeah, 40 seconds without Mixer, unless he wants to commit the buyback, but unlikely to do so as they'll just let this mid-rax fall. Stormstormer's in with the jump. Get the grab there. He's going to come in with the buyback now. Shouts in with the stun on towards Omar. The BKB popped by Ghost as he'll start to retreat. Jumping aggressively from Mixer with the Exorcism to try and push back Enigma Galaxy. Can they get any kills out of this? The BKB in the roll for Noob to give him the safety to TP out. He'll escape. Daze will get caught at the side by Ghost. But can they close the gap on the Sven? Ghost, he's going to have Blink up. He's more than fine. He's able to get out of this. And in fact, Shad's getting caught by the Hex. They're in with the punch.
They're going back
Shad's in trouble. They're
Ghost is here.
controlling Shad. Shad's going to try and stand his ground, but Mixer's dead for 110 seconds. It's a dieback on him. The buyback will come out from Kadaro. But Shad's got to be careful. With the BKB and Chemical Rage on cooldown, Discord.
Oh.
Got a little bit of a pause.
I mean, at least it's a fairly good time to pause because both teams are backing up.
They're backing off.
It didn't happen in the middle of the fight, so at least nothing crazy bad will happen out of this.
Yeah.
But that's triple buyback from OG.
Yeah, that's a lot.
They got nothing out of it. They can't kill a single hero.
No route.
Too much HP.
No route to where? What's going on?
I talk about the Enchantress route, saying you don't have it, don't root me.
Oh. Wow. Okay. It sounds like they're having an issue at the moment with the communication software. Hopefully they're able to resolve that.
You got to make you make sure the comms are up when you win so you can properly celebrate, That's what's going on here.
They're
They
on the
feel like they're
verge
going
of
to
it.
close this out. I mean, this is the closest Enigma Galaxy has been to TI in, what, 3 or
Was it
4
6
years
years?
now? Like, this is...
Oh, okay,
is it
they've been-
longer?
Well, I remember Cap said at the start, right, that was it 6 years he was mentioning? Since the...
Since Kuroki and
Well, I mean,
GH,
that's a
yeah.
very- yeah. It's been a while.
It's been a long time. There's a stomp on the Alk. Still some God Strength.
Oh, my goodness, that blink. Whew, he gets out just in time there, Shad. He looked very dead, but was able to blink
Yeah,
out
that
just at the same
was-
time the Ghost jumped on it. That was nearly game over.
Dire are
That might have been it right there. It does have buyback on the Alk at least, but
Okay.
you're just not getting any items here. You're not scaling. You're not finding more ways to take these fights. This is Enigma Galaxy's game to win right now as they go into the Roche pit. That's a refresher shard Roche. Some really good heroes to give it to here, including Ghost if he wants it. You can take the
I think
Aegis, you
so,
backpack
right, yeah.
that shard. That feels real good here. Don't have to buy your own refresher. You can just eat that Ags you were purchasing too.
They're going to get this, no problem. OG can't step out anywhere close to the Roshan whilst they have Mixer dead.
He's gonna gobble them both. I mean, this Sven is completely out of control now. He's gonna have 2 God Strength, 2 BKB, 2 Satanic. He's gonna devour an entire Ags right here too. He can use the slots properly. There you go. I mean, this guy's like 8 slotted right now. He's 16-1. What a performance. OG try and make something happen. You got to find a good angle, get the back line, and ignore this Sven. You cannot go on him at all costs. You got to find Arc Warden, Elder Titan, Tuskar. That's it.
This could be it for OG. The final chance to make a move. If this doesn't go well, the hopes and dreams of getting to this year's TI will be shattered. Enigma Galaxy on with the push. OG, who can they find with this wraparound? Stormstormer's going to jump in. Wants to jump back out. Noob looking for his target. Not going to be able to find it straight away. Goes. He'll find Kadaro. Slowly trying to kill this Enchantress. Will be able to bring Kadaro down. Goes for the BKBs now, ready to go for more. He's got his eyes on Stormstormer. Stormstormer's able to get them to dissimulate off in time, so will manage to jump away. Shad tries to turn towards Noob, but with the rest of the BKB, Shad has to run. He's going to try and get back in out with the concoction. And do the silence into the concoction, out onto Noob, but the Hex is out onto Stormstormer. Stormstormer's out. He'll buy back, but both supports are out for good. They do finish off Noob, but he has the buyback available. Shad will fall. No buyback available on him. They're ready to keep this push going down the bottom lane. They'll take out Mixer one more time. And there it is. GG's called. Enigma Galaxy are going to TI.
They have finally done it. Oh, and after such a long drought, so many times being close, so many qualifiers failed, it comes down to the final game of every regional qualifier against an old foe and No Tail and OG, and they clutch it out here with an insane Sven performance from Ghost. MVP of that game for sure.
Absolutely.
Man, Enigma Galaxy is back. They're back to TI. It's I feel like I'm in a different decade or something, man. It's absolutely wild, but what a feeling they must have right now as a team. Like,
yeah.
The tribulations they've gone through, swapping out players, Miracle's back, Miracle's not. You try and rebuild this roster multiple times. And now you're there. Now you got a chance to prove it against the best teams in the world. What a way to do it in this game 3.
Yeah. Well, they really sort of pulled out the best stuff that we've been seeing from them on this run through the qualifiers here in this game 3 when it counted the most. And OG, unfortunately for them, crumbling at this final hurdle. And getting knocked down yesterday to this lower bracket final, and then here not being able to get past Enigma Galaxy's strength. A tough couple of days for them. But Enigma Galaxy on the side of things for them, absolutely deserved. The wins have looked fantastic. They've still had their shaky moments, but honestly, you can't lie about that. That's the kind of stuff you look forward to seeing at a TI, right? You want the teams that bring the highs, but also give the entertaining lows. I think Enigma Galaxy's got that covered. Obviously, they'll try and turn more of the entertaining lows into more highs, and I believe by the time TI comes around, they'll be able to do that, because the highs, they're that fantastic. You know, these sort of wins, this team looks unstoppable for the most part.
They really figured some stuff out in this qualifier too. I think their support duo was looking a lot better than it was in some of the previous events. GH really stepped up. His pool was functioning on all cylinders. He's getting tips. And I mean, Ghost has slotted in really well to this team. That's the big story, right? They are building more of an identity around him and his heroes and how to use him. Noob has improved a lot in this offlane. This is a team that deserves that TI slot this year. This is a team that has worked hard to get there. And like you said, they're a fan favorite. They're fun to watch. I'm excited to see what they're going to do at that event, because when the pressure's on, in theory, this team will do better, right? Like, you have to believe in the experience behind Sumail and Kuroki and GH leading this team at an international. They've been there before, they've won it before, and now they get a chance to do it again. So well deserved for them. And yeah, standout player is Ghost for sure.
Yeah,
this guy
has to be.
Just tore this game up. Absolutely tore it up.
Yeah, he really did. And you could kind of just look back through the games and series that Enigma Galaxy's played for his qualifiers and find numerous games in which Ghost has just, his carry performance, it's been fantastic. It really has. So many games where he just doesn't get caught. He doesn't get caught. He doesn't get behind. And as we saw it in this game, you know, he stays that far ahead, even against an Alchemist. You know, Shab was getting decent farm at the start, but Ghost just continues to just sort of just take his farm to the next level. Ridiculous stuff from Ghost and the boys. And yeah, they made it. And as I say, for OG, a rough end to the qualifiers for them, Avery. Obviously, they won't be thinking about the good moments now, but they did have good moments. It just, at the end of the day, wasn't quite good enough consistently to get them to TI.
It's a really rough feeling, especially they were one game away twice. Like, that's the brutal part here. They were one game away in both series, so they're really going to be kicking themselves. I know Tail was so close to, you know, reforming this roster in the last month and a half. Like, we have to put that in perspective. They looked better than a lot of the previous versions of OG in terms of synergy and putting the drafts together. They just had very little time to work with. Whereas Enigma Galaxy, they've been grinding for a year and a half, almost 2 years with this roster. Like, that's a really tough hurdle to overcome. It's easy for us to sit here and be like, oh, why did OG throw these games? Why didn't they look better? Why didn't they draft different stuff? But this team's been together for like a month and a half, you know, and they were one game away. That's a pretty good showing this early on in the roster. I think this core has some good promise. I was impressed by some of their players, in particular Mixa. I think this guy has looked really promising. I think he's one of the best up-and-coming offlaners I've seen in a long time. Maybe a little limited in terms of him popping off on certain heroes versus not on others. But like, even this game on that Death Prophet, he was almost carrying this game. Like, he was putting in serious work, being down net worth from a rough position. This guy's Timbersaw is really good. So I think, you know, Days had that crazy Shaman game. He's had some really good games this event. I think, if anything, Stormstormer is probably going to be very critical of his performances, and especially going back to the Void Spirit. But it was still a good showing from OG for how long this roster's been together. And ultimately, what can you say? Sometimes it goes your way and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, now we can see again the final results of this. Na'Vi Junior and Enigma Galaxy, the two teams to proceed from the Western European qualifiers. And the road you can see that Enigma Galaxy took. Of course, the team to knock them down to this lower bracket was the team that made it through. And you know, Enigma Galaxy, they did manage to take a game off Na'Vi Junior as well. So just going to show that both of the teams that do proceed from here very much on a very similar level. So congratulations to both Na'Vi Junior and Enigma Galaxy. Looking forward to see what they can do at the International. And with that, we have our teams. Avery, what do you make of this lineup? Can't wait.
I mean, Liquid will go and try and defend their Aegis this year against a very stacked lineup. I think a lot of the teams that came out of some of the regions, people maybe weren't looking at the most, right? Because a lot of the focus has been on Europe this year, and CIS Dota, especially Parivision dominating the boards. Parivision have to be the favorite going in. I think that's pretty fair, but you don't know what Spirit's going to do at that event. You don't know what Falcons are going to do. Tundra's been right up there with them. And some of these wildcard teams, like, you know, Enigma Galaxy, Na'Vi Junior, they can make a run. We saw these C teams come in. They're going to be fan favorites. You have a full Filipino stack. That's absolutely amazing to see at TI again. And see what China can do. Ame, the uncrowned king. He gets another attempt to go deep at TI and prove himself. So there's a lot on the table for a lot of these teams. It's going to be a cool TI this year, especially if it's going to be in Germany as well, you know, back to where the first one was. You got to imagine that some of these Western European teams, they want to be fan favorites. They want to have the home ground advantage there. And it'll be cool to see how much momentum they can build off of, try and ride the crowd favoritism to go deeper than maybe some of the previous events.
Yeah, no, definitely good potential to see what we have coming from them there. And I mean, in summary of what we've seen really from this region and from this qualifiers, I think coming into it, a lot of people maybe expecting Na'Vi Junior for sure to take one of the spots. And then obviously kind of that second spot, I think, was a bit more up for question. Now that we've seen what we've seen, Enigma Galaxy has made it. Definitely one of the teams that people did have as a potential to secure one of the slots. But it does mean that we did lose a lot of big names during this qualifier, right? That we're not going to see at TI, Avery.
That's the nature of the business. When we went in, there were this OG secret Enigma Galaxy, the Na'Vi Junior stack, the Virtus Pro stack.
The Virtus Pro.
There's only 2 slots. Avalis, these, not everybody can make it. Some hearts were going to be broken. Some were broken faster than others. But ultimately, I do think Enigma Galaxy was the ultimate fan favorite, maybe, to come out of here that people were really rooting for. And they just have a crazy storyline going into this. So hopefully we get to hear from them.
Yeah, I believe we've got an interview with the man himself, Kuroki. Congratulations. Well done. Can't wait to see you at TI. I can only imagine, but just give us thoughts and feelings. Now, how is it right now with the team? The hard work you guys are putting has paid off. You've done it.
I just feel so emotional, to be honest. It's just great. I'm proud of the team. Everyone did so great. It was a really hard road and long year for us, or long years rather, to get back to TI. I'm just really happy.
No, I think a lot of people are very happy to see you being happy and to see you guys make it. I mean, in this qualifiers in particular, it was a very hard fought one, it seemed, right? This was a very close qualifiers this time round. Was there sort of a point where you guys knew, and you yourself knew, looking at the team and the play, that you were like, we can do this, we're going to make it the whole way? Or was there always a bit of uncertainty through this run?
There always is there's layers of uncertainties, because I feel like we're good enough to beat all the teams, but like a lot of times our mid game doesn't go our way, even though our early game is strong. But overall, we fought, or I felt at least, that Na'Vi Junior is the strongest team, and we met them right away at the start of the bracket. And losing to them, it's like not a big shame, especially because we could have for sure closed game 1 properly. So it gave me confidence. And the rest of the teams, like, everyone is strong. It's 2025. There's too many good teams. You have like 10 to 15 teams that can just take games off each other. We see it in the other quads too. There's a lot of surprise stuff happening. So competition is just really rough. But after the Na'Vi Junior series, even though we lost, I still felt confident overall.
Yeah, I think that was very, very evident in the play. You guys, when you did come in with the wins, it looked better than ever. It was the whole lineup. And Ghost in particular really popped off this qualifiers. His carry performance was fantastic. Avery, any questions here?
Yeah, hey, Carol, congrats. I was curious how you, as a coach, watching this game 3, right? It comes down to one game to go back to TI after so many years. You talked about how emotional it is for you and the squad. Like, can you compare that feeling to, you won TI so many years ago and you guys fell down, and now you're on the upward trajectory. You've climbed this far. What was it like watching that game 3, just praying for your team to pull out this dub that means so much at the end of the year?
Watching is so much more emotional than playing. When I was playing, I felt always rather calm and in control of everything. But now it's just emotions run so high watching it. You just don't know what's happening next. It's actually tough to watch. Like, I love it and I hate it at the same time. It's just a bit speechless, guys, to be honest. But watching is rougher than playing. Actually, it's it's much harder. Like, playing, I'm chilling, guys. Playing my games, won like 30 tournaments. It's easy. But watching, it's a heart attack.
Because Kuroki, obviously with this qualifiers, you guys did really just seemed to sort of level it up in sort of the wins that you're able to secure. Was there something different done in terms of preparation for this qualifiers, or do you think this was really just a combination of all the hard work that you guys have been putting in to eventually make it work and get this big success to get to TI?
I mean, we started off with the Riyadh quals. We're quite disappointed with the results. And we had a little bit of a reset. It is definitely the process of the whole year coming together. We felt like we underperformed a bit too much in the Riyadh quals. So we stepped it up. We meshed more together as a team. Strategically, we did some changes, but not too much, because we feel confident in our strategies. So yeah, it's a mental game, and today we were just better.
Yeah, no, you definitely came out on top of it today. Avery?
I have to ask as the last question. You went into this last series today. You're up against a very old friend and foe in No Tail behind the OG organization. Was there a little extra preparation or oomph going into this series, knowing that that was the guy and that was the organization standing in your way to get back to TI, and knowing that he was also very hungry to win this slot as well?
Frankly speaking, my main focus was on the submarine series. Like, we did prepare for the whole series, but we want to take that first. That was kind of more important, if that makes sense. And so most of the engine in that series, and then we had like less than an hour to finalize the preparation against OG. And it's a bit hard to prepare against them because they are new, so you don't know what to expect. Which doesn't expect it's unreadable for us, it's unreadable for you guys. So yeah, had to go with the flow, went with the pre-prep a little bit. Try to understand how they think about the game. I think they prefer to just pace us, play early mid-game, which is very OGS, I would say. So our team, we can just hold them off a little bit, even in the second game. But in the second game, they did pierce us. Like, we had a little bit of a comeback, but it wasn't enough. But yeah, that was just the main mindset. They want to play very heavy early. I mean, it's short. I think in the strategies, Edge, Bane, again, they went back to the Edge. That was the preparation against Beast. I had to raise some confidence in Tony Noob, because he's still his first year as off-laner, so he doesn't exactly know all the matchups, but he's very skilled. Like, he improved so much. He's a mid-laner or off-lane. I guess I should really run that change, to be honest. So I'm really proud of him. Just proud of the team.
Yeah. Well, he did great. You guys all did great. We won't keep much any longer, really, Kuro. But got to ask you. Obviously, you have had a lot of fans watching you throughout this entire run. They are so excited to see you guys at TI. Have you got any closing words for those watching at home that've been supporting you?
I want to thank everyone, all the fans, always cheering for us. In our good times, in our hard times. I know they're really happy now. We're happy. And even though this is like the most important thing in the world for us, there's a lot of stuff happening. I want to also say, like, to my Iranian brothers, to stay strong. And there's bigger things in life. That's what I learned, or other experience. But yeah, just thank you for everyone. Thank you to you guys. You guys are always doing awesome job. Enjoying all your podcasts. Let's go make my episode.
Indeed. Well, thank you very much for the kind words, Kuro, and yeah, the fans can't wait to see you guys at TI. We can hear in the background, I think your lads are having fun already, so we'll let you go and join the rest of the boys and enjoy the rest of your day today, Kuro, and we'll see you at TI.
Thank you, guys.
Oh, there we go, ladies and gentlemen, the karaoke. And as you can hear in the background, sound like the boys were already starting the party after that win, which is understandable. They've just made it to TI. They are very, very pumped up and ready to go. Yeah, they put the work in, these lads, Avery, on Enigma Galaxy, and they've made it. We're seeing them at TI.
Well deserved. I mean, I think Kuro put it best, like his belief in the team, their belief in each other, how far they've come. They still have some weaknesses, right? They still have some inconsistency or matchup stuff, but overall, they're confident. They know the work is paying off, and man, I think he was a little speechless and over the emotional impact that this qualification had compared to maybe some of the previous attempts, just because of the history behind it. So, man, what a result for them. Very cool to see, and they will have a crazy storyline going into this international for sure.
No, they certainly will. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Not only for the Western European regional qualifiers, but of course that was the last one. We showed you earlier. We've got all the teams. We're done. You know, you've got your lineup. TI's sorted. We can't wait for it. I know you can't either. We will see you at TI, ladies and gentlemen. Take it easy. Have a wonderful night. Congratulations again to Na'Vi Junior Enigma Galaxy for making it through the Western European qualifiers. We'll see you at TI.